I'm ready. Okay, welcome to the South Lyon Community Schools Board of Education special meeting on August 10th, 2020 at 7 p.m. Mr. Abate, please call the roll.
Okay, I am here, Mr. Clark.
Sorry. Here, I'm here. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Tell.
Here.
Mr. Schwegler.
Here.
Mr. Dashner.
I am here.
Mr. Kennedy.
I'm here.
And Ms. Anshaw.
I'm here. All right, thank you. 7-0. We have a quorum. First up is public comments. I just want to make a quick statement to let everybody know. I just want to thank everyone for the 200 plus emails. I just want everyone to know that the entire board and all the administration does read all those emails. We read them very thoroughly and thoughtfully and take them all into careful consideration. As board president, I will be responding for the entire board. So if you haven't received correspondence from other board members, that would be the reason why. So I just want to make sure everyone knows that. Again, thanks again. We really do want to hear input from everyone. And with that, we will move on to public comment. There are quite a few. I think we're up to 70 at this point. So first up is Jackie Cope. And she asks, if we go virtual for the school year, how will that affect the bus drivers? Will they be paid or put on unemployment? Brandon Fournier says, good evening. I previously shared my thoughts with the school board via email, but I'm questioning that this be placed into the record of the meeting. I, like many parents, am surprised that the decision to reopen the South Lyon School District to in-person learning still appears to be under consideration since the release of the governor's plan in June. The general stability of the pandemic in our state and the report supporting the community's desire for a return to in-person learning. I would have hoped planning would have begun in May or June for the necessary adjustments to the physical footprint and enhanced cleaning, etc. Regardless, considering the online education versus in-classroom learning is not a real option. Perhaps with an established system and curriculum supported by able facilitators for certain grades, this could be an option. But for my middle school and elementary school children, it is not. Many families that I have spoken to, as well as my own, will not be able to remote learn without challenges. In order to accomplish this in any form, we will be burdened by additional costs, much like the schools. I am certain that myself and many others would gladly donate through a 501c3 to provide the costs of offsetting the cleaning supplies and other distance barriers. I would speculate that a targeted fundraiser supply donation could be very successful. Ultimately, the cost is either the districts or the parents. I am not sure avoiding the cost of resuming classes and placing it on the parents is an equitable result. According to the 2018 audited financial statements, the district has approximately $5.8 million in general fund balance, with a total of $12 million in reserve funding, including building funds. Using fund balance to accommodate unexpected costs coupled with targeted budget cuts to focus on the core function of in-classroom learning can be accomplished. These actions can be supported by supplemental funding made available through Michigan Senate Bill 690. The academic year is 4 weeks away. The question should be, what additions to the plan will be required to allow for in-classroom learning? What timeframe can these changes be accomplished in, and what costs will be incurred? If this approach is taken and an amended plan is adopted which establishes goals and benchmarks, then it will be known what is required to achieve the reopening if it takes 2 weeks or 4 weeks. However, deciding to remain closed without attempting to open seems unlikely to lead to a change in circumstances, much like waiting for additional state federal funding that may never arrive. I am hopeful that these issues will be considered. I know this is a difficult decision, much like the decision we made when presented with the option a few weeks ago to consider resuming in-person learning. A Salem Elementary mom says, hello, could you please share with the community a sample remote learning schedule at the elementary level? Is it the same as the sample virtual program schedule in the FAQ? How much time is suggested that the students are online each day? Thank you. Nicole Michaels says, as a parent of 3 children in the district and also a registered nurse specialized in infection control, I can't imagine schools at this time have the ability to adequately protect children and staff from COVID-19. This is not due to a lack of preparation on behalf of the district, but due to the very nature of in-person education in large groups. As cases remain steady throughout the state and even increasing locally, I urge the board to consider a watch and wait approach to this school year with a virtual start. As much as I would like my children to go back to socialization and in-person learning, I would prefer to not risk their safety and the safety of the staff to do so. Kathy Coleman states, the public school needs to provide services to all parents. Providing face-to-face education as well as a virtual option covers the needs of all families. Providing only a virtual option is unacceptable. A majority of parents work outside the home and do not have the ability to cover the daycare needs of their children if a virtual education is the only option. I find it strange that survey results were publicized showing 80% of parents were in favor of face-to-face education 5 days a week prior to the vote on the bond proposal, and now the bond was passed that no face-to-face education may be the result. If students are not in the buildings, then the schools do not need $90 million worth of renovation. Give us our money back so we can spend it on daycare and tutors. Online education does not work for the majority of students. Allow parents to make the choice for their family. If parents want to send their children to school, we should be able to. We are paying for it. As well, if parents want to keep their children home, then that can be their choice. Schools provide a service and online programs do not provide that service well enough. We all know it. Thank you for your time. A middle school teacher states, under normal circumstances, no public school teachers would choose to teach virtually. When we decided what we wanted to be when we grew up and went to college for it, we trained to be a classroom working with kids, not sitting at a computer. We trained to deliver content and build relationships. We chose this as our profession because we love school. What would make people want to go to college for 4 years to however many years and love school advocate to teach virtually instead of in person? A global pandemic. Everyone wants choices, but in the midst of a global pandemic, choices are limited. Safety and security must come first. The CDC and experts in pandemics have made recommendations. Recommendations should be followed. The argument that they are just recommendations, not requirements, so South Lyon doesn't have to follow them to open schools, is true but reckless. In the midst of a global pandemic, recommendations from experts should be followed. One life lost is too many. One critically ill person is too many. One person with lasting effects is too many. South Lyon Community Schools was struggling with reductions in funding without the pandemic. Other districts may have the funding for recommended safety precautions. South Lyon does not. Does that mean the school board should throw up their hands and just open the schools anyway, putting people's lives and health at risk? Any school can reopen, but staying open safely is the unsustainable part. While the community helping out with PPE and hand sanitizer donations is wonderfully generous, it is not sustainable. With only 4 weeks until school begins, the task is insurmountable because it covers so many areas, which all lead back to a lack of substantial funding. The argument that other essential workers have been working safely with the public, so teachers should too, is a false equivalency. As a doctor, you see one patient at a time for 15 to 30 minutes. Perhaps there may be a sibling and parents in the room, so 1 to 5 people at a time. Doctors have the ability to limit the number of patients they see an hour. Doctors have staff to wipe down rooms after patients leave. Doctors are not allowing people to congregate in their waiting rooms. Patients wait in their cars. A cashier at a grocery store comes in contact with lots of people, but not the way a teacher does. Grocery store workers do not help 35 customers at the same time for 2 hours in a poorly ventilated closed room. Grocery stores have plexiglass, PPE plentiful hand sanitizer, and brief encounters with individual people. The argument has been made that kids need normalcy and thus need to go to school. My own kids want to go back to school. I would love to go back to school. I would love to talk to my colleagues, teach my students, grade papers, and even monitor the crowded hallways. The choice right now, during a global pandemic, is safe versus normal. If life at school is back to normal, then we are taking irresponsible risks. If the risks are mitigated at school by following CDC recommended safety protocols for prolonged in-person gatherings without physical distancing, it will not be normal. I understand wanting options, but choices have consequences. If the school board chooses to bring staff and students under the same roof, knowing the complications and limitations involved, the consequences will be devastating. Michelle Tippy was going to call in, but she ended up sending an email to the board. So she has asked to skip her comment. Danielle Burdyshaw. Good evening, South Lyon Board of Education. This comment is in regards to the board conversations regarding the start of the 2020-2021 school year. Here's what I will not do in this comment. I will not threaten to pull my children from our district. I know that the health in all aspects and well-being of a community depend on our schools. I am also a proud Southline Community Schools parent, and I honor all that the district does for my family. Also, I will not delude myself into thinking that my 20 years of experience as a local teacher, nor my partnership with local school finance superintendent, give me even a fraction of the information needed to make the decisions you are tasked with making. You have knowledge of factors and impacts that I can't even imagine. What I feel compelled to do is respectfully remind you of Board Policy 1001. On nights such as this, it is critical that the board keep in the forefront of the minds their own code of ethics. Specifically, number 1, I will represent all school district constituents honestly and equally and refuse to surrender my responsibilities to any partisan principle, group, or interest. And number 9, I will respectfully listen to those who communicate with the board, seeking to understand their views while recognizing my responsibility to represent the interests of the entire school community. At times, it can be hard to remember that interests and wishes are not one and the same. I am hopeful that you will vote tonight with full consideration of the health and wellness, long and short term, of our students and every member of our community. I appreciate the discussion on August 5th study session, and I share the concerns regarding numerous challenges to starting the year in person. I am in favor of beginning the year remotely, but what I want more than my preference being filled is for the board to decide the next steps in our district, as they are the elected officials with the available information for decision making. May your vote tonight follow the words of Albert Einstein. What is right is not always popular, and what is popular is not always right. Thank you for your service. Sincerely, Danielle Birdie Shaw. Next up is Nancy Simpson, who is a teacher in the district. Okay. Please allow us to teach remote for the beginning of the school year. Besides not having the PPE and the custodial staff needed, the type of teaching that I will be doing under these constraints goes against all the basic research about what effective teaching looks like. First, collaborative learning should be a cornerstone to all learning in the classroom. Students need to be given time to construct learning, process learning, and apply learning together. This cannot happen during in-person learning this fall. Also, we know that students need movement. Their brains need it. Instead, we are looking at in-seat learning, not just for 50 minutes, but now for 2 hours. Some parents fear that their students won't learn remotely. I would argue that I can be a much more effective teacher remotely than I can if we go back under these constraints. I can put my students in virtual groups. Students will be able to take breaks in their homes as opposed to sitting for 2 hours with me. I also worry that we will not last long back in the classroom before this virus spreads and we are put on remote anyway. Allow teachers the time right now to start preparing how to better teach remote. Going back is too great a risk and one we don't have to take. People say you take a risk every day just by driving to work. But I would argue when it's not safe to drive, we call a snow day. Please call a snow day. We have a better option, one that I would argue can be more effective if given the time to start preparing for it. Kathy states, hello, I wanted to reach out to ask the board to vote yes to having South Lyon schools begin with remote learning. There are so many reasons as a parent I support the superintendent's proposal. Although I would definitely prefer in person, I feel it is not as important right now as the safety of our children, teachers, and families in our community. If our athletes in South Lyon cannot avoid COVID cases when they are outdoors practicing safe protocols, I feel it will only be a matter of time until cases rise in our schools during indoor learning when not all safety protocols can be met, such as keeping 6 feet of distance. I would rather see teachers focus now on putting together a great online program that will consistently flow into in-person in the future than to start in person and end up online with a not so planned out learning program. Also, with all the complications South Lyon schools currently listed in last week's presentation, and hearing from our passionate teachers who want to be in classrooms but are worried about the consequences for children, teachers, and families, I feel it's only right to support our educators and trust that they will give our children an amazing online learning experience until COVID cases drop and we can return in person. So again, please vote yes to a remote start to the school year. Thank you. Next up is John. He states, I would like the board to vote in favor of an online start for South Lyon School this year. I work for an automotive supplier and we have still not been asked to return to the office, even though our company has been doing an awesome job of implementing new safe return protocols. If adults aren't returning still to do our part to stop this COVID spread, why are we asking our children and teachers to be at risk and return in person before everything can be worked out for the safest return to in-person learning? Thank you. Anonymous. I understand this board and our administration are in a very tough position, and I truly do not envy the situation you are all in. I appreciate your ongoing support of the local schools and school personnel. In a situation like this, it is impossible to please everyone. The first priority has to be the health and safety of our students and staff, which I feel was well covered in the last meeting. After health and safety comes good, high-quality education. This pandemic has put us all in a difficult position, not just here in Michigan, but students and educators across the globe are all facing these same challenges. Please allow us to build a strong remote education for our students instead of the tumultuous path of an uncertain and interrupted in-person attempt. If we learned anything from the spring, we know that switching to remote is difficult and creates numerous unneeded transitions for the students. The best thing we can do right now for our students is to provide them with consistency and a strong, developed remote education while we still have time to learn and implement. Please vote to begin the school year remotely and allow the district to put their financial resources, time, and training into doing this one path very, very well. As a parent of 3 young children with 2 working parents, I understand the plight of many of our families in the district. With that being said, in-person will not be what it was before, not at this time. All the social benefits of in-person school will be greatly reduced with the CDC implementations. Allow us to promote collaborative learning through the vast resources that technology offers us. We are educators, we love to teach, we love our students, and we love our community. Allow us to lead students through their educational path in a safe way. With a strongly developed remote curriculum while we navigate the challenges of this pandemic as a community. A special ed teacher states, as a special educator, I know the value of consistency and routine for my students. Virtual learning in the spring was not ideal because it was done in an emergency situation. There was no time to prepare a robust learning platform. We were merely applying Band-Aids. If we return to face-to-face, it will not be a matter of if we were returning to remote learning at some point because of an outbreak. It is when we will be returning to remote learning because of an outbreak. If you look at schools that have opened already around the country, they are closed due to outbreaks. According to the Academy of Pediatrics, there were 100,000 cases of COVID in children diagnosed at the end of July. Children have not been in school since March, so the rate of transmission among them has been very low. When schools return to face-to-face learning, that rate of transmission between students and then to the community is going to skyrocket. South Lyon is a data-driven district with the data, and the data does not support returning to school in person at this point. Because we know inevitably we will be returning to remote learning at some point, the uncertainty, inconsistency, and chaos is not conducive for special education students. It would make better sense for the next few weeks to be spent laying out a robust online platform for teachers to become familiar with during their professional development days at the beginning of September. The more familiar and at ease teachers are, the better it will be for our special education students. No one would argue that virtual is better than face-to-face because it is not. Face-to-face is superior, but during a pandemic, kids need consistency and to feel safe. John says, I would like the board to vote in favor of an online start for the South Lyon school year. I work for an automotive supplier and still have not been asked to return to the office, even though our company has been doing an awesome job. I feel like I've already read this one, so I'm going to skip the rest of that one. A parent says, last week, the high school in Dallas, Georgia, resumed classes August 3rd. As of Sunday, 9 students at the school had tested positive for the virus, and the district announced it would move learning online for today and tomorrow. I would not want to see our schools go through this. Let us have a delayed start to in-person so we can get more data and come up with a better plan. Concerned South Lyon Elementary educator. First of all, thank you to all the board members for all of your thought and time put into these decisions. It is a difficult situation with no clear winner to make everyone happy. As an educator, I want to be back in the classroom. I want to physically see my kids. I want to give them hugs in the morning or if they need them during the day. I want to join them sitting on the carpet during morning meetings. I want to help them learn to tie their shoes and zip their coats. But these are not possible in our current condition of the world. My students will not be getting the true school experience if we return face-to-face. They will get a teacher who can only wave behind a mask. They will see me standing in the front of the room or behind my desk as we go over the day or a lesson. The kids will hear me endlessly say, keep practicing to tie your shoes, as they likely trip and fall on said untied laces. For my safety and health, this is the way it will have to be. I do not feel safe returning to work. At the last meeting, it was made clear how expensive it would be to follow all of the protocols for a safe return to school. South Lyon does not have the funds to make this happen. I do not think it is right to risk the health and safety of educators or our kids for the chance to be in school for a week or two before the inevitable happens. How would you explain to your child that their best friend or beloved staff member at school became so sick they won't be coming back for quite some time? How do you reassure them that the school is still a safe place they can go to without a worry of that happening to them? For these reasons and many more, I urge you to really think of the health and safety for all involved. Thank you. A Brummer parent says, I just want to say thank you to all the teachers who love and support our kids. This is a difficult time of uncertainty for all of you, and I know that you will always put our kids first. That being said, I think it's time that we listen to the staff of how they feel. My students love school because of all the extra stuff that the teachers pour into the day. If we return to face-to-face instruction, I can't tell my kids with certainty that they will be safe. They will see their teachers cleaning behind a mask, behind a barrier at the front of their room, and not be the awesome, wonderful teachers we love. Wait for us to return to face-to-face instruction when the time is right, when we can keep our families safe, when we can keep our teachers and their families safe, when we can keep the kids excited about their learning again. A special ed teacher says, as a special educator, I know the value of consistency. Yeah, this is the same one I read before. Okay. Okay, Michael Rizzi. Are you online, Michael Rizzi? He would like to speak about the need of children to receive in-person teaching. Mr. Rizzi, if you press *6 to unmute your phone, you are up to speak. Okay, we will come back to Mr. Rizzi. An elementary teacher states, good evening and thank you to everyone for being here on behalf of our incredible students. I am very concerned that many families do not understand the reality of what face-to-face school will entail in the upcoming month. I absolutely love my job, my students, and the beginning of a new year. Every single teacher I have spoken to agrees that we would all rather be gearing up for a new year, meeting new students, and creating a welcoming classroom environment that will be their home away from home for the school year. However, if face-to-face learning begins, school will be far from what families expect, and frankly, far from what they are counting on. Students will not be able to interact with friends, give high five, hug those they've missed, or even sit near each other to chat on the bus or to read a new book. There will be no Go Noodle brain breaks for students who need a chance to move and release built-up energy. There will be no recess time for students to play gaga ball or basketball with their friends in other classes. There will be no lunchtime fun, sitting near friends, buying hot lunch, and choosing a chocolate milk to go with it. There will be no excitement about walking to the library in hopes of scoring a cool chapter book to bring home to read. There will be no sitting at lockers before school, giggling about something that happened over the weekend. There will be no school assemblies, parents in the building to drop little ones off, or Fridays spent with learning buddies. But most importantly, students will not be able to receive their usual love, care, and physical interactions from the teachers each day, since they'll be 6 feet apart with their faces expressionless behind masks. It breaks my heart that virtual learning will be the reality again, but I truly know that it is the only safe and smart option to protect our students, staff, families, and our entire community from another widespread outbreak of COVID-19. Have you discussed how you will handle a conversation with your young student about their neighbor, classmate, friend, teacher, or family member dying of COVID-19? Do you think they may believe it could have been their fault since they went back to school and brought germs home? Parents, I'm sorry if you view the current virtual learning situation as a burden. It will be hard, but worth it when one day we can return to normal learning. Eventually, your child will be able to receive the love and care they deserve from their teacher, but right now it just can't happen in person. South Lyon simply does not have the funds to make this year safe for students, staff, families, and our entire community. I look forward to the day when I can meet my students in person and give them the attention, care, and true learning they deserve. Thank you for your time. Mr. Rizzi, are you on?
Yeah, sorry, it wasn't letting me go on. So
Yeah, no worries. You're
sorry.
go right ahead.
Yeah, so I called in and listened last week, and there was a lot of really good communication between what the parents felt, and there was a lot of questions I think that were asked of the school board. But I had a couple other things that I had thought about in this in the week coming on. One of the things that I heard repeatedly stated was that we don't have enough money to do what it was. But yet at the beginning of the meeting last week, almost everyone on the board was patting themselves on the back saying, hey, congratulations, we passed a bond, we got money. So I don't know how long it took to get this bond approved and put in the wording, and that obviously the community is willing to go and pay to make sure that the people in the community have enough money for building brand new things as opposed to going back to school. Has the question been of doing potentially asking the community of how much they'd be willing to donate, how much they'd be willing to spend to do a single item to say, hey, we'll go and we'll give $500, or because it seems as if the reason why we're not going to have kids go back based on what was said was that there's not enough money. And I feel that the board did not ask or find any ways to be creative to come up with to fix the shortfall. They haven't asked the community. They just said, well, we voted and we got this bond that we did a great job of doing, but that wasn't enough, knowing that you needed additional money to do all of these things. So also last week, the superintendent was asked, what if this doesn't pass? And he said, well, I don't know. I don't have any plans. So why is there not secondary plans in case if it doesn't pass today? What's going to happen? It's either what the superintendent basically said is you're going to either eat a crap sandwich or you're going to starve to death. So pick which one you're going to do that you feel is best for your children. So I just think that there's been a lot of time and not a lot of effort to go in to give the options, because you haven't been and haven't thought and been creative of how to actually fix this. So that's my concerns.
Okay, thank you. Next up, Margaret Pierce says, hello, I write to you as a mother of an incoming kindergartner and second grader. I implore you to consider alternatives to the broad needs of students ranging in age from 4 to 18 that South Lyon serves. Remote learning will have very different levels of success based on the student's maturity. By removing any option for face-to-face learning, you are setting up our youngest students for failure. Their success will be fully dependent on their parents' involvement. We need to be looking at varied options based on the 14-year span of schooling that our public schools provide. Half of South Lyon parents want in-person learning. How can you ignore that fact? There has not been a shift in sentiment among our community. There is simply a shift in what the administration is willing to find solutions for. I understand that creating a process for safe schooling is difficult, but this is our children's education. It's time to do the hard work and get creative rather than throwing up our hands and saying we can't. What is that teaching our children? Last Wednesday's presentation was simply a litany of excuses for why it's too hard. Stop making excuses and assumptions. Michigan's Safe Start Roadmap was intended as a guide. Unfortunately, much of the rationale put forth in Wednesday's presentation revolved around recommended, not required items. Many school districts across the country have been able to find a solution. I expect that my school district can be one of them. I would encourage you to reach out to Hunt Elementary School in Jackson, Michigan to discuss how they made the process work. One solution will not work for all families. We need a choice and we deserve a choice. It's time to get creative and do what is right for our children. Dan, a concerned parent, states, there is an astounding amount of hypocrisy for the school board to conduct online virtual meetings while discussing the decision to send thousands of school children, teachers, and staff back into an environment where social distancing is impossible and the virus rages on. You know what it takes to be safe for yourselves, which is why you're having a virtual meeting. As we have all seen in schools that have opened in person around the country, an outbreak of confirmed cases of teachers and students is bound to almost immediately occur. This will cause the attempt at in-person learning to be chaotic. Even turning a blind eye to the near guaranteed death of the school children's family members and school staff, which would occur, imagine the indescribable feeling you would have due to the death of a South Lyon child you have been elected to act in the best interest of. Children are not immune to this virus. They can and do get sick. They can and do die, and they can and do transmit the virus. This has clearly been seen in the death of a 7-year-old and a 9-year-old, which occurred in Florida and Georgia in the past 2 weeks. Our teachers are amazing educators, and we can't and shouldn't ask them to also be janitorial staff, babysitter, hazmat team, and mask police. Follow the science and begin your year remotely for our teachers and children. Ashley Fisher states, I'm a parent of a toddler and a student at the ECC and strongly feel that in-person school would be disastrous for our community. Until there is a vaccine or proven treatment options, exposing students and adult staff to this virus is both unnecessary and avoidable. If cases are contained in winter, perhaps in-person learning could be considered. But we are obviously not containing the virus at the moment. In fact, high school-age children are spreading it. Let's use the technology we have to keep our residents safe. A concerned elementary teacher states, "Good evening. I'm an elementary teacher in South Lyon and also a parent of a child in the district. One of my main goals as a teacher is to create a safe and comfortable learning environment for my young students. Students and families should feel safe about sending their child to school every day. All the staff in the district should feel safe coming to school each day. At this time, I do not feel safe going to work with over 26 students in my classroom and over 500 students and staff in my school. I am very concerned about returning to full face-to-face learning this fall. I do not believe South Lyon is prepared and ready to follow the safety guidelines that the state has required in their roadmap. The main concern of the school board should be for the students and staff's health and safety. Please keep this in the front of your mind as you are making your decisions tonight. Will you be sending thousands of students and staff into an environment that is safe for them? Thank you." Brenda McCloskey says, "I'd like to start by expressing my appreciation for the time invested by the board, administration, and the committee members who've worked diligently the past couple months. I'd also like to acknowledge the parents' frustration and need to go back as a work. Sorry. As a working mom, I can empathize with the challenges they face. I know that the one thing we all desperately want right now is to get back to normal. Kids going back to school represents some degree of normalcy, but we can't disregard the importance of safety and providing the best learning environment possible. The presentation last week clearly articulated the many challenges if we go back in person in September. But even if we manage to address all of those challenges, what in-person learning looks like under these conditions leaves much to be desired. Masks will be required to be worn by all students and staff at all times. That means that students won't be able to drink or snack during class or between classes. While this may not sound like a big deal, most students do this. It helps them to stay energized and focused, which will be even more important during 2-hour classes. Masks also prevent teachers and students from seeing each other's facial expressions. While this may sound trivial, it will make it significantly more difficult to get to know each other. It will make it harder for some students to learn because it will be less interesting, and for some, they won't be able to read lips. Some classes depend on students observing our mouth formations like foreign language and choir classes. Gym classes require physical activity that makes it difficult for students to wear masks. 2 hours is a long time for even adults to sit still. This will be especially challenging for students who, given the other limitations of this environment, will largely be expected to sit still, listen, watch, and work independently. Teaching strategies will be severely limited. This is huge. We cannot put students in groups, have them get up and move around to view, discuss, or collaborate with others. We cannot have students moving around the classroom to different stations or work areas. No partner chats, no sharing materials. Teachers will have to avoid being too close to students and giving individual feedback on their work. Without these strategies, how will they learn? These techniques are essential in a 55-minute class period, but we expect students to stay engaged in the classroom without them for twice as long. Yes, this gets kids in school, but it won't lead to the same kind of learning. Passing time will be largely unsupervised because teachers will be busy cleaning. In my classroom, I would be responsible for cleaning 36 chairs, desks, computer monitors, and keyboards, as well as other common touch areas. Even if I can complete this task during passing time, that means 36 students are huddled in close proximity outside my classroom while I clean. When they do come in, they'll be seated close together, in some cases elbow to elbow, because it's not possible to socially distance seating at the tables in my classroom. What about kids having fun? If school is seen as rigid and they don't enjoy it, they will not learn. A negative school experience, it could have long-lasting impact on students' education. I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the difficulty that remote learning presents for a segment of our population. There is no doubt that it's more difficult for some to learn online, but in this case, I believe that it's better than the alternative, even for them. Teachers are accustomed to differentiating and providing extra feedback, assistance, and opportunities for students. It's what we do. We care about every student and will do our best to ensure every student learns as much as possible. I appreciate the difficulty of this decision and that we all want what's best for the kids in our community. My request is simply that we focus on exactly that, what is best for the kids from both a safety and learning perspective. Thank you for your time. A concerned and dedicated South Lyon teacher. Remote learning, not ideal, but essential. Members of the board, I'm a science teacher at one of your secondary buildings. I sat through all 4 hours of last week's meeting with you, and I want to thank you for your professionalism and stamina. I know there is a lot of pressure on you to find a balance between making the right choice and making the community happy. There's been a lot of push this last week to attempt at least a hybrid option. But as the district unequivocally outlined for us last week, it just won't work. In the midst of a pandemic, our old normal doesn't exist. Our district does not have the financial means or the staffing to safely open schools. If we try to push for normal, it will result in illnesses, deaths, lost resources, and lost opportunities. The virus runs one program only: invade, cell, replicate, repeat. It succeeds at this when we try to live our lives normally. A summer camp in Georgia ran for a total of 6 days, following most of the CDC's guidelines. The camp was fully shut down 3 days after the first positive test, but 260 of the 597 attendees still contracted the virus. A lot of people believe that children do not contract or spread the disease as much as adults, but 51% of the attendees between the ages of 6 to 10 contracted the illness, and 44% of the attendees between the ages of 11 to 17 contracted the illness. A summer camp in Texas lasted 2 weeks following all of the CDC's guidelines, but a junior high in Indiana had to start quarantine procedures midway through its first day of school when a student waiting out their COVID test results decided to attend anyway, and it turned out they were positive. The list of examples goes on, but for the sake of time, I'm going to move on to addressing some of the topics that struck me the most during last week's meeting. A lot of people have been saying that life is full of risks, and while this is true, we also do everything we can to minimize those risks. If our child's car didn't have functioning headlights or seatbelts, we wouldn't encourage them to drive home in the dark. If our district told us they don't have the resources to even begin to minimize the risks of in-person instruction, why would we demand to have it anyway? My classroom is built for 24 students, and I will have 34 students in each of my classes this year. In order to fit 34 desks in my room, there's been a lot of push this last week to attempt to at least hybrid option. Wait. Sorry, it's jumping around on me. My classroom is built for 24 students, and I will have 34 students in my classes this year. In order to fit 34 desks in my room, I have them arranged in groups of 3, with only 2 very narrow aisles servicing all 34 seats. In order for the 34 students to get inside the seats, they must enter from the side and crawl over each other's backpacks, often holding onto each other in each other's desks and chairs to avoid falling over, which regularly occurs. For my smaller students, their shoulders sits about 8 to 10 inches apart. The shoulders of my larger students sometimes touch. If you want to truly social distance, my class would need to be cut into thirds, but this would still not alleviate the lack of custodial staff or funding for the proper cleaning supplies and PPE. Despite our custodial staff's best efforts, my classroom has gone more than 6 weeks without anything beyond trash removal. We do not have what we need to adequately clean our building, nor do we have the appropriate ventilation to fill our buildings with students at this time. There have been many comparisons made between teaching and other essential services. If your grocery shopping experiences were similar to this educational experience, you would need to be restricting the shopping in the staff break room at Meyer. You'd be shopping in a tight group of 35 people, your shoulders 2 to 10 inches apart, your face 3 feet from the person in front of you, and your back 3 feet from the person behind you. You would also need to stay in that grocery shopping experience for 7 hours. Retail centers have employees outside with clickers to ensure the inside of the store remains uncrowded and people can stay distanced. There are one-way markers on aisles, and in-school experience will violate every recommendation we have been trying for these last 5 months. This brings us to the topic of inevitable quarantines. A family friend attended a graduation party in South Lyon the weekend of the 24th. He developed symptoms within 2 days, but didn't test positive until the second swab done 10 days after falling ill. In that time, he infected his father, sister, and sister, neither of which tested positive on their first swab either. Unfortunately, these delayed results are not the exception. In situations like this, would shut down classrooms after classroom, even the entire building within a matter of weeks. We are all desperate for normal, but normal isn't here yet. Our in-person school experience will be completely devoid of group work, labs, collaboration, and the movement of our students need to learn most effectively. We cannot make in-person education the meaningful and healthy experience that we try to ensure if we invest all the limited time, energy, staffing, and financial resources we currently have to get fully functioning remote program up and running. We can provide a safe, more comfortable, and more collaborative educational experience for our students while also devising plans to meet the needs of our high-risk and high-need students. Thank you for taking the time to hear my concerns and for using your good judgment and overwhelming evidence provided to you by the district to help us succeed to the best of our abilities during this unprecedented time. A concerned special needs parent says, our district services students with significant impairments that have many needs and services. These students, I feel, are being forgot about in plans I have seen. It needs to be taken into account that the severity of their disabilities does not allow them to sit in front of a computer. Also, these students also need one-on-one assistance when completing work tasks. As some of these students do not generalize, school is where they learn and home is not where they do schoolwork. These students need to be in school to get instruction from teachers and paras. The participation in my son's classroom was very minimal due to the nature and severity of their disabilities. My son attended once and did not participate. It was very difficult to do assignments with him as he needs hand-over-hand help. His teacher reached out and was nothing but helpful with things. She could not have done anything more with the situation we were in. I had hoped that these students would be looked at a bit different this fall. Their class sizes are small. I had hoped that South Lyon would look at these students with the nature and severity of their disabilities and have them attend like many districts are, in plans listed to accept for our most significant students. Our population is slipping through the cracks once again. Julie Foley says, I want to express my gratitude to the board. No one could have predicted this additional responsibility and decision-making when you were elected to this position. As a parent in this district, I sincerely appreciate your efforts. Thank you. I also want to express my appreciation for making a decision that's best for all families in the district and recognizing a one-size-fits-all approach may not be the best. By providing options of both in-person and virtual schooling, all students, families, and staff accommodates the variety of needs in the district, regardless if school starts remotely or traditionally on September 8th. As a household with significant medical concerns, we appreciate the choice provided by the district. With greatest appreciation, Julie. Rochelle says, sending kids back to school right now just doesn't seem safe. They can carry the virus without symptoms, thus spreading it quicker and faster. I know virtual learning is hard, trust me. I don't want to do it either. But the last thing I want is my kids still home bugging me all day. But it is safer for them to be home, not just for them, but for the rest of the community. John Glazer says, please do not put our kids, teacher, and staff at risk for lifelong implications of possible scarred lungs, heart disease, neurological issues, and even death. There is too much unknown about COVID-19 to take these risks for our community. Our schools and teachers are not intended to be daycare centers. The school must be a safe environment for all. Do not put teachers, staff, and kids into harm's way. Start the year remotely. A concerned South Lyon teacher. I want to thank you all for your time and consideration to my thoughts toward the start of the school year. Currently, I am about to start my third year as a high school teacher in the district and absolutely love my job, the team that I work with. I want to get back into the classroom to be with my students. However, I want to do it when it is safe for everyone. I completely understand that this decision comes with stress and long consideration. As a teacher who is high risk and only in their 20s, I am at risk by only walking down the hallway. Therefore, I want to extremely thank Superintendent Archibald and his team for the consideration of the safety of everyone in the school environment, teachers, students, support staff, etc. This is very important to me because the value of everyone involved is one of the reasons why I chose to want to work in South Lyon. I know there will be challenges in virtual learning, but I can guarantee the team will make it the best possible situation for our students by providing engaging and enjoyable lessons. Starting virtually allows us to have time to obtain the materials we will need to be successful in person, create a consistent schedule for all of our students to start off the school year strong, and allows for the safety of all involved within the learning environment. To finish, I want to support the picture that some of my fellow teachers have painted in previous comments. As a co-teacher, I am often around many parts of the building, but I have to be flexible in how I provide the support and instruction to my students. It is often hard to even reach some of my students due to spacing. In one of my co-taught classes, there are 35 students and 2 teachers. I am climbing over backpacks trying to fit in corners and even sometimes sitting on the floor so I am not in the way of the board for others. In order to reach my students who have questions or might need the teacher's instructions worded differently. So I ask you, if we stick with the number of students in the class that we've had before, I am nervous that those questions won't be answers because I can't climb that backpack mountain to get to my students. Whereas I can be available to all students from a safe environment with them knowing we can work together to create our community of learners and be successful as possible. Thank you for your time and commitment to the safety of our South Lyon community. Okay, Christina Reeves would like to speak regarding the sports programs. Ms. Reeves, are you on the line? You need to press *6 on your phone. Okay, she would like to speak about, she wants to know why sports programs are still practicing with all the recent cases among them. So we'll, when she gets on the line, we'll let her speak. Megan Terry says, hello, and thank you for taking the time to read my comment this evening. I will be entering my 9th year of teaching in Southline Community Schools this school year. I truly love teaching in this tightly bonded and supportive community. I miss teaching and I miss my students immensely. I would love nothing more than to walk into my classroom in September to see every one of their faces, ready and eager to learn. However, at this point in time, I must support Superintendent Archibald's recommendation to begin this year remotely for the health and safety of all. Virtual teaching is really challenging. There's no denying it. It certainly is not the preferred way that I would want to meet my students for the first time or teach. However, the safety of all students and staff should be of the utmost importance, and with that comes very tough decisions that will impact many. The virtual learning of last spring, which was optional for students regarding their participation, will be very different come this fall. In the spring, teachers and administrators were thrown into a situation that we had no way of preparing for. But please don't lose faith in us now. We plan to provide each and every student the best possible experience with a remote start. I want to thank all of those who have spent countless hours taking on the insurmountable task of determining the safest and best option for students and staff for the start of the 2020-21 school year. On Wednesday, district leadership eloquently outlined the plethora of concerns involved in attempting to start the school year in person. In my opinion, the picture of what the back-to-school plan would look like in person has not been entirely clear to those that are not in the classroom each and every day. I appreciate the time spent Wednesday evening outlining what it would look like and its many complications. I believe that Dr. Matthew Sims, the Director of Infectious Disease Research at Beaumont Health, said it best when asked about those that say social distancing just isn't possible in school, but schools should open anyway. He quotes, "That is not an acceptable answer. That wasn't the answer for bars, it wasn't the answer for restaurants, that wasn't the answer for malls, that wasn't the answer for anything, and it can't be the answer for schools. The social distancing aspect is only one of the many issues that you have heard expressed, but please know each and every complication that was explained on Wednesday is incredibly valid and greatly impacts our ability to provide a safe learning environment for our students. As much as I would love to get back into my classroom, we simply cannot afford to provide or guarantee a safe learning atmosphere due to the financial and physical restraints that we have been dealt. For these reasons, I strongly encourage the board to please vote in favor of the proposed plan for distance learning so that we can begin planning and working towards what we do best, teach. Teach without fear for the safety and health of our students, families, and colleagues. Thank you for your time." Ms. Reeves, are you on the line yet? Okay. Next is Sarah LeBeau. She states, "I'm writing, tuning in tonight as a concerned teacher in the district. I would like to begin by saying I love my job, this district, and my students. During the school year, I spent most of my waking hours at school and on campus, attending sporting events, theater productions, music concerts, etc. I want nothing more than to see my students and continue to create relationships that foster learning, growth, and love. But as an educator, my number one job is to protect my students in and outside my classroom, whether it be from an active shooter, tornado, fire, other students or adults, and even themselves sometimes. So I write today to advocate for my students' safety. While the risk to return in person may seem low to some, it is not. That very risk is a potential life that we will lose, whether it is a student, teacher, staff member, or family member. But at what cost is a life worth taking? Myself, colleagues, students, and community have already lost 2 students this past school year. As a teacher, I witnessed firsthand the deterioration of students and staff, mental, emotional, and physical health from these losses, including my own. I know that I cannot bear to mourn another student or staff member when something could be done to drastically reduce the risk of losing a life. I implore the board to vote yes tonight on the return to school plan for a 6-week remote learning, knowing that this decision is a heavy one. However, leaders in the community have to make the right choice, even if it does not get them positive recognition." Okay, Nellie Daniels Norris would like to speak about teachers. Ms. Norris, are you on the line?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Before I begin, I just want to say thank you to the administration and school board for the work that you've put in regarding the return to school. This is not an easy decision, but we appreciate the time and effort that you've put forth in trying to figure something out. Also, to the parents, I just want to say we understand your frustrations, we hear you, and we feel them. This is all very disheartening, but no matter what decision is made, we will not be successful unless we work together and support each other and support our students. My name is Nellie Daniels Norris. I teach social studies at South Lyon East High School. I am also a type 1 diabetic. According to the New England Journal of Medicine, that means I am at an increased risk of severe illness from COVID-19. That means chances are, if I get it, I'll be on a ventilator trying to survive something that doesn't have a cure. So I ask, what happens if I get sick? What extra precautions are being made for high-risk students and staff like me? And since I'm more likely to get infected, what's the plan if I expose one of my students who takes the virus home and infects one of their parents or grandparents? Who's responsible for that? The Center for Disease Control reports that by January 1st, almost 300,000 Americans will have died from this virus. Don't get me wrong. I love my job. I love my students. I love teaching, but I am more than a teacher. I am someone's wife. I am someone's daughter. But because the virus doesn't care about either one of those things, I need you guys to. I need my school district. I need my school board. I need my community to care about me and my students and their families by doing what is right, educated, and informed. I ask you to consider and vote for remote learning so we can have a better understanding of what we're all up against. Please don't ask me to risk my life simply because we wish the virus wasn't here. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your service to the district. Next up is Mr. David Credit Helm. He would also like to speak regarding in-person schooling. Mr. Helm? Okay, we will wait for Mr. Helm. While we're waiting, I will read a concerned staff member states, I've been a teacher in South Lyon for over 15 years. I love my job and work very hard to give my students the best education possible. I find it disturbing that parents have stated that teachers don't want to work, and that is why so many of us are in favor of remote instruction. I want the board and parents to know that remote instruction is way more difficult and time-consuming than in-person instruction. My job will be more difficult to do online, but with the obstacles that our superintendent has shared, it is the only feasible way to begin school safely for all of us involved. Stacy Sepulveda would like to speak regarding the return to school plan. Ms. Sepulveda, are you online?
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, first of all, my name is Stacia Sepulveda. You did a great job. And I've been a teacher, don't even worry about it. And I've been a teacher with South Lyon for 10 years. Thank you for all of your time and planning for this upcoming unprecedented school year. And thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. Being a teacher, it's not just a profession, it's a lifestyle. One of the first things anyone knows about dating or marrying a teacher is that the profession comes with the entire deal. We don't just think of our students or work when we are at work. Our concern, love, and care for them permeates our very existence. Saying goodbye to my students in March was one of the most difficult things I've ever had to do in my career. I was 5 months pregnant, and my students were so excited to see me come to full term, and they never did. My son was born in June, by the way. However, I assured them that any decision that was made was for the sole reason of keeping them safe. I told them that first and foremost, their safety was the number one concern. I believe their physical safety is still at stake here, as many of my friends and colleagues pointed out last week at the study session and again tonight. I am not going to rehash all the unrealistic and unattainable ways schools would need to change in order to be in person in September, or re-ask the questions we still don't have answers to for us to be in person. However, I'm going to point out that what came clear to me at that meeting that should have been pretty obvious to everybody. Tens of thousands of dollars is what is being estimated each month to make the schools run safely. This is on top of the regular costs it entails to keep a school running when there is not a pandemic, and we were already facing cuts for that. To put into perspective, this is roughly the salary one teacher makes in an entire year being spent each month. And even with these additional expenses, schools would still fall incredibly short of providing a safe environment for kids, which again has been pointed out profusely by all of my friends and colleagues. Making good choices is my mantra and something every one of my students knows they will hear from me regularly. In fact, there are probably students of mine listening right now who are laughing or rolling their eyes because they can hear me saying make good choices to them in their heads. If you're listening, please know I miss you. If you're hearing this, my heart just aches at the thought of not being able to be with you in school with you this fall, even though it would be temporary. And I do not envy the choice you, the board, all have to make tonight. However, it needs to be said that not all good choices are easy. Making good choices doesn't necessarily mean it will be a popular choice. And making a good choice is definitely not guaranteed that it's actually the choice we want to make. Lastly, I want to stress some facts that are being overlooked or misinterpreted. The first is that cases are still spreading, and this time they are spreading more rapidly and more often through children. And at this point, I do believe the term children refers to anyone under the age of 18. Number two, this remote start would be temporary. We all want to be back in school. And the quicker we as a state and community can rid the spread of this virus, the quicker we can do so and safely. And three, the remote learning would have a rigorous, detailed, and much more efficient curriculum than we had in the spring when we were in pure survival mode due to the forever extending mandates that came not from the school board, they came from the state. Lastly, I would like to point out that many are thinking that in-person learning is going to look the way it always has. But bottom line, it will not. But if we diminish the amount of cases and can move into phase 5, then when we can and do return, it might actually look like we want it to. I'll leave with this final thought. We must do what we have to do in order to do what we want to do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments and your service, and congratulations on your baby boy.
Thank you.
Yep. Next up, John Thompson states, it has been announced that junior K through second grade will be utilizing Seesaw for the virtual learning pathway. Will the setup on how assignments are provided be similar to what we had in March through June? We had a kindergartner during that time, and it was very difficult for her to utilize the text boxes and tools to respond to her schoolwork independently. I am hopeful that other options for an online learning program were sought out or significant improvements were made to Seesaw. We need to create a more independent experience for the children, which will relieve some of the parent oversight. Thank you, and we appreciate your time and effort on the school board. Ryan Cottingham. Dear school board members, I'm writing today to voice my opinion against returning to in-school learning so soon. It is my belief, with the backing of science and advice from medical professionals, that returning to in-class schools for our children so soon in the middle of a pandemic will lead to community spread of COVID-19 throughout South Lyon and its surrounding areas. We have seen recently just a handful of school-age prom and grad parties in our community, how this is not just a possibility but a reality. How many severely ill people will come from just these handful of gatherings? How many deaths? And how can we send our kids back to school knowing how easily these recent incidents spread and how large their impact has and will still become? This will inevitably happen in our schools the same way. How many seriously sick kids, family members, or teachers does your board feel are worth the risk of returning in class so soon? How many deaths? Just to get kids back in school? This is just too high a cost to bear. I want my kids back in school as much as anyone. I understand all the benefits gained from in-class school, and I understand the challenges of so many families who rely on the school for childcare and food assistance. But I will not put my children or family at risk, and hope you are all would not be willing to risk the lives of any children, their family members, or the wonderful teachers that we have in our community. Thank you for your time. Ryan Cottingham. Bridget McDowell would like to speak regarding the return to school plan. Ms. McDowell, are you on the line?
Hi,
Yes.
my name is Bridget McDowell. I'm a Brummer parent, and I'm also a former middle school math teacher, and I currently work in teacher preparation. I have a lot of thoughts based on what people have said, but I want to start by saying this is not an easy decision, obviously, and I still want to urge the board to start the whole school year with remote and virtual options. Teachers are
important. And as a teacher, a former teacher, I know this. They're very important, but they're not essential. They're not trained like doctors and nurses are to provide any kind of treatment for infectious disease, and it's unreasonable to put the burden on this to educators who like get a bloodborne pathogen training every couple of years. They just aren't prepared for this. Face-to-face education in our community is not something I trust. As a member of the community, I don't want our schools to have this. You can't trust our community because people we were just in the news like last week for all these prom parties at home and graduation parties that are continuing. There was one down the street from me last week with a ton of cars out in the front. People are not taking this seriously, and I can't imagine that it would be possible for high school students to be trusted to take it seriously at school. My daughter goes to Brummer, and I just wanted to use the rest of my public comment time to ask you which of the staff members you would be fine losing as a result of COVID. Stacy Cooper, Ms. Burton, Ms. Panoff, Ms. Conroe, Ms. Johnson, Ms. McPhee, Ms. Fox, Ms. Broggy, Ms. Jilg, Ms. Houtman, Mr. Troyer, Ms. Helen, Ms. Latour, Ms. Fox, Ms. Jenks, Ms. Young, Ms. Debilowski, Ms. Schaefer, Ms. Monstrel, Ms. Uli, Ms. Whitico, Ms. Emmons, Ms. O'Farrell, Ms. Bedillo, Ms. Ramey, Mr. Price, Ms. Grant, Ms. Sanders, Ms. Livat, Ms. Binder, Ms. Hearn, Ms. Gomez, Ms. Carlson, Ms. Savage, Ms. Minnick, Ms. Jones, Ms. Jocelyn, Ms. Post, Ms. Charette, Ms. Potter, Ms. Ugo, Ms. Abermanis, Ms. Russell, Ms. Gaffney, Ms. Frisk, Ms. Hams, Ms. Caradelli, Ms. Montoka, Ms. Alice, Ms. Walters, Ms. Thompson, Ms. Aller, Ms. Lowney, Ms. Peters, Ms. Hare, Ms. Kobe, Ms. Reynolds, Ms. Sletman, Ms. Hoover, Ms. Melville, Mr. Sesproto, Mr. Dawkin, Mr. Cooper, Ms. Amos, Ms. Mincha, Ms. Sprague, Ms. Nyquist, Ms. Ash, Ms. Forsyth, Ms. Cook, Ms. Marriott, Ms. O'Keefe, Ms. Turpak, Ms. Allen, Ms. Barba, Ms. Bean, Ms. Brell, Ms. Breslin, Ms. Carroll, Ms. Dancer, Ms. Davis, Ms. Kamen, Ms. Line, Ms. Martin, because somebody is going to get it and somebody is going to not be there at the end of the year. So which among you of the board is going to deal with that?
Thank you. Next up is Mr. Shane McDowell. Mr. McDowell, did you want to speak regarding the return to school plan? Okay, we'll come back to Mr. McDowell. Next up, Miss Christina Henn states, if secondary students sign up for virtual learning, will the number of classes taught by South Lyon teachers be expanded, replacing some Edgenuity classes? Thank you. Miss Christina Donaldson Shields. She states, has there been consideration into having a core group of teachers only teach virtually, protect those teachers from exposure to COVID-19 and subsequent quarantine? Previous versions of the plan indicated that the same teachers would be instructing both virtual and in-class options. If no separation exists between the in-class and virtual teachers, we run the risk of losing more teachers overall to COVID-19 exposure. This is concerning because we already know we have a substitute shortage. Erin Conningham says, good evening, school board. I know a lot of folks are pushing for in-school learning this fall. We all wish things could go back to normal by then. The truth about our situation is that sending our children back to school now puts us all at risk. It's a heavy weight to bear as individuals and a tremendous liability for the district to open these schools. Please make your decision with the safety of the community in the forefront of your minds. Our community will not be safe with these schools opening right now. If you are confident about how you plan to handle in-person schooling and end up being wrong, what is the price to be paid? Is it worth it? In my opinion, it is not worth it, and Southline Community Schools is not ready. Thank you for your time. Next up is Kelly Mazarant. She's a Southline teacher. I know I said her name wrong, sorry. My name is Kelly Mazarant, and I am a teacher at East. I have spent my entire teaching career in South Lyon working with our amazing students. I love our students, staff, families, and the community as a whole so much that I became a resident myself. I want to thank you for recommending a reasonable plan for the start of the school year. I know that this has been an extremely difficult time and timely task, taking all the details into consideration. When it comes time to vote tonight, I truly hope that our number one priority remains the safety and well-being of our students and staff. Thank you. Kelly Sullivan states, given the recent news of an increase in cases of COVID-19 among young people in our community, I feel that returning to face-to-face learning is ill-advised at this time. Students should learn virtually until at least the end of the first marking period. At that time, the board can reevaluate. To err on the side of caution will protect our children and their families. Mr. Jeff Steger would like to speak regarding the back-to-school plan. Mr. Steger, are you on the line?
Well, I think I'm here.
Yes, you are. Go right ahead.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Stager. I am a South Lyon resident with students in both elementary and middle schools in our district, and I am an English and theater teacher at South Lyon East High School. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I must begin by acknowledging how much I love my job and this district. South Lyon is full of great students and families, and I am thankful to have had a small part to play in the lives of many young adults since 2005, when I began teaching in the district with wonderful colleagues. I am also thankful for the wonderful teachers who have taught my children. South Lyon schools really are top-notch. Knowing this, I have voluntarily participated on our Return to School committee throughout the summer because I wanted to do my part to support our students, families, teachers, and schools. Through this work, I saw firsthand that all decision-making was built on maintaining a standard of academic excellence, protecting students and staff from health risks, and minimizing the demands placed on families, all while doing our best to build on the success and learning from the failures of our educational experiences this spring. This summer, we weighed many options and considered every angle, knowing we would never be able to please everyone, but we had to do what was best for all. I value education at every level, and I want my children and students to learn and to love learning. I thrive on being at school, and I believe that teachers can truly bring out the best in our students, ourselves, and our content in person. I love hearing the excitement from my children as they recount their accomplishments in and out of the classroom. I love to hear how my students are excelling in their studies, clubs, and teams. I love to hear from my colleagues as they celebrate students and classroom successes. These are wonderful moments, all resulting from face-to-face interaction. And I, for one, would love to return to those types of experiences and in-person school. Yet, despite what my heart desires, the realities of returning to in-person instruction should not be dictated by what our hearts desire. There is simply too much evidence to show that the types of experiences that we love about in-person school would be impossible under the current guidelines, and thus we must make the most difficult decision to start our year with remote learning. My third grader didn't love learning at home this spring, and he demanded a lot of support from my wife and I. It wasn't always easy because he does best in situations that involve collaboration and interaction and clear teacher guidance. But he also loved seeing his peers and teachers' faces in his live meetings. He loved the chance to share his accomplishments via photos and submitted documents to his teachers. I know he would be happiest at school, but only if it were as he knew it. Having to stay in his seat facing the front, devoid of interaction with his peers and teachers, would be soul-crushing for him, mask or no mask. He would have none of the types of experiences that would provide him with the social outlet that so many of us desire in school. While I know that at-home learning presents countless problems for families with children this age, my own included, I am certain that this physical experience with remote learning would be superior to his in-school experience. This situation would allow him to see, to talk, and to engage with his class in ways that being in school would not. He could truly relate with them. I would rather be inconvenienced by the challenges of remote learning than face the disappointed child who would not have the type of school experience that I know he loves and desires. My 7th grader is rather shy and reserved, so he was more comfortable being at home in the spring than many of his peers. He appreciated the chance to interact with his teachers and classmates through the computer in small groups, but he missed the opportunity to work in collaborative teams, to engage in substantive projects, and to socialize with his friends. His first year of middle school proved how much he loved playing his instrument in band and learning through hands-on activities, yet these types of activities would be impossible under the current circumstances. Current guidelines prevent peer-to-peer interaction in most hands-on activities we have known in school, and he and his classmates would be required to engage in any small group activity on online platforms or by teacher demonstration or virtual experiences only, the same way they would be presented in remote learning. The things he loves about school would only be shells of their former selves if we were to attend in person. The educational experiences that he cherishes would be far more possible in remote learning environments. He'd be able to talk with and collaborate with his classmates without the additional restrictions from the state and health risks in place. I love being in the classroom with my students. I love to engage in deep conversation with young adults, to listen as they navigate difficult topics together, to watch as they develop new thinking, interact with their peers, and grow as individuals. I love to laugh with them, to cry with them. I thrive off of that human interaction, and it fuels my teaching and my classroom. That is why virtual learning was not easy. I worked harder this spring than I have ever before to help my students learn. I was determined to make sure that they kept learning, even if it meant that I had to put in massive amounts of time and effort. I wish I never had to go through that process, but I knew then and know now that it is really what is best for our students. I hate thinking that my students would have to restrict all of their interactions with one another and with me by sitting in rows rather than groups, complete shared documents rather than talking in person, abandon what is the heart of my classroom, but I know that being in a remote setting will enable me and my students to engage in the types of class experiences that I and they cherish. I also know that my fellow teachers will do everything we can do to ensure that learning and engagement in our classes takes place. We won't settle for less than that. Starting the school year in a remote fashion is an inconvenience to us all. It forces everyone to turn their lives upside down, but it also enables our teachers and students to truly engage in school without the added stress of COVID uncertainty. It ensures a state of continuity for our students. It addresses the vast challenges of district staffing and budget reductions. It protects us from wildly uncertain health risks. So despite what my heart desires, I ask you to vote in favor of starting the year remotely and phasing in-person school, because this decision cannot be about what we want to do. It must be about what we need to do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments and your service to the district. Rachel Showerman says, I urge the board to follow the professional expertise of our administration and vote to support its recommendation for a remote start to the school year. The facts presented at last week's study session regarding the logistical impossibilities, financial shortfalls, and anticipated inconsistency in infrastructure that our district would encounter should we attempt face-to-face in-building learning in September were clear and indisputable. For years, we put our trust in the care and expertise of the amazing staff at Southline Community Schools, and this is truer now than ever before. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration of this very difficult issue. Mark Malash says, board members, thank you for your commitment under these extraordinary circumstances to make a decision on school reopening. Your collective decision will impact the health and well-being of individuals within the walls of South Lyon schools and throughout our community. I do sympathize with the many parents that wish for schools to reopen in class instruction on September 8th. I want schools to reopen as well, but I do believe the best course of action is for delayed reopening. Despite all the good reasons to justify reopening the schools to students and staff, it can only be done if proper safety protocols are followed. At the board meeting, multiple reasons were given that cast doubt on the ability of the school district to follow protocols. It is not for lack of effort. The sincerity and efforts of the school district are not in doubt. Without resources, staff, funding, and time, there is simply no reasonable expectation of success. Please also consider how intertwined the schools are with the community. We must all understand this decision will impact the community and those that are at risk of illness. This is not just a choice for individual families to make. A choice to reopen schools will impact others. Let's not be among the first to jump into the unknown. This is a temporary situation. My family will choose in-person instruction, but only if we feel the risks are properly managed. We feel delayed reopening is most prudent. Gary Kraus says, the board keeps using the excuse that they don't have enough cleaning supplies to start the school year and they won't be available in time. Why have they not been purchased since school has been done since March? Why did the teachers take home all of their wipes and hand sanitizer that could have been used to start the school year? Why do you not use the private distributors that have been offered through the state of Michigan to find PPE and cleaning supplies? Kate McCallum says, I am currently entering my 13th year in the district. I understand many perspectives, having taught at both high schools, having taught at one of our middle schools, and also having coached for multiple varsity school sports. I live and vote in this community. Finally, as a parent, I have a young child who is pre-enrolled at the Early Childhood Center for this coming school year. I thank the board and countless committees who have been nonstop since spring, issuing and reissuing best practices during such an uncertain time. I too have participated and put in many hours of work continually since March. I want to express the concern I have at the secondary level for the current in-person plan's inability to allow for distancing in the classroom. Currently, I have 37 empty desks in my room. As much as I would love to fill all these seats once more, I am not comfortable with this many people breathing in the same air for 2 hours at a time. In the current COVID state, while families can choose their comfort level with 2 choices, we cannot. I do not feel I can practice the recommended COVID guidelines myself under these circumstances. I have already begun coaching for fall sports, and we have seen cases. I have already had to cancel on kids due to shutdowns. If we can come to a consensus now, we can minimize this and make it better, more consistent environment for our kids. I personally have a master's degree in education technology and truly feel that I can effectively teach remotely. There are many teachers like me in the district, with some with even higher credentials. I want to clarify that the instruction practices and grading policies from the spring were not implemented with teacher advocacy. We followed strict emergency guidelines set forth by the state and local government. Given the time we have now to plan, the schools and teachers can use training days and better serve our students for the start of the school year. I am hoping virtually. Otherwise, please provide ways secondary staff can serve students with less risk. Stacy Kraus states, what are you doing about children with 504 plans in high school? We never heard from the 9th grade 504 coordinator last year during virtual learning. Now this year, he gets a new coordinator. Will she be redoing his accommodations to fit a virtual learning environment since we don't have an anticipated back to school date? How will my ADT child sit at a computer for 263 minutes before he can have a break? Jennifer Gamore would like to speak about the hybrid option. Ms. Gamore, are you on the line?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay. After listening to the South Lyon teachers, staff, parents, students, and board members during the study session last week, I strongly support remote learning to start the school year. That said, getting to a point where in-person instruction is considered safe by teachers, staff, and the majority of parents, I believe must involve a hybrid plan. Hybrid instruction could,
Okay.
Hybrid instruction could solve many of the complications school staff have concerns about, and it provides an easy transition for remote to in-person learning and back to remote again if necessary. High school teachers said large class sizes cannot accommodate social distancing, especially not 6 feet as recommended. Several stated they did not feel this was safe for students or teachers. A hybrid plan, instead of 5 full days, reduces students in the buildings by 50%. This allows dramatically improved social distancing. Teachers reported many of their substitutes said they will not return for in-person instruction in the crowded 5-day option. This lack of substitutes becomes a significant issue when teachers are ill, let alone if they contract COVID. Hybrid would reduce daily cleaning of desks between classes by 50%. It would also reduce the workload for custodians if 1 day per week all students are not in the building. Hybrid would solve the lunchroom overload issue and stop the stretching of lunches over the course of the day. It would even allow for some social distancing on buses. Hybrid would keep more students together, being educated by South Lyon teachers. Many parents uncomfortable with the lack of social distancing in the 5-day plan, I believe would be more likely to join a hybrid instead of a virtual-only plan due to virus exposure reduction. The virtual-only plan is taught primarily by outside teachers. Many surrounding Michigan districts are opting for hybrid plans. Some are using them only at the secondary level, as most students this age can manage their schoolwork at home virtually without parental help. Also, I'm concerned with the email that went out today saying parents must decide on a virtual plan by the end of this week, but scheduling information isn't happening until next week. Are students and parents going to know what classes are available this week before they have to make their decision? There are several AP classes unavailable in the Ingenuity option, and South Lyon teachers were not slated to teach any virtual AP courses as of the last plan that was discussed. Thank you all for your time and effort to keep students and staff as safe as possible during this pandemic.
Thank you. Next up, Jane states, number of children getting infected with coronavirus growing. Experts say, and there's a link to an article, just read COVID cases in children up 40% the last 2 weeks. Please vote yes for remote start. A concerned elementary parent. I want to share my appreciation for the teachers, administrators, and other faculty for South Lyon Community Schools. I've seen and heard comments that are insinuating that teachers and schools are at fault that we are in the middle of a global pandemic. Regardless of your personal opinion of face-to-face or remote instruction, you should still demonstrate respect for our schools and teachers. It is not their fault that we are all in this seemingly impossible situation. I have had children in the district for over 10 years, and it's very clear that our teachers are always going above what they're paid to do. Schools and teachers should be treasured. Our children's education should be our highest priority. The future of our country is in the hands of our educators. They are not the enemy. They want things to go back to normal as much as we do. We must recognize the extremely difficult position our schools and teachers are in right now and respect that they are making difficult decisions with intense scrutiny and the pressure from every angle. We are all going to have to figure this out and make difficult choices that demonstrate the importance of not only your children's health, safety, education, and overall well-being, but those who have dedicated their lives to educating our children and consider their health, safety, and overall well-being too. Be understanding and give grace. We have to unite together if we ever want to get back to any sort of normalcy at our schools for our children. I am in full support to the safest option available. I believe that this is a temporary remote start to school. Thank you for your time, and thank you, teachers, for all of your dedication to our kids. Andy Millspaw is a high school parent that supports the return to school in person. Jordan Smith says, please consider the fact we can't do social distancing and our kids will be in great danger. We do not have good enough supplies. Health comes first always. Please start online and let's see how it goes. Megan Terry says, hello and thank you for taking the time to read my comment this evening. I will be entering my 9th year of teaching in South Lyon Community Schools this school year. I truly love teaching in this tightly bonded and supportive community. I miss teaching and I miss my students immensely and would love nothing more than to walk into my classroom in September to see every one of their faces ready and eager to learn. I feel like I read this comment. Okay, I read that comment. Somehow it got in there a second time. Okay, Sarah Athy says, oh, Sarah Athy's gonna call in and speak herself. Miss Athy, are you on the line? Miss Athy? Okay, we will wait and see if maybe she can join us later. John Mikola states, could you please explain the reason for having a separate teaching plan for the year-long online classes versus in-person classes? Have you considered putting cameras facing the teacher as they teach so that online students can learn along with students in the classroom? This could allow teachers to have an easier time planning their classes and the corresponding homework, as well as make transitioning between the two models at the semester easier. This might also keep all students learning at the same pace if another quarantine occurs. If implemented, could this eliminate the third-party learning platform? Would this also save money and allow for a more uniform learning situation? Thank you for considering my question. Ms. Athey? Okay. Okay, Erica Rothwell says, I'm a science teacher in our district and I truly love my job. I have taught in 3 other school districts in my 15 years of being an educator, and South Lyon is far and away the best I've ever been part of. I miss my students dearly, and I miss everything about in-person schooling. I miss the routine, the socialization, and watching my students learn and grow every day. I am 6 months pregnant, and I've missed being able to share with my students how excited I am about the little one who will be joining my family, and I've missed hearing about the exciting things going on in my students' lives that they will share with me too. But as badly as I want to return to school in person in the fall, I know that the changes we will have to make to our classrooms to even approach a safe situation and trying to minimize COVID spread means that school will not be at all normal, possibly even counterproductive to a healthy learning environment. And more importantly, it is not worth endangering the lives of our children, educators, and community members by exposing us to and facilitating the spread of a virus that has already killed more Americans in 6 months than were killed in 14 years of war, World War I, Korean War, and Vietnam combined. I know that some students will possibly experience negative effects from being in their homes day in and day out, and I know there are significant challenges that these children and their parents face if we implement virtual schooling this fall. But these negative effects will never outweigh the grief and loss of our community will suffer if even one of our students dies from COVID-19, knowing that we had the power and choice to keep them home and prevent their deaths. By going virtual, it is win-win. Our children will be educated and they will be safe and alive. That is the only thing that matters. To the members of the board and all parents out there, I pledge to do my absolute best to design engaging and meaningful lessons for my students. I also pledge to connect personally with my students on a daily basis so that they know that their teacher values their input and cares about their well-being. These 2 pledges have always been part of my teaching practice and always will be, whether instruction is in person or via the internet. Please know that I have the privilege and honor to be surrounded by fellow educators who are just as fervently dedicated to these pledges as I am. Be assured that the teachers in the district will work incredibly hard to help parents and children navigate these challenging times, and we will figure this out together. We love our students and we want what's best for them during this pandemic, which is to stay home and stay healthy so that we can keep learning and growing. I ask you this, please assure us that you will safeguard adult lives in this community along with our children's lives so that we all stay safe and healthy. Please vote to implement the virtual learning plan this fall. I sincerely thank the board for all the time you've invested in listening to comments from the community and for careful consideration you will employ in making such an important decision. Jen states, I commend Mr. Archibald and his staff for putting together a plan that will keep our children, staff, and community safe. I urge the board to vote yes to begin the school year virtually for all students with a phased-in approach in 6 weeks. Thank you for your hard work. The Southline Community Schools concerned teacher states, thank you all for your time and commitment to support our South Lyon community schools. I'm a proud lower elementary school teacher, and I want to share my support of a temporary remote start for the upcoming school year. Teaching is so much more than a job, it is a calling. I have spent countless nights worrying over children that are not biologically mine. That's because I consider every child that enters my classroom as one of my own. I was completely devastated that COVID cut the 1920 school year short. I'm heartbroken that we are still facing uncertainty due to this pandemic. However, with the proposed budget, shortage of substitute teachers and other crucial school workers, and the need for very stringent safety protocols, I am not comfortable to put my students or their families at risk of becoming severely ill, hospitalized, or even worse, of a tragedy. I have dedicated my professional life to teaching children so they can have the knowledge that they need to achieve whatever dreams they wish for. Please don't make a decision that could jeopardize my life, my children, my students, or your families. I can promise you all that I will go above and beyond to do all that I can to provide your children with the best education they deserve. I beg you not to compromise our health to do so. Thank you for your time and consideration for all of us. Ms. Stacy Briggs, are you on the line?
I think I am. Hello?
Yes, you are. Go right ahead.
Yes, hello. Thank you so much. Well, wow, what an evening. Good evening, members of the board, and welcome to South Lyon, Mr. Archibald. Also, I'd like to say good evening to the South Lyon community members, my colleagues who we have heard from so much tonight, and anyone else who might be tuned in tonight for this extremely important meeting. My name is Stacy Briggs. I am both an educator and a community member of this district. I have 4 children of my own who are graduates from South Lyon High School, went to college, they are out in the community with successful careers and doing their part to be good citizens. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you for what you routinely do to ensure a safe and optimal learning and teaching environment for students and staff. Of late, you have been asked to make what could very well be a life or death decision for students, staff, and every person in contact with the aforementioned. I would like to thank you for your attention to all details pertaining to this matter and for taking time to analyze the situation from all perspectives. For those who tuned in last week to the board session, or maybe you watched it later, it was quite a long meeting. There were many issues of concern raised, addressed, and highlighted regarding why, at this juncture, we cannot safely return to school with in-person instruction. You've heard much more of the same tonight. There were also very important concerns and acknowledgments regarding why we should return to school for in-person instruction. And again, we've heard more of the same tonight. However, at this time, there are still too many unknowns about COVID. And as outlined in last week's board session, our district is not in a position to afford or orchestrate a safe return to school. If we return to school too early, it's not going to look anything like the traditional school day, as you have heard multiple times tonight, which is not the best environment for students to learn. And it will most likely only be a matter of time before we would have to go remote due to positive COVID cases. This would just create an inconsistency for students, parents, teachers, and everyone else. Again, not an ideal learning environment. On a personal note, my husband and I are both within the at risk, as it's being called, age. We both have underlying medical conditions that further increase our risk. We are also at that age where we're caring for my in-laws who are well into their 80s and in poor health. Of course, these are huge concerns for me if we return in person, but not really my motive or motivation for phoning in tonight. My reason for phoning in is to let you know that I love being a teacher. I love living in South Lyon. I love being in class with my students. I care so much about my students, my colleagues, my community, and my family. We now know that COVID does not discriminate, as was originally thought, which is why I believe we need to stay home. Simply put, we must put health and safety first. There is no other decision. In making this decision, I realize our board, you folks, you're grappling with some really big questions and concerns about student enrollment and staffing issues and community response and safety. And I know deep in my heart that you are wanting to make the right decision. Well, there is no question about what the right decision is. There are no questions about the following. A remote start allows additional time for planning and a safe return to in-person school. It allows additional time for treatment and vaccine research. It allows additional time for our state and community numbers to decline in COVID cases, and it keeps students, staff, and community members safe from COVID, a life-threatening intruder in our lives. To the board, I implore you not to gamble with anyone's health. You will undoubtedly be met with some resistance, but the right choice is often, in fact, usually, the most difficult to make. That too has been pointed out tonight, and that's a lesson we teach our students on a daily basis. In the long run, a remote start will offer the most consistent school experience for students and the most traditional school-like experience once we are able to return. And it keeps us all safe from COVID. or at least safer. Again, I would like to thank the board members for their due diligence in analyzing and weighing all variables on this unprecedented and most difficult issue. Also, I would like to thank you for allowing everyone to call or write in and share our thoughts in this particular format. So thank you for allowing me to share my thoughts, and good evening, everyone.
Yes, thank you for your comments and your service to our district. Next up, Patty Miles states, first, our gratitude to all the members of the South Lyon Community Schools Board of Education, teachers, faculty, and administration for your time and efforts navigating these unprecedented circumstances. It must be overwhelming. Our sincere appreciation. Secondly, while I think it is safe to assume that we all want to go back to school full-time, face-to-face, it is just not realistic. We are all aching for a sense of normalcy and routine. Unfortunately, what we left in March is no longer a realistic option. What I know of the current plan for South Lyon Community Schools, it seems to be heading in a positive direction. Online start with a plan to return to in-person. What if we were to seize this opportunity to have smaller class sizes, shortened days, more time spent outdoors, and a focus on socialization and interest-driven projects? We can temporarily leave behind mandated curriculum and replace it with a renewed form of education. I think the majority of parents aren't so much concerned about the specific curriculum, but the fact that they are missing out on integral parts of their development in childhood. Let's figure out a way to get them back in school, but let's do it in the safest, most realistic, and sustainable way possible. Finally, let's get creative, and I hope to hear that we will utilize the copious amounts of outdoor areas available. Michelle O'Donnell states, if funding, securing PPE, and cleaning supplies and manpower are all issues, how do you plan to resolve these issues in 6 weeks? Andrea Wilkins has some questions on the remote and virtual learning. Ms. Wilkins, are you on the line?
I am.
Yes, go right ahead.
I am. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Sorry. So I spoke last week about advocating for in-person, and my position on that still stands, but I won't repeat those comments here. My focus is now shifted to the virtual pathway because I think after hearing the plan, I think that's probably the most consistent option. I don't like it still, but I'm just trying to do the best thing for my kid. So with the virtual pathway, I had a couple of questions. I think you've all probably heard that many families are doing these pods where groups of kids get together and they're led either through a parent or a tutor or, another adult. So that cost is extremely high. I was wondering if there's anything that can be done to adjust the schedule, just to make it so that we're not hiring an educator full time, 5 days a week. Either have less guided school time and allow for more kind of free time through the school day for kids to complete homework or something with either the adult present or another family member, just to maybe reduce that burden. Another question for the virtual pathway, how is the attendance going to be monitored? My family's looking at forming a group with 4 other families. However, they're not all in the same schools, and we're going with these families because these are families that we've known and trust, and we're okay rotating each other's houses. So if we do one of these groups, are we able to request that they all have a common teacher so that they're on the same lesson plan and not just in a group, but staring at 5 different screens all day long? Another question I had is, my son was in kindergarten last year, and I know that at the elementary level, they use a lot of hands-on resources like reading books, math tools and stuff. I was wondering if that was going to be provided as part of the virtual platform, or if not, what is the plan to substitute that? I'm a little concerned about screen time for younger elementary kids, and the options that were available in the spring just seems to be more like online resources like ABC Mouse or Raz or Go Noodle, and I really want to lessen the time that they're sitting in front of a screen. And finally, I wanted to just address a couple of comments that were made tonight. One of them was the only one I wanted to address was the whole teachers as babysitters comment. I've heard this over and over again over the last couple months, and I don't know a single person out there that has ever referred to a teacher as a free babysitter or school daycare. If I needed a babysitter, I would hire, my 14-year-old Damer, and it would cost me a lot less than it's going to cost to hire a tutor. So I really don't want anybody thinking that any parent in the community ever views a teacher as a babysitter. Those of us that want in-person aren't doing so because we want free babysitting. We want an education in person because we think that's best Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you. Next, Miss Evelyn Krieger would like to speak about the return to school.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
As you stated, my name is Evelyn Krieger. I'm a teacher at South Lyon East and a parent, a junior kindergartner in this district. This is going to be my 11th year teaching at South Lyon East, and this will be my son's second year in South Lyon schools. I really want to take a moment to thank the Back to School Committee and the board for asking the tough questions about what a face-to-face return to school would look like and what the cost would be, and being honest that the answers are not necessarily the ones that we really want to hear. As you vote tonight, I'd like to ask you to consider a recent example of what happens when a school opens that isn't ready. That infamous photo of students packed in the hall at North Paulding High School in Georgia made the rounds on national news and social media. Today, it was announced that already 9 people from that school, including staff members, have tested positive for the coronavirus after just 1 week of in-person instruction. The school is closed abruptly for at least 2 days to disinfect the building. Assuming students go back to school after the building is cleaned, and that is still up for question, how much longer are they going to be able to be in school before they have to suddenly be out again? This isn't even to mention the mental toll that these children face if they believe that they are responsible for their friend or their teacher becoming ill, or their grandparent becoming ill, or their younger sibling becoming ill. Tonight, you have the opportunity to offer our students and teachers continuity and stability by holding off on going fully face-to-face for a while longer. I agree that it is very important to have a solid date as a goal for returning in person, but I think we need more time to look at how we can fund and facilitate a safe return to school. Last week at the study session, some of the information shared was that it will cost approximately $31,200 for a supply of disposable masks that might last us between 2 weeks and a month if the supply chain is not interrupted. It will cost $18,000 for a 2-week supply of soap and hand sanitizer. 2 weeks, that's it. That right there is almost $50,000, which could be used in a myriad of other ways to benefit student learning if we elect to not return face-to-face just yet. When our district's already facing severe funding cuts, think what almost $50,000 could do to help your child if we hold off returning in person until it's safe. I also want to take a moment to remind parents and members of the board that remote instruction this time around will be very different from what we all experienced this spring. We teachers have learned a tremendous amount after being tossed headfirst into remote learning back in March. We learned what works and what doesn't. We learned what our kids need from online instruction and how best to provide that in this new format. Additionally, I've been part of a group of teachers from the district that have worked together this summer on cataloging what students didn't get to in their online classes in the spring, what they still need to cover this fall, and what of that material needs to be covered and built in at what time this year. We'll be prepared this time, so please don't worry that this fall would be set up and executed like the spring online program was. That was a reaction to an emergency. If you can trust us to teach your kids in person, please trust us to teach your kids online. Finally, while it seems easy to pull students for homeschooling or enroll them with other virtual programs, please remember that coming back to South Lyon schools this fall, even if it isn't face-to-face, will still mean that your child is part of the South Lyon school community. They will still be in classes with their friends, albeit at a distance. They will still get to work on group assignments together, collaborate with each other, and yes, even gripe about their shared experiences together. Pulling students from the South Lyon program will only further separate our students at a time they need each other more than ever. They need those familiar teacher faces, even if they're on the other side of a screen. They need those touchstones. Please, I implore you to vote for the safety and health of our student community, our teachers and staff, and the South Lyon community at large. We can make up missed material. We cannot make up the loss of a student or staff member's life. Even one is too many. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and your service to our district. Mr. Greaves would like to speak on behalf about opening the schools remotely.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Hi, I'm Richard Greaves. I've taught for 41 years total, starting my 41st year, 24 years at South Lyon. I am an English and Latin teacher at South Lyon East. And one of the very first lessons that I teach my Latin students is Salus Populi, Lex Suprema Est. The safety of the people is the highest law. And even though there have been other great arguments made for opening school in person. Really, there is no way that the board can reasonably be assure anyone of anyone's safety until there is a vaccine. And even with heroic efforts, even with spending much more than we even have in our budgets, there is just no way we can do it. So I want to lend my support to Mr. Archibald, the members of the administrative committee, and my colleagues, and all of those who say that even though we really miss the classroom, and I'm going to miss teaching, it is the safest thing for us to teach remotely and to really think about teaching remotely until there is a vaccine. I thank you for your time. Yours is a horrible decision to make, a tough decision, and I know you will do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment and your service to our district. Okay, a second grade mom states, what supports are going to be put in place for parents that cannot work from home or afford pricey early child care centers? What is the school planning to do to help these families? When will families know what days their children will attend when you move to in-person? Why can other school districts start in person right away and South Lyon cannot? You have families willing to help in many ways. I don't see why K-5 at least couldn't be in person. You are focusing a lot on above and beyond requirements and not just the basic requirements. There are a lot of areas you wouldn't need to spend money on you are listing. Please get numbers for each school before you force everyone to be online. It is not developmentally appropriate for young children to be in front of a computer all day. Jacqueline Cherry would like to speak about the return to school plan. Ms. Cherry?
Hello.
Yes, go right ahead.
Hi, this is Jacqueline Cherry. I'm a teacher at South Lyon East. So at last week's meeting, I had all my notes written and then I had to change them all. And so I tried to really quickly put things together. And so here I am again going, oh, I should revise some of this stuff. But so I just wanted to take a minute to say thank you for the time and attention. And I want to commend Mr. Archibald and our administration for presenting this remote start. I'm sure it was not an easy plan to decide on. What a remote start to this year. With a remote start to this year, we can begin planning in ways that we haven't been able to since March 13th. I've heard many of the board members say great things about our South Lyon teachers, and they are amazing. So a vote in favor of a remote start acknowledges the potential threats of face-to-face start, but is also a vote of confidence in our teachers that we will do what's right by our students. Another point I hope that all of you will consider, and last week a community member told us she was weighing the risks and felt that sending her child to school was worth the risk. I respect that everyone does this. It's how we decide whether we will shop at a certain place or we will eat at a restaurant or go to the zoo or attend an event outdoors. But a single family is missing many of the pieces of the school's puzzle. As Mr. Dashner has mentioned numerous times over the last several months, the bulk of our budget is spent on staffing. All of our staff must also weigh those pros and cons. And even if one is ready to send their student to school, they'll need a teacher, a bus driver, a parapro, an admin, and so many others who are willing to be there despite the risk. We have tasked our administration and our union leadership to sift through all of the various risks and complications. They have come to the conclusion that we won't be able to consistently or safely conduct in-person schooling. They have weighed the risk for all of us, and so we must trust that they did and listen. We know, why is it that the school board currently isn't meeting in person? Because we all know that there are inherent health risks to you and yours if you meet in person. We need more time to prepare a strategy that efficiently and effectively manages staffing shortages and creates realistic safety protocols to protect students and staff. For those opposed to a remote start to the year, I pose the question, have you signed up to be a substitute bus driver, food service personnel, custodian, or teacher yet? I'd also like to point out that for our principals and assistant principals, we have no backups or subsystem for them. Board members, if we resume in person, when can I expect to see you in my classroom? As it's already been pointed out, the education that we will be allowed to share in person could be done virtually, but is without any of the risk in person presents. I implore each and every board member to vote with logic and reason. A remote start to the school year is our best option for consistent and safe learning for our students. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and your service to our district. Next is Nicole Janoski. Are you on the line, Ms. Janoski? You need to press *6 to unmute your phone if you are on the line.
Hello,
Yes, go right ahead.
can you hear me?
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, I did. Yes, you can hear me. Hi, I'm a South Lyon East High School student. I would like to make a comment about school starting for next year. I feel students should be able to go to school in person at the beginning of fall this year, if that is the choice they would like to make. About a month ago, students and parents were notified with the choice to opt into fully virtual or full in-person class for next year. Two choices were provided, and that should still be the situation now. If parents or students do not feel that it is safe to go to school in person, they can choose to do virtual. I personally feel safe going to school, and I will not get the same education at home. I feel that the safety precautions that can be put in place and enforced right now will be enough to start the school year in the fall. I think it is unfair to give families a choice and then take that choice away. The governor stated that schools can open in person with safety precautions if the state is in phase 4, which it is. This means that we are allowed to go to school in person in the fall by the state. I feel that we should still have the full virtual or full in-person learning choices. That way, any family who does not feel safe can choose the virtual option. If we wait to reopen schools, we may never open. This pandemic was unexpected and it keeps us on our toes. We are constantly adapting and changing to accommodate the needs of the community in response to COVID-19. But we can't wait for things to go back to normal, and we can't wait for the virus to disappear. We will never be truly ready to continue with school or with everyday life anytime soon, and this is why we can't wait for the right day or the right time. We have to adjust as needed and get back into a doable schedule as best we can and give high school students the best possible education option for them. High school is a very important time for students, and being in the actual school itself is part of the learning and part of the experience. Please, we can't wait for a more favorable time. We need to act now, take precautions, and give the students their own choice to get an education in the environment that would most benefit them. I ask that you take this into consideration before making a decision for the entirety of students in South Lyon for their education this fall. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very well spoken. Okay, a concerned South Lyon elementary teacher states, thank you to the Board of Education, Superintendent, and committee members for your hard work creating a safe return to school plan in these unprecedented times. As a veteran elementary educator in the district, the beginning of the school year is always an exciting time of new faces ready to welcome into our classrooms. Like most people, I would love to get back to our normal routine of back to school activities. But the reality is whether school returns in person or remotely this fall, neither will showcase the norm we once had. Elementary students return to school in person during this normal will now be wearing masks for 7 hours while sitting in one assigned spot, distanced as far away as possible from their peers and teachers. They will stay in a single classroom for the entire day, including during lunch, gym, music, and art. Their only break will be a brief 15-minute recess once per day. They will no longer be able to work in a group with their friends, or come to the carpet for lessons, or use classroom technology due to health protocols. In-person schooling will feel like a somber, sterile environment instead of the usual warm, welcoming place kids have come to love. Please take the time and consider that this new in-person learning environment will look like, sound like, and feel like to our young learners. It will most likely cause even more stress, anxiety, and confusion for our elementary-aged students. I'm asking you all to please put the health and safety of our students, staff, and families at the forefront. The sooner we commit to a remote learning plan, the longer teachers have to prepare a robust online learning experience for our students. Please give us this much needed time to prepare accordingly. Thank you for your time and continued hard work for our South Lyon community. Ms. Karen Skirpak would like to speak about the return to school. Are you on the line, Ms. Skirpak? Okay, we can come back to her. A South Lyon elementary teacher just states face-to-face. I'm guessing she is supporting that. An elementary teacher states, thank you so much for taking the time to read my comments tonight. I am an elementary teacher in the district for now 20 years. I, like many other K-5 teachers, am struggling with the idea of being completely remote. In the spring, I spent countless hours not only teaching my class, but even more time helping parents navigate this new way of learning. Now we are asking kids from the age of 5 up to start a school year without ever meeting their teacher to form relationships with, which we have stressed being so important for our young learners. To jump on computers again with very small skill set to learn. The learning curve for kids in elementary school is incredibly steep. Having children in middle school and high school, I feel confidently that they will be able to tackle this avenue of learning on a better level. However, I don't feel that virtual will be the best interest of my kindergartner, who will start his first year in school. Students in early elementary do not have the technology skill set to work alone, and as a working parent myself, I know how difficult the task will be to work from home and help my 3 children when needed. We stress the need to have kids reading by the end of grade 3. As a teacher, I struggle with this stress on a regular basis, but know that being remote is only going to make that gap grow larger for these kids. I understand that not all families want face-to-face learning. It is a risk and a choice, but there are families and teachers that want and need this option. I ask that you explore the option of sending K-5 learners back to school. Maybe it's not every day, but a hybrid model like Novi or Huron Valley will be using. Even if we end up remote like the older grades, at least we will have had some time to form relationships and become more than a stranger or a face on the screen. We need to let these kids know it's going to be okay and that it is difficult through a computer screen. The trust that is formed in the first weeks of school can only be done in person.
Excuse me, Mrs. Henshaw.
Yes.
Yes, I'm getting multiple emails from various parents who are frustrated because they appear to be on hold and aren't being called on. Could you please review the process for them to submit an application or submit the form so that you can call on them? I don't know if they're holding on phone or what the story is.
I'll say I'm on number 78 and I think we have 150 comments. So they could actually just be later in
Okay.
the line. And I have called a number of people that haven't answered. So we can go back through. Do you want me to go back now and check on those people?
Well, I don't know. I'm just, like I said, I'm getting some emails from parents that.
Okay, I'll go back because there could be some people that have been on for a while. So I'll go back up and we'll check on all those people
Thank you.
that we missed. Okay.
And please review the process again so that if somebody does want to speak, what they should do.
So you just, in order to speak publicly on the agenda, there's a form. It's called the General Public Comment Card link, and that can be found on our agenda. If you click on that, you fill out the form, and then you use the phone number, which is listed above that says phone in link to the open meeting. I think when you fill out the form, it actually gives you that link as a return email. And then once your name is called, you press *6 to unmute yourself, and you're able to speak. So I will go back through the list of people that we have missed initially.
President Henshaw, can we take a break at some point? I mean, if it sounds like we're maybe halfway through this as far as comments, doesn't have to be right now, but at some point before too long.
Would you like to? I was going to wait till the end of public comments, but if you want to take in the middle.
It sounds like we have 2 more hours, and I'm not going to go that long.
Okay, then we'll go through these list of people. I'll give them a second chance, and then we'll take a break at that point.
Thank you.
Okay, Christina Reeves. She wanted to speak about sports. Are you on the line, Ms. Reeves? Again, it's *6 to unmute your phone. Okay, how about David Credit Helm?
Hello?
David Credit Helm is the name I have here. Or are you Christina Reeves?
Christina Reeves.
Hello?
Oh, yes. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Reeves.
Hi, I'm sorry. I had a little bit of technical difficulties here.
No worries.
I was just wondering, with all the uptick in cases, why the sports are still actively practicing. And is there going to continue to be practices if you do choose to vote for the remote learning?
I think at this time we probably, I think sports are still scheduled, but we can check the frequently asked questions tomorrow. We can update that if that changes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep, no problem. Okay, next up, Mr. David Credit Helm. Are you on the line? Okay, how about Sarah Athy?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, great. Sorry about the phone difficulties earlier.
No problems.
I've been a high school history teacher with the district for 17 years. Thank you to Mr. Archibald and the team who worked tirelessly this summer for recommending a plan based on the feasibility of keeping our community safe. I know you only received guidelines from the state on July 1st and had to pull this together at warp speed under ever-changing circumstances. Thank you to the board for allowing everyone to be heard, but keeping the discussion civil and rooted in compassion for all stakeholders affected by this truly impossible situation. I really appreciate the logical and calm way in which you have all approached the development of this plan and the length of these meetings. I'm calling tonight to address some of the concerns raised at last week's study session regarding a remote start to the school year and hopefully provide some reassurance to parents and students. There was a warranted discussion of risk at the last meeting and the calculated risk we take every day in our own lives. But there's a real difference between a calculated choice and a reckless one. We make daily decisions based upon what is in the best interest of our own families. And I think this situation is so stressful for all involved because calculating the risk is largely outside of our own individual hands. The board has the unenviable job of making these decisions on the behalf of parents, teachers, and students. The entire community is at stake. As teachers, we're at the mercy of the district's decision. While families had the option of choosing virtual or in person under the old plan, I think there were some misconceptions that teachers had that same ability. Based on the predicted number of students, there weren't going to be enough sections for a teacher to take on a full load of virtual classes. At the high school level, even if we taught 1 or 2 virtual sections, we would still have to fill our schedules with in-person instruction. The only choice teachers would have is between the economic and biological health of our families. And I feel for community members who've already had to make similar difficult choices. Do you prioritize your family's finances or their health? And if enough teachers choose early retirement or quit, taking the financial loss for the sake of safety, the district will be in an impossible situation of trying to get teachers in the classroom, let alone qualified educators. Please keep in mind that there was a teacher shortage even before the pandemic began. I'm grateful to the superintendent and the administrative team for putting forth the new proposal that values the work and lives of its teachers. Now I specifically want to address the students, my kids from last year and the ones this year whom I haven't met yet. To those of you who are nervous about starting the year with remote learning and the quality of education you would receive, please don't compare it with last spring. Last spring was an emergency situation. Teachers learned an entirely new skill set overnight. Tech tools like Google Meet that were usually blocked to us suddenly became our lifeline, and we had to adjust on the fly. In the spring, we were not allowed to take attendance or give you credit in the form of grades for all of your hard work. These accountability pieces were missing, and participation was not required. We did not have structured live class sessions, and we only had office hours to check in with you. Because one of our office hours had to be on Friday, I'm sure you experienced some overlap between teachers. Our first priority was your social emotional well-being, and the content was secondary. We were focused on packaging and distributing food to families who needed it. We were busy getting technology in the hands of all students. We just wanted to know you were okay. This is why teachers were calling home to speak with students they hadn't heard from. It's why I was mailing out care packages and handwritten notes as encouragement to those of you who were completing your work. Fall will be different. With the basic necessities more in hand, we focus on content and learning as well as your social emotional well-being. We'll take attendance, We'll give you grades for all of your hard work. There will be more structured live class times. Please give us your support as we prepare. We need time to get each of you a Chromebook. As it stands, if we start face-to-face, we won't have access to Chromebook carts within our classrooms. One, because we don't have enough yet, and two, because it's not safe to share them between hours. In school, you will be in crowded rows, wearing masks, listening to teachers lecture, and I promise you I can do better virtually. I spent last week as a student in a virtual AP conference that was supposed to be in person. The instructor did a wonderful job of keeping us engaged. We had live activities, instruction, and discussion. He broke us into small groups to complete tasks and then pulled us back together for a whole group debrief. We had time to complete work independently in the middle of our session. I can imagine using a lot of these techniques to make the remote experience feel more like a real classroom for you, my students. This will look entirely different from what you experienced in the spring, where most of the work was independent. You'll be able to interact with your classmates. If the remote plan passes tonight, I can start planning my lessons, how my lessons will be structured. Please trust us as your teachers. We will put meaningful lessons together. We care about you and we want to see you be successful. I just want to reassure you that while the situation isn't ideal, it will be a lot better than it was in the spring. And to the parents who are just wanting the best for their kids. Like districts everywhere, we are predicting a huge hit to our budget due to state cuts. So thank you so much for passing the bond. Unfortunately, legally, the bond is earmarked for specific improvements and cannot be used to make up all budget woes. If you are concerned about school funding, please contact your legislators and ask them to make it a priority. At East, the bond money will allow us to convert space into more classrooms and get Chromebooks into the hands of each of our students. We really appreciate your support, and please consider sticking by us as we start the school year. I know everyone has to make decisions based upon what is best for their own family, and I hope South Lyon Schools is still the best option for yours. I realize it might be tempting to take your per pupil dollars and choose one of the already in place independent online providers. But the thing that these prepackaged companies can't provide is a teacher in your community who really cares about your child. Staying with the district means you get a group of teachers who volunteer to ride around on a school bus, hand delivering your child's cap and gown, honking, cheering, and celebrating your child's accomplishments in your front lawn. It means elementary teachers who will decorate their cars and participate in a parade through your neighborhood so your child knows they're missed. It means a personal cheer squad of teachers while your child graduates under the worst of circumstances, because we're so proud of them. You can't get that from a company online. Going to another district means just as much uncertainty, and students won't be with familiar faces. Under the remote plan, my personal goal for the first week of school is to build the same type of community and supportive learning environment in my online classes as I do in person. I still want us to be a team. So while I know it may be tempting to get frustrated and jump ship, please consider staying means teachers who care about your child. South Lyon teachers have been meeting over the summer to determine where students may have gaps in their knowledge due to the pandemic. We know what was covered during the time students weren't required to participate in our lessons. We are adapting this year's curriculum to specifically encompass what a child in South Lyon may have missed. Another school district will not be tailored to your students' prior education in this way, and a prepackaged online curriculum definitely won't be. Teachers and administrators have been working overtime this summer to ensure your students have the best possible experience. I want nothing more than to be back in the classroom with my students as soon as it is safe. Remote learning was at least 3 times as much work as in person. I found it impossible to turn work off. I woke up with a laptop and I didn't put it away until late in the evening. I responded to student emails at all hours. I would not be asking for this workload again if I did not believe it was absolutely necessary for the safety of our community. We need time to get this right. Parents in South Lyon are wonderful and generally very supportive of the schools. Please continue to put your faith in us. I know my colleagues are dedicated to doing the best they can by your students. We need time for the numbers in the community to go back down and to develop a safe plan for reentry. I don't know if any of you saw today's Washington Post article titled Children and the Virus. As schools reopen, much remains unknown about the risk to kids and the peril they pose to others. But there was a line referencing Michigan in it, and I'm pretty sure they were talking about us. If our small town case numbers are making national news, we really need to give ourselves time to develop a safe plan for opening face to face. As a teacher, it can sometimes be really difficult to listen to these meetings. The comments about teachers are sometimes disheartening to hear, knowing how hard my colleagues and I worked last spring and continue to work through the summer in an attempt to do right by kids. Tonight, it's nice to hear so much support. Thank you to those who commented with kind and supportive thoughts. I'd like to think the community values the work we do, and I can only hope the majority of parents and students out there don't think of us as expendable, that you care about us as much as we care about your kids. Thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your comment and your service to the district. Okay, the last parent, or that we have a parent, Karen Skirpeck. Are you on the line, Ms. Skirpeck? Okay, so that was the last one when we were up to she was number 77. Do you want to take a break now? Okay, so it's 9:12. Do you want to meet at 9:20? 8 minutes, is that enough? Okay, so if anyone who's on the line, you're welcome to hang up and call back in, but we will take a 8-minute break now and come back at 9:20.
All right, go ahead.
All right, so we are back now. We're going to start off with seeing if Mrs. Karen Sherpak is available to speak yet. Are you on the line? Okay. We have a South Lyon elementary teacher that would like face-to-face learning. We have an elementary teacher that says, "Thank you so much for taking the time to read comments tonight. I'm an elementary teacher in the district for now 20 years. I think I read this one. Did I read this one? Okay. I, like many other K-5 teachers, am struggling with the idea of being completely remote. In the spring, I spent countless hours not only teaching my class, but even more time helping parents navigate this new way of learning." Okay, I definitely read this one. Okay. Next up is Karen McCullough. She would like to call in. Are you on the line, Ms. McCullough?
Yeah.
Yes, go
Yeah.
right ahead.
You can hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, hi. Last week's board meeting did a good job of providing clarity and insight into the school board's plan and the issues that remain. Thank you for the level of detail and the work that went into many of the decisions made so far. One concern I do have is that many parents I've talked with are still unfamiliar with the current district plan. With nearly 9,000 students in our district, less than 800 parents listened in on the August 5th board meeting. With that in mind, is there any additional communication avenues that the board can take to help inform the majority of the parents? I'm worried that most parents are making assumptions about the safety protocols in place regarding spacing, head count, cleaning, and other issues. I'm concerned that they believe their child's class will resemble the restrictions and the guidance that we practice in the community or at work. And I'm particularly concerned over how many parents may have never been inside a classroom, particularly at the secondary level, to see the layout of what 600 square feet looks like with 35 students in it. And this is based on my own observations attending all 17 years of fall open houses for my own kids, where I was one of maybe 5 or 10 parents in each class. Personally, I'd like to understand the district's target numbers for student head count in a classroom and student spacing in a classroom. Is there a priority or focus for these items at all? I understand that there are other risks to children learning beyond the health concerns if they are not in a physical classroom. I've suggested looking at the Lansing School District, which, while doing a virtual start, is offering support to working families, addressing food distribution, and helping those students with IEPs and special needs. Novi has just recently switched from full in-person to hybrid based on their own observations from summer school. The summer school classes had significantly lower head count than a typical school year class. In addition, the students were able to achieve recommended physical distancing during their class time. A previous message had mentioned live streaming to those in the virtual option. At the secondary level, this option would help with anxiety or reluctance to choose the virtual option, especially for those that are juniors or seniors in our classes. Those juniors and seniors who choose the virtual option will not be offered South Lyon teachers unless a significant portion of other parents and students choose to go online. And this is a big deal, and it's affected our family and our decision. My last concern is if in person, will there be a minimum standard for masks? For instance, over both the nose and mouth, no mesh, no neck gaiters, no valved mask. All these impact the viral load from an infected student. Thanks for all your consideration to the questions that I've asked over the past few weeks. I appreciate the level of detail. It's important and it matters. This will be my 18th and final year as a parent of a South Lyon student. We have among the most invested, amazing teachers. They show up in places, they support our students inside and outside of the school. I sincerely hope that this community can respect each other and work together to make this year the best it can be, given the circumstances that exist. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And with that, we're going to let Mr. Abate read for a while. So you're up.
Great job, Ms. Hanshaw. We'll save your voice for a bit here. I'll try to help you out. Our next is from a concerned South Lyon elementary teacher. We are in 81, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for all of the time and consideration you've put into the plan over the past 6 weeks. I'm sure you've had a very chaotic last few days. I just wanted to say that as an elementary teacher, I of course want to go back to school in person, but it's just not safe at this time. It's all about safety and health for all parties involved. If businesses, both small and large, can't go back to work in person or hold meetings, then how can schools go back? Cases haven't decreased steadily for 14 days, and that's a recommendation before returning in person. This decision is being made using the facts and required and strongly recommended parts of the roadmap. Choice isn't being taken away from parents. The two choices are in-person or virtual. It just so happens that the in-person will now be a remote start with the plan to get back to in-person when it's safe to do so. Thank you again for your time and for keeping our community safe. The next comment is anonymous. And it says, hello, are we going to sit here for 4 hours listening to people's opinions, or are we going to hear about the way we are moving forward after the first semester and what plans are already being made for that time? The next appears to be a duplicate. Next comment is from Angela Dupre. The comments you are reading are predominantly from staff. We understand the staff's position. They don't want to return to in-person learning. What about the parents? We are your customers. 60% of parents surveyed by you rated an interest of 3, 4, or 5 in favor of returning to school. For those parents that rated 1 or 2, virtual pathway is at your disposal. Let's not fool ourselves. Virtual learning was in the spring and will be a debacle. The school calendar already produces an inferior learning experience for students, half days, records days, school breaks, and random days off. Now you'll intersect just 180 learning days with a virtual education that will leave them woefully short of the skills they'll need to advance. Next comment is anonymous. Please get these kids back into school. It is your job as educators. I am a government employee and I have been back to work for we service the public. Teachers are public employees. The long-term effective online will hurt these kids' educational future. They need socialization, and they need to be in the classroom with the teachers. We voted yes on August 4th for money the school so desperately needed, and now you want them remotely. While my child was learning remotely at the end of last school year, I saw how some of those teachers handled teaching remotely. Although some teachers handled it wonderfully, there were some that were not up for this type of teaching. It worries me what type of education my child will receive remotely. I understand that this is a hard position, but we need to move on with life and we need to move on with these children's education. Next comment is anonymous. The simpler decision would be for us to decide to return or not. It is obvious in our previous emails and announcements that SLCS had proudly formed a plan for those who do not want to return. What happened to that? In this way, nobody is going to argue about not having their way. Going back or not just puts everyone in their own happy place. Thank you. Our next comment is from Eric. My question for the board is, if we stay home for the next 6 weeks, what will change? When do we feel like we can go back? My impression is that we are 6+ months from a vaccine. I feel like if we stay home now, we will not go back. I am also severely disappointed with how our kids were deprived of an education in the spring. Since we are only a few weeks from start and it appears we have no plan, I feel like we will be in the same position. What will be different now? The next comment is from Carrie. Good evening. Did the board choose only comments from teachers to begin? Only people that want to voice their opinion on not starting in school? Every single person that a teacher spoke with does not want in class? Please be fair. I know there are several families that want a choice. Who are the people calling in with hypothetical situations of how children react? Please lead with facts, science, and minds. You cannot always lead with your heart when you have absolutely no idea how in school will play out. The next comment is from a Sayre parent. The CDC recommends opening schools for the overall health and well-being of children. Let us follow the recommendations of the experts and open schools for face-to-face instructions. I go to work every day with many others that have not gotten sick. Remember, masks are required when we cannot be distant from one another. Let our children learn in person. Thanks. Next is an anonymous comment. Students will find it very hard to be motivated with online classes day to day. Nobody wants to wake up at an early hour and stare at a computer screen for 7 hours a day. Getting up early and physically going to school in the morning puts motivation inside of the students' drive every day. I truly think it will be harder for kids to stay in the loop as well as have the drive to complete online school. Excuse me. Next comment is anonymous. You talk about how social distancing isn't possible in the schools, but this is completely doable if you were to consider a hybrid for certain kids to return on certain days or other days for other children. Having less people in a room and school per day puts this much more into a possible perspective. I just don't get why we talk about not being able to keep distance when it's clearly possible. Next comment is from Patricia, and she simply says, return to class. Next comment is from a parent. I understand all the comments you are reading regarding concerns. However, where is the choice here? Parents do not need to send their children to school if they do not wish to. We want a choice, and where are your solutions to these problems? Can we hear from parents as well as teachers, please? Next comment is from Heather, and she says, online learning. Next comment is from a concerned parent. I am disappointed to see South Lyon has not taken the time to define a hybrid option. I would request the school board request that the administration plan out what a hybrid option could look like. Let's leverage the plans from neighboring districts like Novi and Northville. We do not need to reinvent the wheel. For South Lyon to remain a competitive school district, we need to stay in line with the likes of Northville and Novi. I support a remote start to school, but request the school system define a hybrid option over the coming weeks, and then survey interest in the coming weeks, potentially launching a hybrid option in October. If school is remote for 6 weeks, what changes in 6 weeks that will make it safe to return to school? The district needs to communicate more information so parents can make informed decisions about public school versus private school. If you limit our choices, we will explore other options. Next is from an anonymous person who identifies themselves as a parent, staff member, and coach. Remote learning will not work. It was a total joke in the spring. I believe that the virtual learning will not work for many families. There needs to be a major overhaul for virtual learning to happen. Teachers cannot teach from home and need to attend school to teach lesson, even if the kids are not there. Kids with IEPs, 504 plans, and other issues are not getting the needs stated in their IEPs. Goals are not being met. There are many other opportunities that will work that we need to look at. For instance, 2 days in person, 1 day virtual, 2 days in person, half days for core classes, half the school, freshmen, juniors on certain days, sophomore, seniors on other days, etc. Masks are not going away anytime soon. Stop comparing our state to other states. Georgia wore no masks the first week of schools. Please vote for an additional way for kids to go back and virtual. Next comment is from Jen. How are child care centers that will ultimately take these school-age children in and support virtual learning able to be safely open, caring for very small children, but we can't find a way to safely educate our children in person? If we are waiting for this virus to go away, then when will children actually be able to return to school? This year? Next year? We have to adjust to this new normal. Next comment is anonymous. Have you considered the option to have the teachers who are not comfortable teach virtual only, and the teachers who are comfortable teach face-to-face with smaller class sizes? The class size would naturally be lower because some families have decided to be virtual only. Next comment is from Laura Kelly. I have 2 children of elementary age that deserve the choice to go back to school. Many others have commented on an all or nothing return, but has anyone reviewed the plans prepared by surrounding districts? There are hybrid models out there that will reduce the number of students and help meet requirements for safe return. Let's think outside the box here. Community members are willing to donate time and money to help, but the board is not engaging in these discussions. Will school be the same? No, it will not, but that is okay. It is okay for our kids to adapt to a new norm. This virus is not going anywhere, and we need to learn to adapt. Next comment is from Mark Schindewolf. I have a few concerns with starting remotely. First, my wife and I both work. We don't have the ability to babysit our child and do our jobs at the same time. How are we supposed to make this work? Has the board considered working parents? Not everyone has a stay-at-home parent or the financial resources to hire a nanny or tutor. Second, children need the social interaction that school provides and have been suffering greatly during this pandemic. Third, kids have been getting too much screen time during this pandemic. Now you want them to be in front of a screen an additional 4 to 6 hours a day. This is the true public health emergency. While it may not feel like it today, we will pay big consequences in our children's health years down the road. Finally, how much of this push to an online start has been because a story made the newspaper or television stations stuck a microphone in someone's face? Please don't let the media make decisions for you. I worked in the media for over a decade. These people have ratings and agendas and not our best interests in mind. We need real leaders during this time that can work together regardless of political affiliation and to not worry about re-election or political ambitions. Thank you for your time. Our next comment is from Don Barduca. Statement for consideration. The purpose of the school district is public funded education. It is okay to be sympathetic to folks who use public school day as daycare, but it is not a direct or even indirect official purpose or intent. I have not heard this clearly stated. Next, we have a middle school parent. I appreciate the efforts to investigate options and present the facts of the challenges with a viable return to in-person instruction. With less than 4 weeks until the start of school, it appears there is not a viable plan to support remote learning or in-person instruction. Students struggle with online learning without a strong plan in March, and it feels like we are placing students in the same situation. Is there an option to delay the start of school, put teachers, administrators, and staff on unemployment for 1 to 2 months until a viable remote or in-person option is in place? The funds from administrator and teacher salaries could be used to fund cleaning supplies if in-person instruction becomes feasible. The furlough would also provide an incentive to return with the viable plan for remote learning, with a strong curriculum or in person with appropriate facilities and logistics worked out. The time could be used to train teachers to hold compelling, effective remote learning experience or effective, safe in-person protocols. Winter break could be shortened to keep the year intact. This would also allow data to be gathered on the virus spread from other school districts, ability to copy effective plans to save costs. Next is a concerned staff member. I've been a teacher in South Lyon for over 15 years. I love my job. I work very hard to give my students the best education possible. I find it disturbing that parents have stated that teachers don't want to work, and that is why so many of us are in favor of remote instruction. I want the board and parents to know that remote instruction is way more difficult and time-consuming than in-person instruction. My job will be more difficult to do online, but with the obstacles that our superintendent has shared, it is the only feasible way to begin school safely for all of us involved. The next comment is from Sierra Wiles. Hi, my name is Sierra. I am writing to address the concern of school reopening. I would like to represent the general student body and how myself and other students I have talked to feel. I feel as if it is unfair that school is about students, yet we are not being prioritized. We are rather being overlooked. Most everyone I know feels it is necessary to go back to in-person learning to continue a sufficient education. It is important to consider that each and every school level is just as critical as the other. Like juniors need to go for college and kindergartens need to go develop social skills. I understand the risk. However, COVID-19 is not something we can stop. Rather, it is something we can only slow. From my understanding, the main concern isn't the students getting the virus. It is the concern of spreading it and giving it to high-risk family members. We should consider making accommodations for those who are more at risk. It is less likely to get COVID-19 in school, a controlled environment, and more likely to get it when going out with your friends and peers, which will happen regardless of an in-person or virtual learning. It is ridiculous that the necessity of what is being open is more dependent on places that can make money as opposed to places that nurture your kids' learning and well-being. The death rate is so low, especially for the ages kids attend school, that it should at the very least be an option to attend school. This way, those who feel uncomfortable attending school do not have to, but those who are ready and eager to go back can. Thank you for the hours you've put into deciding the best option with the best outcome. I hope you consider our thoughts. Our next comment is from Kevin Ballum, and I believe he would like to speak.
Yes. I'm
Hello.
here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead, sir.
Wonderful. First of all, I'd like to say good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak on behalf of my family. I appreciate your patience, as I know this is an arduous process. This is a critical forum, and you have all taken on an endeavor seen in modern times. A little background on myself. I'm an active duty Black Hawk helicopter pilot with just under 21 years of service. I have almost 5 years deployed in combat and have lost approximately, I guess it is, 25 close friends of mine since I've joined. So I'm definitely no stranger to the life and death situations. My wife is a master's degree nurse. She's working at a major hospital. I'm currently in Georgia awaiting retirement on December 1st, but my family is up there and have been up there for 5 months now. We chose to build our forever home in South Lyon based on the stellar record of the school district and has the awesome community that fosters a great environment for my children to grow. My comments may be received as slightly callous, and I'm going to apologize for that off the start, but understand it's not my intent. I have the utmost respect for the teachers and understand how difficult their job is, as most of my relatives are in fact teachers at all levels. And I definitely communicate with them on a daily basis about this current situation. So I want to start off with saying we know there are inherent risks with the COVID situation. No one's denying that. No one's kind of trying to reduce that. The bottom line is it's almost been 6 months since all this has started, and we really hadn't got it figured out, whether you're talking the education system or the medical system in general. Nor do I think another 6 months will have any different of that outcome. Realistically, we're not going to be able to wait on vaccine to get school started in person. And then going on with within the Army, we have what we call, a value. We have multiple of them, but one we live by in the military is called selfless service. We know while children are not attending in person, that schooling, in-person schooling, they're far more increased the risk of child abuse, domestic violence, nutritional deficits, which, school districts are properly trained on understanding, different bruises they see on children when they attend school, nutritional deficits and stuff like that, the school district is trained on and identifying those and bringing up those cases to Child Protective Services, which frankly is not happening. So we know that there are children at risk currently while we are debating this, whether we go back to school in person or not. So just want to kind of convey that to the teachers that are also, weighing their risk versus whether it's, they don't want to, get sick and all that. So I understand where they're coming from, but understand that there are other outcomes besides someone getting COVID and someone getting sick from COVID. There are many essential workers been operating in high-risk environments safely for some time now, my wife included. We've kind of got an idea of what needs to happen. The financial aspects and the planning aspects, obviously, that falls on the board, that we're convening with right now. So I'm not going to speak that I understand all the isms that go with that, but understand that there is a definite concern that I want my children to go. I've got a kid that should be attending kindergarten and another child that should be attending pre-K. And both of them have, in fact, been in daycare this entire time with no real changes to their normal routine besides parents aren't allowed into the daycare centers. None of my children wear masks. They still play, interact together. There's no 6 foot spacing. There's none of that. And unless someone here can say otherwise, there's been 0 cases of that happening, of any children getting infected within a daycare scene. Regarding the older children, high school age, I understand that's a little bit different, but speaking for my younger children, I just don't see the risk being there. Now, the teachers, I feel like we can manage the risk with teachers far greater than we can for the students. And then regarding the cleaning comments that multiple teachers have made, understand that they're not maids, they're not cleaning people, but I feel like they need to understand that the parents do this on a daily basis as well, especially those that are operating in those healthcare environments and those high risk environments, that they need to sanitize themselves before they come to the house. They need to sanitize the house, and they sanitize their children, vehicles, all that stuff. So I feel like it can be done, and I think that that's kind of a weak argument to even convey. And as far as my wife currently is acting as a single parent until my return, the current online curriculum is not really possible for a single parent. without paying for a nanny or teacher or paying for a separate daycare that will facilitate that online training. And so I feel like financially we are capable of doing that, but a lot of parents and a lot of families are not. So I feel like that should be a definite consideration, especially the fact that we're paying taxes into the public school system, but I'm having to pay for a privatized system to facilitate such training. In summary, offer in person for those teachers and parents comfortable with such learning, while also allowing those wanting online to do the same. I do not support the hybrid program in general, as it doesn't actually help with the working parents situation. I also feel that if push comes to shove and the district needs further assistance, parents would rally to make sure that children have the best education possible, whether like the one teacher that commented on, assistant substitute bus drivers, assistant teachers. I think that if push comes to shove and our parents needed to help, then I have no doubt they would, just based on the needs of their children. So, and so in conclusion, I thank you for your time and I appreciate your patience.
Thank you very much, sir. The next comment is anonymous. In regards to face-to-face learning and not having the funds to implement the safety recommendations, I feel the district really missed the mark on preparing for this. Instead of promoting the $98.6 million bond so extensively since March, you should have been thinking of ways to raise the necessary funds for in-person learning. Our next comment is a call-in by the name of Tierney Garland. Tierney Garland, if you are on the line. Give me a second here.
Just a reminder, you have to press *6 to unmute your phone if you are on the line.
All right, well, we have one call in right after this one, so why don't we jump to that and we'll see if we can come back if the person is still here. Our next caller is another one that has called in, Alicia Garafola. Sorry if I got that wrong. Are you there? Alicia Garafola, you are welcome to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, great. I'm going to read my what I was actually writing. Like the last caller, I do not mean to disrespect any teachers that want to return to in-class. My comments are directed at those that do not want to return to in-class. So I want to start out my comment saying that. So I'm just going to read what I was writing to send in to be read by somebody else, but I'd prefer to read it myself. So thank you for that time. Teachers and parents should have a choice. If you are in fear of the virus, then you should choose remote learning. If you are not, then the choice should be given to those parents that are not in fear of the virus to return to school. Teachers are essential workers. They should be working or let go just like the rest of the working world, just like myself, actually, that lost their job over COVID. If a teacher is a high-risk teacher and is high risk to the disease or virus, then they should be given the choice to teach the high-risk virtual classes. Essential workers have been working for months and they are not dying by the thousands, hundreds, or even by the dozens. The remote working was a complete waste. The remote classes in the spring was a complete waste of time. And from what it appears, there still isn't a plan for remote or return to school plan that all summer has been now wasted. The virus is not going away. Children are not dying. In fact, very few are even having severe or being hospitalized over their symptoms. Most are experiencing flu-like symptoms. Many aren't having symptoms at all. let the virus run its course. Again, the virus is not going away. Our children have a right to a proper education. The gym can be used as classrooms, cafeterias can be used as classrooms, outdoors can be used as classrooms. The children are what is important here and not the political agenda at play. Teachers can go to parties all summer, eat out to dinner, vacation all summer, but can't do their job that we, the taxpayers, are paying them to do? Is this in school only being based upon what teachers want? What about the thousands of parents that want a choice to send their children to in-school learning? Answer. I think there was a survey that went out about a month ago that an email response went out that based on the survey, in-school learning was going to be available to those parents. Also, if you're not going to do in-school learning, are there people being laid off? What about the janitors, the secretaries, the PE teachers, librarians, music teachers? None of these will be necessary for virtual learning. So I would expect there would be massive layoffs and cuts and us getting a 2020 tax refund for not returning to class, laying off thousands of teachers. And that's as far as I got. But my main message is our kids should be back in class. I don't know why there's even any discussion. If you don't want your kid in class, do virtual. Those that do, their children should be allowed in class learning.
All right, thank you very much for your call.
Thank you.
I'll jump back really quickly. Tierney Garland, if you're there. I'm not sure we have that person. I'm gonna continue. We can circle back. PJ Shuchek is our next comment. The best is to have a choice. This is not a one size fits all. Some people need to stay home while lots of kids need to be in school. Make it a choice. Next is Stephanie Petch. All we are asking for is a choice that we can make that is best for our children. You saw the survey results. Almost half of your district wants face-to-face learning. You're devastating families that have both parents working or even single parents that are having to choose their job, staying home with their children, or leave their child at home alone. I find it heartbreaking that teachers are advocating to stay at home and not saying we will do whatever it takes to make the best for the student. I can't think of a single industry that hasn't had budget cuts or jobs eliminated. However, we move forward. Teachers and administrators should be working to figure out ways to make face-to-face work because they all know it is what is best for the students. I find it shameful that they are not advocating for the students. Next is Sue Swanson. I have a child with an IEP who will not be academically successful without face-to-face professional instruction. Please consider these children that may fall behind or get lost during this difficult time. And please do not minimize the positive effects of athletics and socialization on the children as well. Next is a concerned parent. I'm very confused by the parents that are advocating for a remote start. That option is already available. It is the virtual option. So if you don't want your child in person, then choose the virtual option. Case closed on that one. If there are teachers that do not want to come to the classroom to teach, then maybe it is time to find a different job. However, you will find that most all of them will require you to be there in person. The choice is clear. If you are not comfortable, then choose virtual learning. If you feel safe, then send your child face-to-face. I would assume that the outbreaks that have been happening around grad parties and the like are because people are not following guidelines. I've personally witnessed multiple grad, block, and other parties where there was not a mask in sight. People not following guidelines are what is causing the spread, not the people following the guidelines. Listen to the CDC and the doctors and nurses. Send the kids to school. By allowing a remote start, you are setting a precedent for the flu season. I'm sorry, but we did not shut the world down for H1N1, which was the precursor of this virus. It is almost humorous that we are talking about a remote start to the school year, yet our sports band and other programs are practicing. Another concern I have is how do we get from remote to in-person? In 6 weeks, is there going to be a magical money drop that will make the funding problems go away? Is there going to be a massive influx of substitute teachers, bus drivers, food staff, custodial staff? Excluding the cleaning and masks, most of the barriers that were presented during last week's meeting are issues the district has every year. Other schools around the world are doing it successfully. Please reject the remote start plan. Next comment is from Megan Terry. Hello, and thank you for taking the time to read my comment this evening. Sorry. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Thank you. I will be entering my 9th year of teaching in South Lyon Community Schools this year. I truly love teaching in this tightly bonded and supportive community. I miss teaching and miss my students immensely. I would love nothing more than to walk in my classroom in September and see every one of their faces ready and eager to learn. However, at this point in time, I must support Superintendent Archibald's recommendation to begin this year remotely for the health and safety of all. Virtual teaching is really challenging. There's no denying that. It certainly is not the preferred way that I would want to meet my students for the first time or teach. However, the safety of all students and staff should be the utmost importance. And with that comes very tough decisions that will impact many. The virtual learning of last spring, which was optional for students regarding their participation, will be very different come this fall. In the spring, teachers and administrators were thrown into a situation that we had no way of preparing for. But please don't lose faith in us now. We plan to provide each and every student the best possible experience with a remote start. I want to thank all of those that have spent countless hours taking on the insurmountable task of determining the safest and best option for students and staff for the start of the 2021 school year. On Wednesday, district leadership eloquently outlined the plethora of concerns involved in attempting to start the school year in person. In my opinion, the picture of what that back-to-school plan would look like if in person has not been entirely clear to those that are not in the classroom each and every day. I appreciate the time spent Wednesday evening outlining what it would look like and its many complications. I believe that Dr. Matthew Sims, the Director of Infectious Disease Research at Beaumont Health, said it best when asked about those that say social distancing just isn't possible in school, but school should open anyway. That is not an acceptable answer. That wasn't an answer for bars. That wasn't an answer for restaurants. It wasn't an answer for malls. That wasn't an answer for anything, and it can't be the answer for schools. The social distancing aspect is only one of many issues that you have heard expressed, but please know each and every complication that was explained on Wednesday is incredibly valid and greatly impacts our ability to provide a safe environment for our students. As much as I would love to get back into the classroom, we simply cannot afford to provide or guarantee a safe learning atmosphere due to the financial and physical restraints that we have been dealt. For these reasons, I strongly encourage the board to please vote in favor of the proposed plan for distance learning so that we can begin planning and working towards what we do best, teach. Teach without fear for the safety of our health, without fear for the safety and health of our students, families, and colleagues. Thank you for your time. Our next comment is from Jenny, and this is a call-in. Jenny, are you there? Although there is a comment here, maybe they might have clicked yes, but they did leave a comment that said, I'm a parent of an elementary and middle school student, and I support the remote start to the school year. I will continue to support the school district, whatever choice is made. Thank you. Perhaps they left the comment and moved along. I'll move to the next. Chris Sturgill. Remote learning is the best answer for now. History will judge you favorably by not sacrificing the lives in and around our community for unnecessary in-person teaching. It's hard, but it's the correct choice. Thank you for your efforts. Our next comment is from a concerned parent. Can you please have Mr. Clark pay attention? It's very rude to be on your phone as a teacher, pours her heart out. Not okay. Our next comment is from Patricia. I believe that returning students and teachers back to school while this virus is spreading like wildfire across the country is extremely dangerous. As a single parent who is starting a new job, I am concerned about how I'm going to handle returning to work and making sure that my child will be taken care of. That being said, I understand that as a parent, my child is my responsibility. I would never want to put the lives of anyone else at risk of getting or spreading the virus. That has no rhyme or reason of who it affects and how. With the recent outbreaks at many other schools in other states, it seems inevitable that at one point or another, the students and teachers will end up working remotely. The most logical answer would be to start remotely. That way, if and when an outbreak occurs, the transition will be smooth and not cause a ton of confusion as to who is supposed to be doing what. It would be easier for parents if students return to school for now. However, dealing with a child or loved one who is extremely ill due to this virus will be much worse in the long run. Please vote to keep our children, teachers, and our community safe, and vote to start remotely. Next comment is from Christine Kachowski. Please consider an in-person option to start. My kids need to be in school. The emotional devastation they experience every time another thing is canceled is really taking its toll. These boys want to be in school. Thank you. Next comment is anonymous. Are we going to address the fact that the teachers that would like to be back face-to-face have been told by their union that they are not to speak out in favor of face-to-face? Next comment is from Julie. It appears to be a call-in to speak about back-to-school choices. Julie, are you there?
Hi, I am here. Good evening.
Hello, thank you for calling.
So I always start off on a positive note for any meeting that I've ever been a part of or conducted in my past and former life. And I am positively sure that when you took a break, you left your mic on. So I thought I was hearing things, but my high schooler is sitting here with me. And clearly it was some sarcasm from the board. So that's a big thumbs down right there. Turn your mics off. So now when I want to go into what I was going to talk about. Several of the teachers calling in with the fear of student and staff deaths. My question is, what will those teachers do in 4 to 6 weeks? Tell us what the science behind your 4 to 6 weeks is. This virus is not going anywhere. Let's take the comments about a vaccine off the table because vaccines are a choice. Teachers have 3 weeks to prepare. I have 2 high schoolers who said they had from April, or basically March 15th until April 20th, maybe same amount of time in the craziness, and they hated it. My teenagers, who grades count at this point, said they don't want to hear their teachers' kids in the background. They don't want to see their teachers' kids in the background. They don't want to wait 3 hours for an answer to a question. This is important to them. They are preparing to leave this nest and to head to college. We are asking for a choice. The kicker to all of this is, I work at a school. Being prepared is knowledge. Knowledge is power. Teachers will tell you, I can teach online, I can do it, but that doesn't mean kids can learn online. And I think we really have to look out for everybody in this situation. No school will not look the same for anybody. We know this. I've been back to school for a month. But we all have to take that first step to getting back. So thank you very much and have a great night.
Thank you for calling in. We don't usually address public comment, but just for the record, for folks who are listening, the verbal exchange you heard earlier was between 2 callers who are able to unmute themselves, and our board was muted. I was sitting in front of my computer; I could see all of them. So I just want to make that known. Our next comment is from Eric. My question for the board is: if we stay home for the next 6 weeks, what will change? When do we feel like we can go back? My impression is that we are 6+ months from a vaccine. I feel like if we stay home now, we will not go back. I'm also severely disappointed. I'm sorry. I believe I believe I've read that. I'll finish it. I am also severely disappointed how our kids were deprived of an education in the spring. Since we're only a few weeks from start, it appears we have no plan. I feel like there will be the same position. What will be different now? Next comment is from a mom. Have you considered taking a poll to find out how many families will keep their students home versus want to get them in the classroom? The smaller number of students equals smaller classrooms, which will be manageable for distancing. Parents and students do not expect the classroom experience to be the same. CDC recommends kids get back to school despite risks. Google it. I believe a classroom experience with a child sitting behind a face mask is better than a child sitting at home behind a computer. Please introduce a discussion about the science. Yes, someone will get it, and it could be from going to the grocery store or the bank or the hotel. Next comment is anonymous. Hello, thank you to the board, administration, and dedicated staff of South Lyon Community Schools for the time and effort that everyone has put in place trying to navigate through an impossible situation. I am a parent of 2 elementary students in the district and also an elementary teacher in the neighboring district. The way that the 2019-2020 school year ended was by no means ideal, perfect, or how staff and students deserve to end a school year. No one wanted to say goodbye to school in mid-March, but this was the hand we were dealt. We are not in any better situation today than we were nearly 6 months ago. We are actually worse. COVID is spreading more in children now than ever, putting our youngest population at risk. I strongly urge the district to vote for a remote start to the school year in order to keep the students and staff safe. Look at the way your meeting this evening is being held. None of you are together in a room. The school board doesn't even feel safe sitting in the same room where you actually can easily socially distance with masks. Schools in no way with increased class sizes can possibly keep social distancing in practice. You don't feel safe conducting a meeting for a few hours in a room. Why force students and staff to spend 7 hours in a day crammed into a classroom with poor ventilation, improper cleaning practices, and zero social distancing? Please begin the school year remotely. Consider the health and safety of our students and staff. Remote learning will not be perfect. Neither will in-person learning either. Teachers will not be able to meet with small groups. Students will not be able to participate in partner work. Assemblies will not happen. Anything in the classroom that makes the classroom a fun place to be will be gone. Let's do what is right for our children and begin remotely to keep everyone safe. Never underestimate the power of an amazing teacher in this district who I've seen step up to the plate time after time, who will do the right thing by our children remotely and provide them with a proper education virtually. Thank you for your time. Next comment is from Alan Birmingham. I'm concerned about only having a virtual learning opportunity for my elementary student. His social and emotional health is a priority. Private and charter schools have a plan in place for the fall. They have the same safety government mandated guidelines to follow as public schools. SLCS have had more than 3 months to prepare and haven't seen leadership cascade any virtual plan to date in the public, which makes me very concerned. Rather, surveys, politics, emotions, and a push for a bond approval have dominated the summer, or as perceived by the public. I feel confident in leadership. We need a real plan that will look very different than the failures of the spring. Specifically, 2 one-hour conference calls a week was not acceptable in my opinion. We need full days with real differentiated lesson plans. Shane McDowell is next. I wasn't able to unmute during my time. My comments are below. I support a virtual start for the school year. As a country, state, and community, we are not equipped to reopen schools safely with timely testing, tracing, and treatment, as has been shown with a number of districts that have already tried it. Our community specifically has shown a lack of care, resulting in a number of recent cases. Of course, under normal circumstances, I would want my kid to build social skills and in-person collaboration from being in a classroom with other students, but not at the cost of sickness or worse for our children, teachers, staff, or extended community, especially as we still don't yet understand the long-term impacts of these illnesses. Thank you for your time. Next is a concerned parent and teacher. There needs to be a hybrid program. Look to neighboring schools as to how they plan to do this. Nova is one that parents have a choice of hybrid or virtual. Also, many high school classes are not set up for remote learning, and Edgenuity, formerly E2020, focuses curriculum for struggling students. What about those taking Spanish 4 or calculus? I do not feel comfortable using a software program that has obvious flaws. One just needs to do a bit of research about the company to find them. I am disappointed in South Lyon's choice to use it. Next is Brandy Ward, I believe is a call-in. Brandy, are you there?
Just a reminder, *6 to unmute your phone.
Hello?
Yes, you are on.
Hi. Thank you. Hi, I'm a 4th grade teacher in a public school in a neighboring district where I have been teaching for almost 20 years. My district is going back face-to-face learning, which I agree is in the best interest of all children. I know 2 of the districts that border South Lyon are seeing children face-to-face. One is Novi, and I know they receive more per pupil funding than South Lyon. However, The other is Brighton, and they also receive the minimum funding from the state. Yet they are making it work in the best interest of students. I am concerned at the lack of planning and preparation South Lyon is showing in their return to learn plan. What will change in the next 6 to 8 weeks that will be your deciding factor to allow for in-person learning? This virus is not going away, and I am concerned we will be stuck in virtual learning all year. What sort of professional development have you offered to your teachers over the past 5 months to create a successful remote learning experience? I am disappointed that my children's school district did not put forth the effort to establish a plan that would allow our children to receive some face-to-face instruction. Many other districts are able to give their students this option and access to their education. South Lyon went suddenly from 5 days in person to 5 days virtual. This issue is not black and white. There is a very large gray area, and I think the board should at least consider a hybrid plan where teachers see half of their students in person 2 days a week. I do not want to put any teachers or students at risk, as I do value them and appreciate all the work they do. I do believe there should be a full virtual option for families who choose that. I think teachers who are at high risk should be given preference to teach virtually. For many students and teachers who are not at risk, I believe a hybrid option with only half of the children in the building at a time can safely provide the education our children deserve. With only half of the students attending, you will reduce the number of students in classrooms, hallways, cafeterias, and on buses. Again, I am a public school teacher, and I want to go back because I know there is no substitute for face-to-face education. Governor Whitmer and her Return to Learn task force says in-person instruction can take place if Michigan is in stage 4, which we are. You can't eliminate risk, but you can do your best to mitigate risk by reducing the number of students in the building, by offering our community a hybrid option. I hope the board will remember their obligation to every student in this district and vote no on the fully virtual option. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your call. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Right. Thank you. I'm going to take over, Tony.
Okay, you let me know if you want me to pop back in.
Oh, yeah. Next up is B. Wirtz, and they state use or facts and data with school reopening plan. A concerned parent states, I hope the teachers in South Lyon recognize that they have overwhelming support from the community to keep themselves, the children, and the town safe. I hope they realize their power and choose to strike if forced to return to the classroom. A single parent states, I understand the concern is keeping staff and students safe. Where do they go if they do not go to school? Mine has been going to summer camp and not one student tested positive. If they are not in school, then they are in large groups in childcare centers or young students are watching themselves. How are the childcare centers in a better position to provide a safe environment if the schools are not? It is a nice thought that all parents can stay home with their children, keep them out of large groups, and still provide a roof over their head, but that is not reality. You can keep teachers and staff safe with remote learning, but children will still be in large groups in childcare centers. Not only will children still be in groups, but they will spend their night doing online schooling. I know there has been an increase in cases due to grad parties. Keeping teens home alone while their parents are at work will not decrease these cases. Alicia Bracco says, I have a child that will be starting at the OSTC, the Oakland Schools Technical Campus, this fall for culinary arts. The program has students come in 2 groups each day, morning and afternoon, 5 days a week. The block scheduling I saw proposed splits the days, not in a way that does not match up with the Wixom campus schedule. What will the OSTC students from South Lyon High School and South Lyon East do to get their education? Have you even consulted with them? Dan Jilg represents himself, and he just states our children. Chris states, good evening, and thank you for taking the time to listen to my concerns. I asked the board, what has changed since the option was given to choose virtual or in person? Poor planning is a poor excuse, as a lack of funds and creativity. The CDC, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and a broad consensus among experts are stressing the importance of getting back into school building to stop the alarming slide in learning, emphasizing there are major health, social, and educational risks to keeping children at home. My child apparently will be at risk, whether in person or at home. Lots of talk about what the ifs related to someone getting COVID if we return face to face, but little talk related to what the ifs with not going back to school. Obviously risks with either choice. If parents are not comfortable with their kids going back, they can go virtual. If parents are comfortable with face to face, they deserve that option too. Mother of high schoolers states, I'm sure you'll be inundated with comments regarding the significant health concerns that should lead you to making the best decision in the interest of the health of the community. I would like to add an additional perspective. With so many universities and businesses operating virtually, beginning school in an online environment would not only keep students and staff safe, it would help prepare students for the future. Geraldine Rinaldi would like an in-person option. Samantha Caragignan would like in-school instruction for back to school. Narava Dunback states, if we move to virtual learning, how will OSTC students be transported? Anonymous states, if we are talking about virtual learning, possibly for the entire year, would the board consider rescinding the semester grading, meaning we previously had 6 report cards a year, then reduced it down to 2. I don't see how this is beneficial to any student, let alone the students who are prone to procrastination and truly do not enjoy school. My son was denied an improvement to his overall GPA because of the lack of more reporting periods when the district decided to move to pass-fail. Had we had 4 report cards last year, he may have been given the credit he deserved by working so hard the second semester last year. If these kids will be learning virtually, I believe being held more accountable may keep these kids on track better. Would the board possibly consider moving to 4 report card periods per year? Keep these kids held accountable. How are kids with IEPs being taken care of? How will their accommodations be addressed? Another anonymous states, you talk about how social distancing isn't possible in the schools, but this is completely doable if you were to consider a hybrid for certain kids to return on certain days and other days for other children. Having less people in a room with school per day puts this much more into a possible perspective. I just don't get why we talk about not being able to keep distance when it's clearly possible. Dan Jilg, the second, would like to speak about why people are afraid to go back to school. Mr. Jilg, are you on the line? *6 to unmute if you are online. Okay, we will come back to Mr. Jilg. Christine Campo says, where is the comments from folks who want an option? Where are the voices from the thousands that want a choice? This is beginning to look orchestrated and is very disappointing from public officials. Jackie Miller states, I think we should have an option on how our children return to school. A Southline East High School parent states, we have 2 daughters at Southline East High School that very much want to return to school. Remote learning is very challenging for some students, depending on their learning style, and I am very concerned about another semester of virtual learning. The experience last spring was subpar, with heavy reliance on internet videos to teach our kids very challenging classes. Also, many non-core classes like art and music cannot be taught virtually. I am very concerned about a 6-week delay, as the last 12 weeks did not appear to provide any insight to handling these issues. Please share with us what you will do with these additional 6 weeks to better prepare a return to school. Anonymous states, back to school, what about our children's 14th Amendment right that guarantees them the right to free public school? Hattie Miles did not leave a comment. A frustrated parent states, can we hear from parents? Emily Kant, she's a high school student, and she states, as we went into quarantine in the beginning of March, we were told we needed to stay home for a little while to flatten the curve. Now we're being held at home until there is a vaccine. Who says a vaccine will come anytime soon? People think the flu shot is a vaccine, but it's not, and it only gives you an 18% chance of not getting sick. If we viewed our lives through the lens of COVID, we wouldn't do anything. We wouldn't be doing sports, nothing. Our bodies were made to take on viruses. Our bodies have things called an immune system. Let us use it. I am not only speaking on behalf of myself, but also on behalf of other students. Online schooling does not work. Teachers are doing the best they can with what they have, but it's just not the same. Online schooling was stressful for students this year. We aren't retaining the information. We are staring at a screen for hours on and our minds eventually go numb. We need to go back to school. We are being deprived from getting a full education. We can be smart and safe and still go to school. We can still protect the people most at risk. Let's vote to go back to school. Sherry Barrett states, face-to-face, allow families to choose. Quick note to say we have 2 children at Sayre in 1st and 2nd grade and prefer full-time in-person class. Our children have been at ECC for Kids Club all summer with no issues. Also, no masks worn by the children. Our kids are fine with wearing masks if that is part of the plan to ensure we have in-person classes starting in September. My husband and I work full-time from home. Keeping up with the kids' schedules, emails, meetings adversely impacted our abilities to do our essential jobs in the spring. Our children are not able to manage their email schooling independently at this age. If the only option is virtual, it would be immensely helpful if all teachers were using the same apps. We realize the spring was a scramble to get online classes going, but we're hoping in the fall, if virtual, is more organized and planned, since the school system has had months to plan. If all classes are using the same apps, that will help if in-person classes suddenly need to go virtual. Thank you for your consideration, Jeff and Sherry Barrett. Alicia O'Sullivan states, return to school. I would like to thank the time and effort of the school board. This is a very difficult time and not an easy decision. However, I have 2 elementary students who attended Brummer, and I am a frontline worker. I worked during the months of the pandemic, the fear of the unknown, trying to balance keeping my family safe and the precious patients I take care of day to day as an RN. Working in an environment that puts you in the unknown and not having enough PPE is scary and unfamiliar to us forced to do it. If the schools cannot protect the staff, student, and community then the decision needs to be made to put everyone's well-being first. Start with remote. Let's see what the second wave looks like and then make necessary decisions to keep everyone safe and provide the best learning opportunities for our most precious commodities, our children. I have seen firsthand what can happen to very healthy individuals. It is devastating. Laura Pierce states, my kids will be in school or removed from the district. I have seen no plan put forward to make me feel as if the fail of last spring would be any different now. Complete fail. Mr. and Mrs. Matt and Lindsay Blazak would like to call in next to discuss in-person learning. Are you on the line? Mr. and Mrs. Blazak? Okay, we'll come back to them. A parent with an idea states, is there another hybrid option that prioritizes which students attend in person versus remote to help meet their needs? Is it possible for high school students who are more effective to be remote and then the high school classrooms to be open for elementary and middle school students to have facility space to social distance? This would provide the younger kids a mode of instruction that works for their needs as well as high school students a compelling option that will prepare for college instruction models that are online. Brandon P. states, why take the choice away from families for their child to attend in person, even some? You have a greater chance of being hit and killed by a car than you do COVID. Literally, this isn't an exaggeration, look it up. Give the parent the choice, have the teachers teach while having Zoom up kids that want to attend can, and do so as safely as possible. Why is this not an option? Why is it all or nothing? The email went out today to enroll in virtual classes, which indicates your minds are made up and this meeting is strictly to placate. You must submit to the mob. It is understandable. We have seen what has happened with other matters when leadership doesn't cave to the mob. P.S. The teacher talking about waiting for a vaccine. There hasn't been a coronavirus type vaccine in 25 years, nor for any other type out there. Why on earth would you think there will magically be one for this within months? Amy Conley states, I have a 7th grader and a senior. I have always been very pleased with the education my children have received at South Lyon schools. We have amazing teachers, and when my daughter had to have surgery and miss school, Mr. Sayraff was wonderful. He is an amazing teacher in person. I am very confident everyone wants what's best for our children, for that I have no doubt. I would like to see the kids back in school as soon as possible, as the longer this continues, the harder it will be to get back into routine. If the board does elect virtual for the first 6 weeks, I really hope and trust that everything humanly possible will be done to see that happen. As a parent, I have to take a leap of faith here that this will happen and truly hope that it will be a true goal. I have been back to work for some time and feel very safe with masks and simple basic hygiene. Geraldine Rinaldi says, I am a teacher at Heartland High School and a parent of 2 high school students in South Lyon High. As many know, Heartland just approved in their board meeting this morning a hybrid of online and in-person learning. They will be doing 2 days in person and 3 days online, Monday, Wednesday, A through L, and Tuesday, Thursday, M through Z, with Fridays all online. We are doing this for the first 3 weeks and then moving toward 4 days in person and Fridays online. We start school next Wednesday. Yes, our board just made a decision 1 week before school starts. As an educator and a parent, I honestly say I love this plan. This gives us a slow transition and allows students and staff to adjust. It gives students into the classroom even if it's just twice a week. It allows small class sizes and makes it much more manageable for the elementary schools to operate as well as an upper level. We get an idea for making changes if needed or if things don't work and we need to move to remote for a while. I am for a plan that gets students into the classroom at least once or twice a week for now. I appreciate everything the board is doing to make everything safe. Please consider doing something similar to at least give the option for in-person for those parents that want it. A concerned parent states, if return to school is remote for the first 6 weeks, there have been 0 details shared about what changes in 6 weeks. As a parent, I have choices for private school, homeschool, pod learning, etc. I need information about what SLCS expects to be different in 6 weeks that makes it okay for kids to return to in-person learning. We won't know any more about COVID in 6 weeks than we do now. There won't be a vaccine. If people are high risk now, they will be a high risk in 6 weeks. The teacher and sub concerns will not go away. The budget concerns will not go away. I have little faith that the SLCS leadership thinks thoroughly about the plans they present. In July, the presentation focused on in-person learning and the presenter spoke confidently about the plan. Last week's presentation made it sound like the leadership was backtracking because they hadn't thought through plans. Next up is Bill Wirtz. I would like to speak on the options for returning to education this fall. We have a son who is entering the 8th grade at CMS this fall. I would first like to thank the board for taking the time to go over the comments submitted. It is a thankless job at the best of times, and these are certainly not the best of times. I have some concerns that the comments read and heard live are predominantly from teachers in the district, but not so many from parents of children in the school system who are not teachers. Perhaps this is unintentional, or perhaps they are more organized. Regardless, I feel the need to enter a comment in favor of having the option for in-school learning, in addition to the virtual option. There has also been a high emphasis on the emotions surrounding this rather than the facts and data. The other thing that has been dominating the conversation is the number of positive cases that have been increasing in some parts of the country. These positive cases stem from a number of things: more tests, more personal interactions, more activities, etc. What is not being mentioned is the lack of corresponding numbers of severe illnesses, hospitalizations, and deaths for those increased cases, specifically among younger aged kids. Even the recent prom and graduation parties that resulted in positive cases did not result in any reported severe sicknesses, hospitalizations, or deaths. The singular fact that positive cases might happen is not a reason to take draconian measures, the country, the state, or the South Lyon School District. Yes, there is a very good possibility that there will be the transmission of the virus in the community if we allow in-school learning. Based on the facts and data, there is not corresponding elevated risk of severe illness from those positive cases to the majority of the kids. That is not to say that the risk is negligible. It is not. Those kids, staff, teachers, and administrators who are at risk or who have the at-risk people at home need to have options available to them. Allow those at-risk teachers to take on the virtual learning for those students at risk. Allow the non-at-risk students and teachers to conduct in-school learning. What cannot happen is to allow emotion, anecdotal, or discrete cases to drive the policy of the entire school district. That is a burden that the school board has. Balance the facts and data against the emotional appeal. There will be challenges to this. The challenges for remote learning, especially for families with 2 working parents and no ability to have someone stay home to supervise remote learning, are no less daunting. Finally, I am significantly distressed at the apparent level of preparation for moving forward towards in-school learning. It seems as if There was a wait and see approach rather than being proactive at doing the setup and planning that will need to be done to enable a safer in-school learning. Okay, Mr. Body, you want to take over at 1:59?
Happy to help if I can get myself unmuted. All right. 159 is a comment is from Michelle Makara. It does say this person would like to call in. Michelle, Ms. Makara, are you there? She wrote on it. Oh, okay, great. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you. First, thank you to the administration and board for your service, time, and concern. It is very much appreciated. I first want to say I echo Mrs. Sepulveda's thoughts. I think she hit the nail on the head when she said, make good choices, as well as mentioning that good choices aren't always the popular choices. I do support a virtual school year. I believe it to be the safest option that we have at this time during this pandemic for everyone. It is the safest option for our students, our staff, and our extended community. I did speak last week, so I just thought of a couple other additional things that I wanted to touch on that I have not heard discussed as of yet, that I am aware of anyway. First being, through social media, I've heard many, many times over through our local social media pages from local parents that this virus is all a hoax and masks are unnecessary. So my question is, and my concern is, the children that come from these homes, do you think that they'll be taking their temperatures daily before going to school? If we go back to face-to-face, will their parents or caretakers be concerned about a sore throat as it may pertain to COVID? If we're face-to-face, will they be wearing the mask all day in school properly? What about the kids that will flat out refuse to wear masks? What about the stories we've heard about people intentionally coughing, sneezing, and spitting on people because they think this is all nonsense? What about the time taken away from instruction so the teachers can address all of these issues daily? These things will happen. We would be remiss to think that they will not. Can you imagine the anxiety and depression among our educators that are going to have to police these situations? Many of our educators are fearful to go back, which is one of my reasons for supporting a virtual return. Secondly, if we do return face-to-face, it will be with the understanding that returning to school will look nothing like a normal school setting because of the COVID-19 virus. Students and staff will be quarantined if they test positive because of the COVID-19 virus. Masks must be worn all day long because of the COVID-19 virus. Sanitizing will be done around the clock because of the COVID-19 virus. The 6-foot rule will be in place because of the COVID-19 virus. All of this so that we can hopefully prevent the spread of the virus. Having said all that, this would then be considered a workplace health risk for teachers and staff members. So if a teacher or staff member should contract this virus due to being at school, which would be absolutely horrible, obviously on so many levels, it would be considered a workers' compensation claim. I wonder if the district has prepared for this outcome, as it may quickly escalate with a face-to-face return. Obviously, it doesn't even address the fact that the staff member is sick, which, I mean, that's an entirely, different thing. Anyways, these are just a couple of the things that I've thought of, which I think could all be avoided if we returned virtually. I do encourage the board to vote for a virtual return. My final comment is I just want to commend the school district and the teachers for their work last spring when COVID-19 hit. I hear so many parents, unfortunately, commenting to the fact that it was a horrible job and their kids didn't get any benefit from it. I know that these teachers worked harder than they ever did, trying to accommodate our students in a short amount of time. Nobody was expecting COVID. It hit everybody like a ton of bricks, and they still came through. I know not everyone's experience was the same, but I know I have 3 children, one in high school, one in middle school, one in elementary school, and last year, my youngest was a 5th grader, and Mr. Hamill at Hardy Elementary was absolutely amazing. Kept our kids busy and engaged, and I couldn't have been more thankful.
While I know that virtual will not look the same if that is what is to be for the fall that it did in spring. And I do want to just say that I, as a parent, do commend the district and the teachers for the work that they put in when something was thrown at them when it was unexpected. So thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you so much for your call. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next comment is from Christina Reeves. This is also a call-in. Ms. Reeves, are you there? There's also a written comment. Please read. I missed the first portion, so this may have been addressed. Why are the sports programs continuing to practice with the uptick in cases? Christina Reeves, are you on the line? Okay, we can circle back. I'm sorry if you feel as if I'm moving fast, but we do need to get to our portion of the meeting. Patrick Bracco, what does when it's safe mean? If SLCS decides to start with online instruction, what is the criteria for deciding to resume in-person instruction? I know that our society views medical miracles as a routine, but there's no guarantee that we will have a vaccine for this in 3 months, 6 months, or ever. As noted by the American Academy of Pediatrics, our children are adversely affected by the isolation caused by the lockdown. Please consider the long-term effects on the mental health of our kids when making your decision. Next comment is from Katie. I'd like to ask if you, the board, took the time to review what Monroe Public Schools is doing with parents that have to work. Their proposal is to have students report to school for those that won't or can't have a caregiver to help them with the remote learning. They would then have a parapro help them navigate the online learning process at school with no more than 12 to 15 students in the class, with siblings staying with each other in that classroom to help limit exposure. I think this would be a great solution for those parents that can't stay home with their young children. I hope this is an option for families if we go remote. Thank you for taking this matter so seriously and for making such a difficult decision. Next, we have an SLHS concerned parent. I feel many of our emails we sent each of you are not being represented by the comments you are reading. There are teachers who want to go back but will not speak up. Where is the transparency? Where is the survey data? Where is the truth that is not about funding? The follow CDC and the scientist people neglect to mention the recommendation for kids to go back to school, including Dr. Fauci. There are many reasons to return. The spring remote learning was a complete joke. Also, reading comments with lists of teacher names for who we would pick to lose is absolutely ludicrous. You have people taking vacations, eating out, having pedicures, creating pods, and there is no way to return to school. I find this unacceptable. You have people saying the right to choice is hard. I say the right to choice is choice. Going to Vegas should not occur before going back to school. 5 months, and we still have no plans to see. Checking in for 10 minutes once a week for a satisfactory grade was what one of our teachers felt was exceptional education. I do not. Remote did not work. That's why parents are begging for face-to-face. Our educators did not meet my expectations in the spring, and they were not that high. Administration did nothing to help students feel like they were still a part of the school. Counselors did not set online meets. There was nothing to facilitate a normal anything during that time. We are worried that this is our future again. Staff want remote, we understand. Parents start a Facebook post just to be clear. It should be their choice, and they are not being represented. These comments seem cherry-picked to support remote and not show their voices. The comments on health and safety, and no one is mentioning increasing suicides, drug use, anxiety, depression. So in your list of names, which students should we lose to despair, loneliness, abuse, hunger? There are two sides. The idea from instructors to set a date, and we will work toward it, is false. They will bring scare tactics again to delay. And why are we spending so much on disposable masks when fabric masks are the recommendation? Where are the administrators and educators looking for solutions instead of just stating the problems? Next comment is from Stephen Garrett. It's a call-in. Mr. Garrett, are you there? Hello, Mr. Garrett. I thought I heard something unmute, but I didn't hear Mr. Garrett. Stephen Garrett, are you there? Okay, we'll try to come back. Ralph Cortese, also a call-in. Are you there, sir?
I am. Thank you. I guess the very first thing I'd like to do is you had a combat vet on the call earlier, and I think we failed to recognize him for his service. I personally would like to thank him for his service. Mr. Archibald, welcome to the district. Thank you to the board for providing the opportunity to speak to the board, but listening to the call, it's once again quite disappointing. It sounds like the teachers certainly spent some time preparing to speak out against an in-person return to school and recited platitudes about how much they love teaching, love their students, really want to return to the classroom, and are so worried about their colleagues. But it's truly a shame they, the board, and the superintendent did not spend as much time looking for ways to make a return possible. All we've heard are reasons why this can't be done. I do not support a virtual education for my children, but if you insist on teaching virtually, it needs to be with a teacher live streaming via YouTube for an entire school day. The parents choosing virtual can tune in, and the parents choosing in person can watch what actually happens in class. No links to recorded lessons, live Q&A for the students. What was provided earlier this year was definitely substandard and resembled a Greek tragedy. So let me ask, what happens when a vaccine can't be found? Efficacy is 50%, and at least 30% of the population won't get vaccinated. Will you continue to say we can't go back? It's just too dangerous? What is the litmus test for when it is safe? There must be a specific date. For example, if we're in phase 4 on date X, we will begin in-person instruction. What I and perhaps many other parents of the 9,000 students want to hear is the definitive plan with specific timetables. No more open-ended plan and waiting for a vaccine. Other districts, other states, and other countries had no lockdowns and have fared well. Indeed, even New York has approved in-person learning. To all the parents listening, I think 4 board members have their terms expire in November or December. If they won't do what's right for our children, let's get a new board that will lead based upon science. Once again, thank you for providing the forum to share thoughts.
Mrs. Hanson?
Tony, yeah, Tony, Randy, did you want to make a
Yeah,
motion?
if I could get support for a motion, I would like to go for a 10-minute break. And then on the return from the break, we suspend comment at this time and move to the remainder of the agenda. And then possibly prior to the vote, after the presentation, maybe we can hear some more comments. If I could get a second, please.
I'll second that.
Moved by Mr. Clark, supported by Mr. Kennedy to take a break and then move on with the agenda. Any questions or comment? So we currently have 259 comments. Just so everyone understands, when we started the meeting, we had 70 and people keep adding. So we didn't realize that they keep adding. I mean, we just got another one. We're at 260. So they're going to just keep adding on. So
I don't think it's productive, if I may, Madam President, to beat the dead horse, so to speak, until we've heard the presentation. I think that may be a good route to go. And then we don't want to quash anybody's comments. We have been hearing all of them that are on the list. There have none that have been handpicked that I'm aware of. You're getting the full picture. And if it takes us all night to read all the comments will eventually be heard. So to be productive, that's the route I think we should take.
What about those in queue?
Good question. How many do we have in queue? Do we know that yet?
I mean, there's 260 comments and we're on what, 150, Tony?
We are on 166.
So there's another 100 comments to go.
That's a couple more hours. How many are on hold on the phone right now? Do we know that number?
I mean, I could sit here and count them, but.
Because I don't see them all on my screen.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Mr. Russell is saying about 30.
Okay, so there's 30 people, yeah, plus 100 plus 70 comments.
I mean, perhaps we could Perhaps we could prioritize the call-ins just because folks are actually waiting for that. If that's something we could do. I mean, we haven't jumped around the list at all. I'm glad you mentioned that, Mr. Kennedy, just for the benefit of the public. These comments are coming in on a Google Doc one after another in the order that they come in. We're reading everything that you've sent. There's no picking of comments. So that's how this is going. But I mean, perhaps if people are waiting on the lines, we could hear those and continue the reading of the others after that. I mean, after the break or whenever we pick up the comments again.
Right. Do we want to, so if we take,
Or do we want to hear those and then do you want to take a break and hear the calls and then go to our portion?
We have a motion on the table to take a break and then resume the agenda and then come back to callers after the presentation.
Okay.
is that before the vote? I mean, because that
Yeah.
would be then again,
No, yeah.
hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, you ready for the roll, Ms. Sancho?
Yep, I am ready for the roll.
All right, I vote yes, Ms. Sancho.
Yes.
Mr. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Dasher?
Yes.
Mr. Schwegler?
Yes.
Ms. Ertel?
Yes.
And Mr. Clark?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 7-0. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. We will come back at 10:55 and we will continue with the rest of the agenda. And then before the vote on the school readiness plan, we will continue with all of the public comments in order. Okay, see you at 10:55.
Thank you all for your patience.
2 agenda items to go through, and then we will go over the return to school plan approval, but before we actually vote, we will continue with the other, I think there's a roughly little over 100 more comments to go through. So those of you that were going to call in, we will let you know when that opportunity comes back. Okay, with that, item number 4 on our agenda is the Title IX Policy and Administrative Regulation Revisions Approval. Ms. Kudwa, is that you? Okay.
The proposed policy and administrative regulation changes are recommended to the district by our legal counsel, Lusk Albertson, in order to be compliant with the new Title IX rules, which go into effect on Friday, August 14th. The suggested policy and regulation changes were shared with the policy committee via email on July 28th, and due to the date of the new Title IX regulations being in effect, it's necessary to adopt the changes at tonight's meeting. We recommend that you adopt the board policy and administrative regulation changes as written. These policies and regulations will be effective as of August 14th.
All right, can I get a motion to approve the Title IX Policy and Administrative Regulations revisions?
So moved.
I'll second.
Moved by Mr. Dashner, supported by Mr. Abate. Any questions or comments about those policy revisions?
My only comment would be, don't we normally have a reading and then an approval? I mean, it's a 2-step process.
So the guidance from Lusk Albertson was recently released, Mr. Clark. And in order to be in compliant with the 14th, we need to have it at the same board meeting.
Yes, that was attached with the, when it was sent out to the policy committee, that was part of the email. Mr. Dashner? Sorry.
I'm good.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, Mr. Abate, please call the roll.
Okay, Mr. Schwegler.
Yes.
Mr. Dashner.
Yes.
I vote yes, Mr. Kennedy.
Yes.
Ms. Hanshaw.
Yes.
Mr. Clark.
Yes.
And Mr. Tell.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. All right, item number 5 is the return to school plan approval. Mr. Archibald?
Yes, thank you very much, President Hanshaw, and I will, I had some prepared comments, but many of the folks who have called in with their viewpoints have been far more articulate than I, and I think certainly have outlined not only the unprecedented nature of this, but the complex nature of this. So what I want to explain, at last Wednesday's study session, we had talked about some of the complications. We had talked about the idea of a remote start and what a phase-in could look like. And the administration took away from that meeting what the board and what members of the community wanted to hear was some steps that were being taken to address some of those things. And so we will cover that very briefly today in the presentation, but also to comment that that is work that we will continue to do until this is over. But people also asked specifically what remote learning would look like. We've certainly heard the comparisons to last spring, and so we have brought a model of what that could be, and then also what a phase-in could look like. And so we will touch on that briefly. And again, this is all since last Wednesday. I don't offer that as an excuse, but I offer that as we wanted to bring this information in front of you to get some detail for the board community to see. There's obviously still much more work to be done, but we will again give you that brief overview. That the presentation is very short, and then I will go into briefly the preparedness plan, which is actually the document that you are voting on to approve that to the state. The presentation is just that, a presentation for informational purposes only. It's the preparedness plan. Again, you were all sent a copy of that on Saturday. That is actually the document that gets approved and forwarded on. Next slide, please. And again, we'll go as quickly as we can. We'll touch on why we're recommending a remote start. We'll share with you what that remote start looks like, and we will share some preliminary thinking on what in-person instruction looks like using a hybrid model as part of a phase-in. And I will turn it over to Ms. Kudwa. We've got members of our cabinet team who will go through these slides briefly, and then I will come back and touch on the preparedness plan.
Next slide, please. Thank you. So a little bit about why we're recommending a remote start. So first of all, starting with all of our students in that remote setting will allow the whole class to be together, to receive consistent instruction, and to form those relationships with the teacher and one another. Students are also able to develop those virtual learning skills and health and safety routines prior to a hybrid or an in-person model. Again, the health and safety of our students and staff is our priority. Cases in our community are currently on the rise. Bringing more students and staff together indoors is likely to cause an increased number of cases, and starting remotely can help us to reduce community spread. If the state moves our region back to phases 1 through 3, the students would be able to learn remotely effectively because they would have had this practice at the beginning of the year. This also allows us time to post guest teacher, custodial, and bus driver positions to improve our ability to maintain that consistent workforce to support instruction. So as people become ill and need to be quarantined, this allows us to have some depth to that. It provides us with time to continue stocking up on sufficient amounts of supplies, facial coverings, soap, hand sanitizer, cleaning materials, and to take the delivery of the materials we have already ordered but have not yet received. It also allows us to evaluate the supply chains. It gives us time to make sure we can purchase the supplies through the bid process when needed. And what does a remote start look like? Ms. Engblom will take over this portion.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to share an overview of our remote learning plan for the fall of 2020. So one important thing to note is that our 2019-2020 spring remote learning plan was an emergency response plan. Our remote learning plan for the fall of 2020 is more robust than what we experienced in the spring. For the 2020-2021 school year, both the virtual learning pathway and our remote instructional plan call for regular live lessons with staff, graded assignments, daily attendance, and our normal level of rigor and depth. These are the instructional components that are included in our elementary remote learning plan. They include a daily morning meeting, which is a live whole group time for teachers and students to connect and build rapport and relationships, 2 to 3 daily workshop blocks each day. Those will consist of a rotation of the core subjects of reading, writing, math, science, and social studies, daily read alouds, text talks, and/or math talks, additional asynchronous or recorded lessons with independent activities, which can be completed at any point in the day, built-in breaks for movement, lunch, play, and snacks, daily specials time, art, music, and PE rotated throughout the week, as well as weekly small group instruction. This is a sample elementary schedule, which shows one example of how these components could be broken down across a day and a week. Families will be provided the specific details related to the weekly schedule in the coming weeks. A few things to note on this sample schedule. The exact format and length of each workshop block will vary some by grade level and will work to balance live interactive screen time with other learning activities. Also, you will see in this schedule that one day each week is focused on providing opportunities for students to receive additional individual or small group support from teachers specific to what has been covered in each subject over the course of the week. It also provides students with flexible time to complete learning tasks. Mrs. Weber is going to share details about our secondary remote learning plan.
Good evening. In our secondary remote instruction plan, students at the secondary level would have an assigned class period for core classes and electives. Those classes would meet live for portions of each class period, with the remaining time for independent work, group work, and small groups that would meet with their teacher. Student assignments and assessments would be graded, and a semester letter grade would be given, just like in traditional in-person instruction. And for the secondary remote instruction, we are considering a block schedule. The sample secondary schedule that you see here below shows a block schedule for Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. Students would have 3 class periods each of those days. And then Wednesday, all 6 classes would meet. In this sample schedule, that the instructional time for each course would be balanced on a weekly basis. Families would be provided specific details related to their child's weekly schedule in the coming weeks. And I turn it back over to Mrs. Kudwa. So we'll talk a little bit about how we phase back to in-person instruction. So shifting back to in-person instruction would look like a hybrid model. So we would be starting fully remote, but students in JK, first grade, and kindergarten are targeted to start back sooner. That lets us bring them in and get them some practice with school routines and classroom routines before other students return back. Those are the students that are going to need the most practice starting back in to get into the habits of those routines. So that lets us have more staff assisting with those lowest grades first. So they would begin in-person hybrid instruction as soon as week 5, and you'll hear us talk in a minute about what factors need to be met first before we would feel comfortable moving forward with that. And then the remaining grades could join them possibly as soon as week 6. So the factors that we'll be looking at to determine if we're ready to start hybrid instruction and phasing students back will be local and county health data, whether adequate staffing can be maintained, and supplies including PPE, cleaning, and disinfecting materials are secured in an adequate supply. When we begin bringing students back in person, our approach would be to have 25% of the students returning to school on any one day, with groups rotating whose turn it is to attend in-person instruction. This allows for social distancing and the teaching and reinforcing of health and safety practices. And again, at elementary, that phase in focuses on our junior kindergarten, and our first grade students as soon as week 5, if we've met those factors, and then adding in grades 2 through 5 approximately a week later. Students would begin by attending instruction remotely in the morning and then in-person instruction in the afternoon 1 day a week. So a quarter of the students would be in a classroom at a time for a half day of in-person instruction. Keeping elementary with everyone in that virtual model, that remote model in the morning, allows every elementary student to have interactions with their classroom teacher every single day in this model. 1 day per week, all of the students would be remote. And when we're able to, we would move to 50% of students attending in person at a time. And then each group would be able to attend 2 afternoons a week. So phasing in at the elementary level does help us ease students into those mask requirements. It means that they're in a mask for half of a day to start instead of the full day. And they're able to learn safety, bus, school, and classroom routines in much smaller groups. So it's much easier for us to give them positive reinforcement for following those procedures and helping them learn those new pieces. Depending on the needs, students might be assigned to attend additional days per week. We are exploring the possibility of offering Kids Club in the morning for a student if they were to attend the afternoon in-person instruction, with a separate payment scale for families who qualify for free and reduced lunch. So here is a sample elementary phase-in schedule, again, showing that everyone would be in that remote setting in the morning. And then we would have 4 groups of students, Group A, Group B, Group C, and Group D. Each of them would attend 1 afternoon a week. Some students may be assigned to more than 1 group, depending on their needs again. And then the remaining students would be engaged in asynchronous learning in the afternoon at home. At the secondary level, we would be looking at phasing in a quarter of students by last name. So I know I've heard a couple of the parent comments, why not a grade at a time? Remember, at the high school level, students are in courses. You might have 9th, 10th, and 11th graders all in the same course. So it doesn't work very well at the high school level to go by grade level. It works much better to go by part of the alphabet. And if you brought back all of the 9th graders at the same time, those classes would be full again, the classes that are predominantly 9th grade. So phasing in a quarter of the students based on their last name attending 1 day per week as soon as week 6. If again, we've met those factors. And in this phase, students would attend 1 in-person day per week and 4 remote days. Over the span of 2 weeks, students would then be able to attend all 6 of their classes. So remember, with that block schedule at the secondary level, they won't be going to every one of their 6 classes in a day. So if they're attending 1 day per week, they might go to hours 1 through 3, and then the next week they would attend hours 4 through 6. This allows us again to teach those safety, bus, and school routines to much smaller groups as we're bringing students back. So once we would be able to move to 50% of students attending in-person instruction at a time, the students would be able to attend 2 days per week in person and 3 days remotely. And depending on needs, again, students might be assigned to additional days per week. So this is just a sample. There are 2 weeks to the secondary schedule. This is, again, just some ideas. Nothing has been finalized or worked out in an exact form, but it might look something like Group A is attending Mondays and Groups B, C, and D are engaging in remote learning at home. And then on Tuesday, Group B attends and the other 3 groups are at home. And again, Wednesday is everyone attending remotely, both at elementary and at secondary. And week 2 just switches out those groups. Next slide, please, Chester. Thank you. That just switches out those groups. So now Group B is attending on Monday, Group A would be attending on Tuesday.
Thank you.
Archibald?
Yep, thank you. And just in kind of closing, and again, that presentation was intended to be brief, and it was intended to cover some of the things we talked about, in which the board asked for some additional detail, and is not covered to that detail in the plan, in the preparedness plan that gets submitted to the state. That gives us the room to continue to work with our teams and with our leaders across the district to come up with a plan that will be best suited for as many of our students as we possibly can, not all. We clearly understand, value, and cherish the importance of having students in school, in person, and the day that they're all there 5 days a week cannot happen soon enough. But I will continue to say, with 30 years experience, that if we jump into this as opposed to walking before we run, we will be making a mistake in our ability to provide some consistent and valuable instruction. We've heard people in their emails and in their comments saying that the idea of a hybrid model, which was taken off the table for consideration several weeks ago, as I understand, and hearing that some in-person instruction is better than no in-person instruction. We reinitiated those. Again, we heard that message, and we re-engaged those conversations to begin to bring our students back. That talked about with respect to a phase-in, the idea of 25%. Again, this can't happen soon enough. While we're in phase 4, to start at 25% allows us to bring the students back. It allows us to social distance. It allows us to practice and to use our safety protocols and procedures in a controlled manner and in a very measured way. So again, what we would be recommending in what's in the plan is that we have a remote start with a phase into in-person instruction, and that we also offer the virtual learning pathway. Before I get into the preparedness plan, I know many folks made a very eloquent point. What's going to be different in 6 weeks? Potentially very little with respect to the virus, potentially or definitely a great deal with regard to our preparedness to be able to begin to bring students back effectively. This is not just a struggle with South Lyon community schools. In talking with superintendents in Wayne County and in Oakland County. Shift. When the road map first came out, the tally across Oakland County schools was nearly 100% in-person, face-to-face, 5 days a week. Last Thursday, I would say it's now about 70 to 80% moving in the direction of a remote start. Again, we want our students back in school. We want to do this in a very thoughtful, a very measured, a very manageable and controlled way. This is how we believe we have the best chance of getting there. Board members, if you would please reference your preparedness plan. And again, this is the document that would be, if approved, would be forwarded on to first Oakland County ISD and then up to the state for approval. All districts, according to Executive Order 142 that was issued on June 30, require school districts to adopt the preparedness plan that's informed by the Michigan Return to School Road. Section 1 are the assurances. The district must agree to various preparedness plan assurances. The administration has reviewed these assurances and states to the board that we certainly abide by these as outlined in the executive order. Part A of the plan references how the district would provide alternative modes of instruction when our region, again, that's Region 1, is in phases 1, 2 of the Michigan Safe Start Plan. The written preparedness plan provides a detailed description consistent with information that has been shared in previous presentations, and some of which you saw tonight, definitely highlighting on the more robust remote instruction than we experienced last spring. This section parallels our recommendation for a temporary remote start, as was covered just a moment ago in the presentation. Section B of the preparedness plan covers the following areas when we are in phase 4. Facial coverings, hygiene, cleaning, athletics, screening, testing, busing, and transportation. Again, the detailed information included in that plan is consistent with what has been shared in previous presentations. Section C of the preparedness plan covers those same 7 items as stated for when we are in phase 5. As we near phase 5, we will work with our local health departments and county school officials on guidance to which the safety protocols may be lessened. But the primary shift will be when our region is in phase 5, is that all students opting for full in-person instruction will resume full days and weeks of in-person instruction. Mrs. Hanshaw, this was the point when we had talked where I would ask for a motion, but I understand we want to go back to audience communication, questions from the board, or myself or any members of our cabinet.
Okay, so yeah, normally we would take a motion now and have discussion. So do we want to just revert back to all the public comments at this point? Or do we want to make the motion, do our discussion, then have all the public comment, and then do the vote after at that point?
I think we should clear out public comment now before we start discussion.
I would agree.
Yes.
Okay. Do we need a motion to do that, or was that the,
No,
that was
that
kind
was
of, that was
that
the
was in
original
the previous
plan?
motion.
Exactly. Okay. All right, with that, I will start with we are 160, right, Tony?
Yeah, I'm trying to check that now. I was at the bottom of the list watching them come in.
Okay.
But
Oh, wait, I
believe
got
so.
it.
Yeah.
Yes, we are
Just-
at 166.
Okay, give me a shot when you need a break, Carrie.
Okay. All right. First up is Nicole Sleva, and she states, a concerned parent who wants in-parent instruction. Eric states, it seems like you are scrubbing answers or responses. I posted a statement almost 2 hours ago and just keep hearing teacher after teacher. It would be nice to get family opinions. Jackie Reeves didn't leave a comment. Julie states, Julie's a concerned mom of 2 high schoolers, and she states she'd like to go back to school. I've been on hold for 45 minutes, so just verifying I'm still online. Julie, are you back online yet? We just brought this back. If you haven't called in yet, you can call in again and we will add you back into the list. If you are online, it's *6 to speak. Okay, we'll continue. Beja Keeler is an elementary parent who would like to discuss learning plan. You there?
Good evening.
Yes,
Yes.
Julie?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Julie?
Nope, this is Basha Keeler.
Okay, perfect. Go right ahead.
Great. Hi, good evening, Board of Education members and South Lyon administrative team. Mr. Archibald, welcome to South Lyon. You were my assistant principal when I attended Churchill High School. It's funny how things come around full circle. We're glad you're here.
I hope I behaved.
My name is Basha Keeler, and I have an incoming second and third grader at Pearson Elementary. It's Mrs. Dancer and her incredible staff. I have been educator for almost 20 years in Livingston County. I do not envy your position right now, and I sincerely appreciate that tremendous amount of collaboration, conversation, and planning you all have had and been involved with in order to prepare our schools to return to learning. I was able to stream the special Board of Education meeting from this past Wednesday and today to understand the challenges that are ahead in making the decision that is safe for our children, the South Lyon Community School staff, and the community. Most of the comments that I heard tonight, I have heard that these meetings are about planning for remote learning start, which makes me sad. I want nothing more for all of our students and staff members to be safe and healthy. The last thing that any parent wants is for their child or child's teacher to get sick because of COVID-19. So if South Lyon Community Schools cannot implement the safety protocols outlined in the 2021 Return to Learn roadmap with all students return to learning, I strongly urge you to consider a hybrid model where the district is working at 50% capacity and students are able to return for at least 2 days per week for face-to-face instruction. I am confident that all South Lyon schools are able to follow the required and even strongly recommended guidelines within the return to school roadmap. I would like you to consider an alternative that is a combination of face-to-face learning and remote learning. As you stated at the board meeting last Wednesday, the overall majority of parents want their children back in school. If 100% face-to-face instruction is not possible 5 days per week, then please consider a blend of face-to-face instruction with remote learning. It at least provides students 2 days of learning at 50% capacity. This is much better than full remote learning. Elementary students are not going to learn how to read virtually, which we know is the most important thing at the elementary level. As a former elementary principal, I cannot stress this enough. My son, who is going into 2nd grade, needs a teacher who will teach him how to read. He will not read how to read. He will not learn how to read from a computer. And I know that every elementary teacher will agree with me with that comment. These are unprecedented times that have caused havoc on all of us. I know this is really hard. I too am in the midst of making these decisions for our district in Livingston County as the assistant superintendent of instruction. However, our number one focus for our children and staff is safety and learning. I am sure you know that all of Livingston County school districts are returning to school for at least 4 days per week. Some, which is Howell, are returning for 5 full days at full capacity starting next week on Monday. We receive the same funding as South Lyon. We receive the same cuts, and yet we are able to make this work while keeping our students, staff, and community safe. I know South Lyon Community Schools can do it too. I know you can, and I'm willing to support your efforts in any way possible. I would be devastated to take my kids outside of South Lyon Community Schools and enroll them in one of the Livingston County schools, which is where I am an administrator at. But at least it gives me a choice to return to school and force me to do so. I thank you for your time, and I sincerely appreciate all of your efforts. I truly hope you make the right decision. Please consider hybrid learning. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next up is a high school student who states, I agree with the student that spoke on the phone about going back to school. Mark Stanila Sacco, I know I completely messed that name up. He wants to call in to speak about why keeping the schools closed is harmful to students and families. Mark, are you on the line? How about Julie, who's a concerned mom of 2 high schoolers? Are you on the line yet? *6 to unmute. Okay, next up is Pravaya Budnagar, and they represent students. Hi, I'm commenting as a student from South Lyon East. I'm going to keep this pretty brief. Here it goes. To anyone still wishing for in-person or even a hybrid program, please consider the following. If you support in-person or hybrid learning, you're not just risking yourself, you're risking the teachers, bus drivers, and other administrators who have to continue in person due to your decision. Please think wisely before assuming the hybrid program is more efficient because you have an option. Administrators are being put at risk for your choice, whether or not you care about the risk it poses on you. Many teachers will have to continue teaching in person if students do the same. So remember the chain reaction of your decisions. Second, speaking as a high schooler, I totally understand the implications on mental health that push many families to want in person. However, keep in mind that when a student passed this year, the school grieved deeply. Imagine a school year where we experienced that loss, knowing you or one of your friends could have transmitted the virus to the person. That is not something anyone, let alone a student, should bear for the rest of their life. Thank you for listening, and thank you to the board members giving the decision careful consideration. Just remember, right now we should think what's in it for we, not what's in it for me. A concerned parent states, the children who don't have a parent able to stay home with them during remote start will suffer for years to come. Don't let this district fail those who don't have parents who have the luxury of working from home. Please consider the risk and detriment to those children, which could have lifelong effects far greater than this virus. Chris Campo states, help me to understand. When you get an email from South Lyon Community Schools at 4:30 to sign up for virtual learning, the fight was lost before we even started. It is not 6 weeks or 8 weeks. It is signing up for the 2020-2021 school year. You actually need to check that box, yes or no, for the entire school year. We have been misled by this administration with the second survey with misleading question to if you would be comfortable with online start. This is the question. I wish to enroll my student for 100% virtual learning for the 2020-2021 school year, yes or no? How can we trust you to put us back in the classroom when we never committed to the 2021 school year? The teacher want to be 100% virus-free. That will never happen ever. I am predicting a large drop in students for this school system. Just a side note on that virtual learning is only for students who choose the virtual learning. Brian Anderson states, In the future, the board should consider limiting public comments to 5 minutes max per person. Mike Stevanovic states, how do you plan on getting all the kids to get on remotely? Also, can you send someone to our homes to make sure our children log on every day? How is this realistic when both parents work? I have teacher friends in the district that have contradicted the information of the district working overtime this summer to get things ready. Please get the stories correct before you come on board meetings and not state facts. Dean Kant says, if we remote start, I have an 8th grader who will have to navigate learning on his own at home. Both my wife and I have to work, and that's outside of the home. Some children are blessed to have a stay-at-home parent, and although not easy, that parent can act as a learning liaison and help keep their child moving forward in their education. Our son is not old enough to self-discipline and be his own learning liaison. What are working parents of young children going to do? Even parents who can work from home will find it difficult to work their job and watch over their child's education. I keep hearing that South Lyon hasn't had an upswing of COVID cases. Most people don't understand statistics when they hear of a 40% increase in COVID cases. They get understandably concerned. The reality is the 40% increase could be based on a very small number, and usually is. I believe we can go back to school safely. Our children really need it. I am also concerned about students' mental health. I personally think that it is a bigger crisis than COVID. I hope I am wrong, but I think the numbers will start to come out and reflect this issue. An elementary parent states, I left a comment last week, but I just wanted to make sure the words are fresh. That elementary parents, especially, but any working parents need options. The virtual model 9 to 4 doesn't give it. Parents like me may have to unenroll our children and therefore the district losing additional funding for our students being unenrolled. Working parents like myself with a child who needs extra academic help cannot provide the help they need, and doing the virtual option does not provide them with the additional support either. They would receive one-on-one or in small groups with teachers. The students are less engaged in virtual, and it is my belief detrimental to their academic future. I understand staff want to remain healthy, and I feel are being provided with a choice. But most Americans like myself have had to learn to deal with and make this new life work to keep our jobs and support our families. No one asked if we were okay with this or wanted this. Many Americans just had to put in the work and hope we don't get sick. It's my belief teachers and staff shouldn't get a choice, but should be like most working American. Get back to work. Our students need you, and those comfortable need in person. Daniel Jilg, are you online? *6 to unmute yourself. He wants to ask, why are people afraid of going back to school? Okay, we will come back to Daniel. Ella Pendorf. She states, hello, my name is Ella Pendorf. I'm a sophomore at South Lyon East High School. Going back to school in person would be so much easier to focus for a lot of students. Sometimes you just need to have the other students your age around you while you are working to understand how to do the material. You can get your peers' way to look at situations and problems and not just the teachers. Doing school at home would be a huge hassle for families with multiple children. If parents are not working at home, then the older children would have to look after their younger siblings and not be able to concentrate well. I know that I would be very disappointed if my GPA suffered from having distractions at home. Thank you. Christina Long states, hello everyone, my questions are, number 1, if budget is a concern to take all security measures and set a safe protocol in place, why was the community never approached about it, and how would we be willing to support in-person schooling, just the same way we are constantly approached every year to donate items and money? Number 2, why are South Lyon community schools so unprepared for back to school in 2020 as if COVID-19 arrived yesterday? Number 3, when I learned that we have a new superintendent, I was very excited thinking if he is bold enough to take this job in the middle of a pandemic, he's going to make a difference. I'm sad to say I'm not that excited anymore. My daughter is in number 4, my daughter is in kindergarten. How do you teach kindergarten at home? Number 5, how do I attempt to explain to her how the Chromebook works while I'm trying to have conference calls and make my job work while instructing her and supervising her? And this is without taking into consideration my fourth graders' schooling. Number 6, since obviously we hourly workers are going to be working less hours, have there been any talk about the amount of money that the schools receive per student to be reduced and we families receiving a rebate. Thank you. Giovanna Magar did not leave a comment. Gloria Seguin, are you on the line, Ms. Seguin? If you're on the line, you need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Okay, we'll come back. Okay, Stacy Conklin says, as parents, we are being asked to make a decision by Friday between in-school and virtual learning. We also understand that after tonight's board decision, choosing in-person may likely result in a remote learning start. We are lacking information on the difference between planned remote learning and the virtual pathway. It is difficult to make a decision when we don't have the information on how these plans differ. If we don't have an option to start in person, why do we need two different methods of online learning? Jeremy Neer would like to be back to school. A Sayer parent states, I cannot begin to wrap my head around comments from fellow parents who state that we should get our kids back to in-person learning at this time. This new in-person learning is not going to be a positive school atmosphere, but rather very institutionalized and jarring learning experience, one that would do far more harm than staying virtual for a few additional months. As I've continued to hear comments from parents petitioning from in-person learning, are you not aware that the socialization you seek for your kids will not be happening this school year, or at least at this time? There will be no socialization at lunch, recess, etc. So what exactly is it that you seek? Keep our kids safe. Keep our kids and staff safe and stay virtual. Gloria Seguin. She'd like to speak about going back, that going back is important. Are you on the line? Okay. Mary states that there are issues with Edgenuity. She represents high school students and teachers. A frustrated parent states the teachers should report in person to their classrooms to teach remotely. That way they have all the resources they need, and most, if not all, of the concerns that were read by them is gone, since they will have a whole classroom to themselves. Most of their concerns were over their and student safety. If they are in their classrooms teaching remotely, then they shouldn't have any concerns, right? Christina would like to call in. Christina, are you there? *6 to unmute. She does state, I don't understand that people are discounting the teachers that are actually risking their health. It should be up to them. It is ridiculous to not take their opinions into consideration. Okay, a concerned parent as well as staff member. Dear South Lyon Board, my wife and I are writing to express our support of South Lyon schools starting school in person or a hybrid system this fall. We have concerns with online learning only and believe that this in-person instruction as well as the expected routine of school are critical to the development of children. We listened to the board meeting last week and heard the concerns about in-person schools, but believe there must be a way to overcome obstacles so that students can be back to school. Neighboring cities such as Novi, Brighton, and Howell must have been faced with similar concerns, yet these districts have decided to return to in-school in hybrid environments. At the very least, families should be given a choice on whether they want to send their children to school or leave them learn at home. A choice would result in a hybrid situation where some families may choose to stay home and some families choose to be in school. If bus availability is an obstacle, then it should be mandated that those families who choose to send their kids to school provide their own means of transportation. In-person education in a hybrid environment would reduce the risk of spreading the virus, as there would be less students in class, and it would give the students face time with their teacher, which improves the students' retention of information. Life is about balance. In-person instruction in a modified way is allowing students the option to build rapport with their incoming teacher and having some sense of normalcy. We all take calculated risks every day. When we get behind the wheel of a car, we may be prepared but have no idea what other drivers may do to us. COVID-19 is a risk for sure, but we are noticing risks of mental health with our children due to being at home. They have shown, I lost it. They have shown studies of depression and anxiety. We are willing to take calculated risk of sending them to school, of me working in school. I am a teacher in the district, because we believe the benefit outweighs the risks. We implore the board to re-examine data of schools that have already opened. I would like to reference a fellow teacher in Germany who teaches 1st and 2nd grade. She has been instructing her students since June, mask-free, and has not had one incidence of COVID. My husband and I just want the option for our children. I, as a teacher in the Southline Community Schools, want to start the school year as well as help my students feel normal in this new age of normal. I am willing to take the risk because I firmly believe we will benefit from it. Respectfully, concerned parents and a Southline Community Schools staff member. Southline Community Schools community member states, I think it's garbage that Mr. Dashner's wife is coaching people on how to comment on a public Facebook group during this meeting. Annoying would like to call in. Annoying, are you there? They state, it is insane to put our kids at risk because you can't afford daycare. I'm assuming that person's not going to call in. South Lyon parent, Livingston County educator states, parents need a choice. I am disappointed in the lack of a clear plan for online learning expectations for teachers and families, especially at the secondary level. Other districts have provided this weeks ago, but South Lyon teachers feel unprepared to teach fully virtually, and teachers feel in the dark about what a day might look like if we go virtual. The spring was unprecedented, but South Lyon has not used this summer to prepare for the fall. Your teachers are not ready for virtual learning and need time in the classroom to familiarize students with remote instruction. Not all teachers wish to teach virtually, but you are forcing them to if you vote to start remotely today. Mike Davis states, over 22 European countries have resumed in-person schooling with no uptick in COVID cases. With all the professions deemed essential, shouldn't teaching be one? On the flip side, teachers should be careful what they are wishing for. When an industry makes demands that lead to nearing less workers and more digital options, it never works out for the worker. See the auto industry. There is also the private school option that we can pursue. Concerned parent says, I appreciate the extremely difficult position the board is in. The health and safety of the children, families, and staff must take precedence over issues with childcare. Education is a human right. Using the school system as a form of childcare, however, is not a basic human right. Mary states, my son is a Southline East senior, and he is very concerned about being in the schools after several reports in the news today about the long-term health effects on student athletes. In consulting our son, his opinion is we need to be virtual for the first semester of school. So we support this and hope you will consider beginning our school year remotely as presented. While we understand you feel that being virtual is an option, actually it is not. Edgenuity is a non-starter for us. Whoever selected this program did not do their research. This is considered one of the worst systems out there. The current rating for the company is a 1 star. They are rated 382 out of 400, and its only high rating is in the ability to cheat and not provide services. Unless another program is also considered acceptable, going virtual for a high school senior with 3 AP classes planned, we are unsure what to do. To quote my son, my schools have abandoned me in my senior year. Great. He is very concerned about his teachers, their health, and the health of their families. Talk about stress. He feels overwhelmed that he has to make a decision to either be away from his family or be in the building, as we have existing health issues in our family. Streaming Southline teachers to our student is the proper call to make. Remote learning, please. Mr. Abate, would you like to take over at number 201?
Happy to. Okay. Comment number 201 is from Catherine Wells. Hi, board. Regardless of what the decision is for the school year, I'd respectfully ask for consideration of keeping kids groups for teachers' classes, at least for elementary school, by subdivision where possible. If and when schools return to in-person learning, it sounds like the kids will be grouped with their class for the entire day, classroom, recess, lunch, etc. It would make sense if they will be on the same buses to keep them somewhat grouped together with the same teacher where possible. I floated to my particular subdivision, Trotter's Point, banding together as parents to create small groups that would rotate homes safely within CDC guidelines and protocols, wherein the parent in a particular house has 1 day a week to focus solely on making sure the kids are doing their work, logging into their virtual sessions, etc. This then frees the parents up on the days that they don't have the children to focus on their job or on their children who may need support those other days. We have many folks who are interested in this as a solution to work in tandem with the moving target of a school year. This only works well, however, when the kids in a grade have the same teacher. I obviously don't know what downfalls there may be to this approach, but it seems like it would make the most sense just for maintaining cohorts of kids in a particular grade for any future need to shelter in place. Also, have you thought about asking for volunteers for kids to be driven to school versus requiring buses in order to keep the population on the bus decreased? I, for one, would be more than happy to drive my son to school most every day if that meant that it made a return to in-person learning easier, better, or safer. Lastly, I would respectfully ask that you consider a full return to in-person education, at least for the elementary schools, for whom socialization is so important and for whom it is more difficult to function within a fully virtual learning environment. Studies have shown that this age group is the least impacted by the virus and are least likely to spread the virus to adults. The amount of children who may be moving to homeschooling or moving to private schools, there may be room within classrooms to spread these children out. If you're going to require children to wear masks all day, which appears to be the direction, then there isn't a need for the full 6 feet of social distancing required. Masks are only suggested if 6 feet cannot be accommodated. Or at least consider alternating days where children can be in attendance and stagger that with other days when children are at home and watching class virtually while the teacher instructs those who are in class that day. The longer these children are out of school, the more their immune systems are weakened to any other form of infection, which in and of itself could be a health detriment. As well, they are losing the ability to learn social skills and acceptable behaviors, especially for those of us with children who have developmental behavior issues for whom we utilize social workers, additional tutoring for reading recovery, etc., and social norming. Thank you for your consideration. I know there is no winning in a decision and respect the difficulty of what lies ahead for you all for the entire school year. Respectfully, Karen Wells, Bartlett parent. Next is Sayer parent and SLCS teacher. Changing to a virtual start without a very specific plan to return in place leaves too much question. What plan will you have 4 to 6 weeks from now, or will you just be one continued delay after another? Virtual learning is not one size fits all for students or teachers. My children and I work better face to face. I've spent all summer waiting to return to school, and so have my children. Children want to learn, and many need to structure an environment that face-to-face school provides. I believe we should continue with the face-to-face and virtual choices that were presented to us. This virtual start does not have a clear enough plan to get us back in school face-to-face. Kelly is our next commenter. I hope that the board allows some flexibility when teachers are scheduling their live lessons, as many parents will be working during regular school hours. Recording all lives will be essential so students can watch with parent support during a time in the day that works best for their family and will allow teacher parents to assist their own children. I hope that grade level teams can be utilized so that teachers can share the planning and assessment of students in the event that a teacher is exposed or becomes ill, as subs will not fit into a virtual model very well. The special education department needs to really step it up, as the support was awful and quite frankly non-existent for my children on 504s, not even one email check from anyone. Our next commenter is Jeremy Neer. Appears to be a call-in. Mr. Neer, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, sir.
So many of the comments that I was going to make were actually displayed earlier in the call, and I just wanted to kind of voice my opinion on some of the things that I've seen today. And I was waiting for the presentation to see if maybe some of this would actually change a little bit of my mind, and honestly, it hasn't. It's apparent that there's a inadequate or a lack of leadership here, and it's disparaging to the community. Our children who participate in sports, have lives, and the children that are coming into kindergarten, they all need an in-person option. We understand there's a lot of fear, safety concerns, but maybe this school year could be affected. The reality is it's going to affect these kids for the rest of their lives. There needs to be a better option than just virtual. And I'll leave it at that.
All right, thank you for calling in. Our next commenter is Gloria Seguin. I'm sorry if I got that wrong. Seguin, it's a call-in. Are you there? Gloria Seguin. Okay, we'll try to circle back. Michelle Roslinski is next. And
Hello, good evening.
hello there.
So I have 3 boys in the district. I have a 11th grader and a 9th grader at East, and I have a 6th grader going into Millennium. And we try to give them choices, and there's a lot to decide here. And we asked them all. My husband asked them all, "What do you want to do?" And they adamantly said, "We want to go to school." And even if you wear masks, even if it looks different, even if you're not with all your friends, you're with 20% of your friends. Yes, they don't care. They just want to go to school. They've been playing travel baseball all summer. They're going to football practices. And I think I would be a hypocrite to say I didn't want them in school when we're allowing them to do activities such as travel baseball and football and all the other activities that they do. I think what is a little frustrating, it sounds like what's presented is a hybrid plan, which we've gone back and forth on what we're going to call it. Sounds like it's a hybrid plan. I guess some of the feedback I've gotten in my social circle is if that's what we're going to do, why do we have to wait 6 weeks to start it? Perhaps it's a planning thing, so can't we make it 2 weeks? Why do we need to wait? Not much is going to change with the data. I think there's been a lot of comments about that, and why don't we go forward with, if that's the plan, go forward, let's start it sooner. Why do we need to wait 6 weeks? The last thing I'm going to do is read a letter. Some people have mentioned the need for, and of course I've been there we go. Some people have mentioned mental health, and I think it's a bigger issue. There is a South Lyon East family that this affected quite a bit, and through a friend, I promised that I would read a letter that I believe was sent to the board that addresses mental health and the challenges that come with it. So I don't have the pleasure of knowing this family. Sounds like a wonderful family from what I've heard, but they have been the ones to deal with the effects of depression and mental health. So here goes. Dear board members, superintendent, and school board administrators, my name is Frank Dominico, and I have resided in South Lyon for 20 years. My wife and I are proud parents of 5 children who attend in South Lyon Community Schools. I'm writing with you in regard to our youngest child, Eric, and the effect that COVID-19 had on his life. My goal is that through this letter and the story about my son, you can understand that it is imperative that schools must open in person so no child or family faces a disastrous, helpless, and hopeless outcome that happened to my son, Eric. Eric was an accomplished musician, participated in competitive bands and orchestras, and a member of South Lyon East High School class of 2019. In high school, Eric was in the U.S. All-State Band and was part of the University of Michigan Youth Band during high school. Eric earned a full scholarship to the School of Music and West Virginia University. Eric was a genius with a big heart, loved by all of his friends and family, and was one of the top saxophone players in the country, playing at 19, like others with a doctorate degree. While Eric was a seemingly normal kid who played soccer since the age of 5, played saxophone starting in 6th grade, and spent time with family and a very wide circle of friends, he quietly struggled with anxiety and depression. Eric had an extraordinarily successful year at WVU. However, things changed dramatically when the pandemic forced students home in March. He was devastated and struggled through the rest of the school year, learning music online. He tried taking some classes for general studies during the summer semester, but was forced to drop them as it proved impossible for him to focus or learn online. Eric became increasingly discouraged with the unprecedented isolation while back at home. The music stopped, and he couldn't see his friends as their parents restricted their children from seeing Eric. The online class experience was a disaster for a musician and children in general. Despite close watch and daily activities, he playing his music and stay connected with friends via Zoom and near and far, it was not enough. Eric cannot see past social distance restrictions and uncertain future with his music and life. Our son did not die of COVID-19, but because of COVID-19. My ask is that our representatives acknowledge and encourage our schools to get back to normal life as soon as possible. There is no doubt that COVID-19 is real and is harmful to those affected with compromised immune systems. As the CDC director, Dr. Robert Redfield recently commented that the COVID-19 pandemic has affected all parts of our society. He confirmed that children are adversely affected when they stay at home. And sadly, Dr. Renfield also commented on the rise of teenage suicides and drug overdoses from COVID-19. Mental health is becoming the #1 concern with suicide at an unprecedented epidemic. Mental health crisis must be acknowledged. Action must be taken by our government at all levels, and our schools must ensure that our children have normalcy and do not live in fear. For what has happened, I would hope that Eric has not died in vain. I strongly encourage our schools to open this fall with face-to-face learning. The hidden consequences of virtual learning are immeasurable compared to the inconvenience of our modified classrooms and face masks. Has anyone asked our kids what they need or want, how they feel? Have we surveyed them? I had a chance to speak, cry, and grieve with hundreds of kids and parents. I spoke with a dozen parents who share similar concerns about their kids' future, about how so many children feel hopeless and unfortunately suicidal. I have spoken with the presidents of universities that have said that 65% of oncoming students are now thinking about suicide due to the society dealing with this pandemic. The data and stories that I have heard since the passing of my son is frightening. No child or family should have to go through what Eric and we have been through. If anyone has faith in God, God would not be happy with how we are punishing children. Our youth, which is the most vulnerable population, needs their voices heard and be free to learn and together with their friends. We have now created a mental health crisis that needs immediate attention. I would welcome an opportunity to discuss this with each of you and offer my assistance in various health-related and school committees and provide my experience. I've spoken to a few of our U.S. and state senators, and I'm reaching out to all levels of government to address my concerns. The fear and panic are now causing an epidemic-sized explosion of suicide and uncertainty to an age group who needs contact with others to keep going. We must arm our children with the resources and environment to live happy lives, further education, and combat fear, anxiety, and depression. We must open schools quickly, safely, to allow our children to live again. Sincerely yours, Frank Domenico. So thank you for allowing me to read that for the family. I know they've sent it out, and this father is adamantly writing and talking to everybody he can to fight for schools going back to help prevent mental illness. Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling in and for sharing. Our next comment is from Parker Kennedy. Hi, I am a sophomore at SLHS. I just wanted to say that while a lot of comments are talking about a hybrid option, a full-time hybrid option is not very feasible for our district or our teachers. Our teachers cannot adequately teach 15 kids in their classroom while also trying to teach another 15 kids on a screen while constantly looking back and forth for questions. In addition, many comments are talking about Novi and Northville's plans and how they're doing a form of hybrid. Novi and Northville have recently changed their plans. Northville is starting their kids remotely until October 2nd. And Novi has 3 plans to choose from: in-person, virtual, and a hybrid, but it only passed in a 4-3 vote. Novi and Northville are also districts that are way more funded than our district is, so they have more leeway and lenience in what their options are. The bond that was recently passed cannot pay for more staff. The bond is being used to make our school buildings better places for us to learn and grow. The bond is also being used to increase technology so each child in the district can have a Chromebook, as well as other improvements in our technology. That is all that the bond money is allocated for. It cannot be used for anything else. I really want to be back in school and see my friends, but with the uptick in cases, it's not safe for students to return to school in person full time. I understand the want to go back to school in person. It is hard to focus at home and it's hard to be stuck at home, but it's a much safer option than sending us all back into school. Next comment is from John P. It is a call-in. Are you there, John? Call in from
Hi,
John.
this is This is Mary P., his wife. He had to go to bed.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, you're welcome. Thank you for calling.
Well, I just want to first, it's been a long evening, and I thank each and every one of you for being on this call and taking all the comments and taking all the calls. We can't appreciate it so very, very much. It's hard to follow some of the comments. It's hard to follow some of the calls, and I'll try to keep it short because I'm probably not going to say anything different than what you've already heard. But we feel that the priority should be the health and safety of our students. While we talk about the long-term health effects, the long-term lifelong effects of being out of school for 4 months, when we talk about the lifelong effect of lung disorders, liver disorders, and issues that some healthy kids are having from minimal contact to this disease is ridiculous. We know more. When we know more, we do better. And every month we learn more and more about this insidious disease. We've all made mistakes. Our government has made mistakes. You as board members might make a mistake this evening, but it will be based on the information that we have today. And today's information tells us it is not safe for our kids. They shouldn't be in football, by the way. We've already seen that. They shouldn't be doing the sports. They need to keep their butts home for the next 6 months or so and let us get a handle on how to get by this, how to train them adequately. We got through World War II and people didn't go to school then for some time. I don't think our kids will be adversely affected for their lifetime when they lose 6 months of school. They can make it up, but we have children who need to learn how to be self-sufficient. That is what's going to be expected of them in college. In college, they are remote. Teachers don't care if they're online. Teachers don't care if they show up at college. It's do your work and get your grade. If we're going to take all of our kids and get them to a path for college, then let's start it now. Having said that, as you can tell, I'm very frustrated. I'm frustrated at the lack of concern for our teachers. I am, though, very sympathetic to the elementary teachers. I have a high schooler. I understand he fully can train on his own. He did it back in March. He passed the AP test and did quite well on it with online training from his teacher. Those biology teachers at Southline East did a fantastic job getting our kids ready for a test that was delayed twice. And still he passed it with a fantastic grade, almost a perfect score. That doesn't happen by just his intelligence alone. That was South Lyon teaching at its best. To continue this, though, ingenuity is a farce. Why are we even considering it? You have abandoned these kids, as one of them already said, with this program. If we're going to do this, let's get something in there that works for these kids. We assumed as parents, when you first told us that we would have virtual options, that it was a truly virtual options with our South Lyon teachers teaching our kids so that we could reduce the number of kids in the school. But that's not what you're offering us. You're offering us to go over here and just take something that doesn't work. Give us virtual, and I'll volunteer to keep my kid home so that an essential workers kid can go to the building if needed. Give us true choices. Get a plan put together, and you will have the cooperation of this community. We do value you. We value our teachers, and even losing one of them is not worth the risk that my family is willing to take. Thank you for giving us this time this evening. And again, we appreciate the time that you're having to put into all of this. We bless you, and we know your decision is a hard one. Thank you.
Thank you for calling and for your comments. We appreciate it. Next, we have a Joe Cusimano. The comment did not record apparently, but I just wanted to acknowledge that he did write in. Next is a South Lyon High School parent. What other profession is able to say they don't feel safe and therefore everything is upended? I'd like to submit that if we go remote, teachers should still report to their classrooms. There will be no kids to make them not feel safe, and they will have access to their maps, tables, setups. Learning should go on as scheduled, every hour each day. Is the teachers union for staff supporting while students do not? If my husband or I said we didn't feel safe given COVID, we wouldn't be employed. I cannot believe my kids' education is based on feelings and fear. After listening to the teachers earlier, I'm really saddened by their viewpoints. This isn't an opportunity to capitalize on helping their personal situation. I see on Facebook teachers on vacations, eating out, barbecue with neighbors, hockey tournaments, girls' day at the beach. It seems they liked working from home in the spring. So disappointed. Next comment is from Katie. We are a parent. We are a strong community who cares for our students and staff. I've read the roadmap to safe schools. I know our wonderful district is capable of implementing these guidelines and getting our students back to face-to-face instruction safely. This virus is not going away in the foreseeable future. My children need the interaction with teachers while learning. They are, as many children are, the kind of student who will fall between the cracks. How are the teachers going to connect with the children when they can't see the expressions on their faces? They don't notice the tear of frustration when the child doesn't get it, and they can't recognize when the child just needs help but won't draw attention to themselves. These are the students that we are going to fail when we don't give parents a choice of face-to-face instruction. This is a pandemic and everyone is struggling to do the right thing, but we cannot let these kids miss a year. We will be socially distancing by allowing parents a choice. Some will choose to be virtual, some will choose to be face-to-face. We can get through this. If we are all virtual, my elementary student and middle school student will be learning on their own at home, like most students. I work in a local school district and will be in my school working. Teachers will be at home teaching virtually and also teaching their own kids. While my kids won't have someone at home teaching them, and I know this is a majority of parents in this situation. Next comment is from Marin Noshel. I'm writing to you as a parent of 3 kids who attend the South Lyon school system. I realize that you are faced with some pretty tough choices regarding the upcoming start of the school year. There is no crystal ball to accurately predict what the 2020-21 school year will look like. And no one has any idea what COVID-19 will do. But what we do know is that our South Lyon kids have a school year fast approaching its start date. Our kids need their education. We know that a child's school experience and education is much, much more than just facts and figures in a book. I'm referring to all the intangibles we know come from the time physically spent in school. Please consider these as you make your choices, choices that will impact the generation of Americans to come. Each one of my children are completely different from their other siblings. Each has different needs, hopes, and dreams. Each sees the world from a distinctly different viewpoint. I imagine this is probably pretty darn true of your own children. I have a daughter now entering the 3rd grade. For her, reading doesn't come as easy as it did for her older sisters. She struggles, but she loves to read. And reading for her is a group effort, something she does not do while sitting quietly by herself as she struggles through sounding out new words, understanding content, foreshadowing, etc., the things you and I take for granted. She has needed help since 1st grade. She has come so far since then, but the struggle is not over. She, her mother, and I have truly been blessed by the amazing staff at Bartlett. With their help, she has made huge strides to her reading ability. But this spring, we took a huge step back when school was disrupted. Totally out of your control, I get it. And she basically gave up trying because she knew the school district was going to pass all the kids on the next grade level. She knew that the work the teachers scrambled to put in place and convey through Zoom meetings didn't mean crap. Now we may do this again. I'm scared with this new 3rd grade reading law that my daughter will fall even further behind and possibly get held back. She needs the structure of the school day. She needs to gain all the things, tangible and intangible, from being with her teachers. Being at home, she will miss out on the extra reading resources at Bartlett. Even with the struggle, my daughter loves to read. She looks forward to trips to the Bartlett Library. Picking books out, bringing them home, and reading them are all a source of pride for her. Please start the year with a choice of distance and/or live learning. Don't worry about the what ifs and the unknowns before they even happen. Your community will support you if the world falls apart again and we have to take a break. Please don't act out of fear against something you don't even know how it will physically manifest itself inside the buildings. But please give our kids the same choice at learning that you and I had. You have hired amazing teachers throughout the South Lyon School District. You should be proud of that. Your community has supported you time and time again in the bond issues to improve our buildings. Please support our kids. They are the reason we do what we do, as parents and all of you who work for the school system and help administer it. If you have to ask parents to come in and volunteer to help custodians clean the buildings, do it. Ask. I will do it. And I'm sure there are many households that feel like I do. Say the word. You are not alone in these huge decisions. Please give us a choice to come back into the buildings to start the year. Have a 4-day school week that runs longer in the year. Let the parents come in and keep the buildings clean. Buy electrostatic sprayers for large-scale cleaning, disinfecting, whatever it takes. The next comment is from Pearson Elementary Working Mom. We have tried online schooling, and while some teachers can handle it, our 2 teachers spend the 30 minutes 2 times a week playing games. The responsibility for any real learning fell to us, where we were expected to continue working and already overstretched. This hybrid or online learning is not acceptable for working parents. How could I possibly continue to work while I having to watch to ensure my elementary age kids will sit in front of a screen to learn for hours? I feel you're not taking the parents' livelihoods into account. I think very highly of teachers, but they should not be an exclusive set of the workforce that can keep their jobs and do an inferior job or say that they are comfortable, so that makes it okay. It's not okay. At least go by the facts of a fraction of the population in facing a possible contraction of the virus. Give the option to keep the teachers and parents that are willing to try to keep their jobs and a chance for parents to try this approach. Next comment is Christina Long. Hello, everyone. My questions are, if number one, if budget is a concern to take all security measures and set a safe protocol in place, why was the community never approached about it? And how would we be willing to support in-person schooling just the same way we are constantly approached every year to donate items and money? Number two, why are Southline Community Schools so unprepared for back to school in 2020 as if COVID-19 arrived yesterday? We repeated this one? I'm sorry. Let me move to the next. Next comment is from Bill Wirtz, and I believe he's called in. Mr. Wirtz. Actually, the line here says test, and then there's a question, where is the phone number?
So the phone number, if to call into the meeting, is 1-917-336-9132. And there's a really long pin. All of this is on the agenda. The pin is 826981351. Again, that's on the agenda, and it's also should be in the email you received when you submitted a comment.
Okay. Well,
yep.
We can, I guess, give him a minute to call, and I'll keep going.
Yep.
Okay. Next comment is anonymous. Please know that a large part of the community supports virtual learning to keep students and staff safe, as well as their families. We greatly appreciate the thought and consideration you are putting into this. Next comment is from Concerned. I think the teachers who are fighting for what is right. I have a whole new respect for what you do. Next is from a parent. Virtual school is an extremely tough decision to make, but it is the correct one. It is the responsible one. Next, we have Megan Terry. Actually, I believe we read this comment as well.
Yeah, I do think that one's, yeah, I agree. I don't know why there's the duplicates this time on this spreadsheet.
Next is a student. There's only a 0.4% death rate. The flu is more dangerous. Most people are back to work already, so we should be back too. Next is from Joe Cusimano. Thank you all for your extra efforts and time through this difficult time. I would like to voice my strong disagreement with the decision for 100% remote learning to start to school. To my knowledge, the board nor administration has defined anything that will change in the next 6 weeks. What is the benchmark that you all are hoping to achieve by waiting? What milestones will be achieved by waiting? If you decide to wait on an in-person start, then as leaders, you owe the community a plan and an answer to this question. What will be achieved by waiting? Nothing is going to change come October 1st, November 1st, December 1st, etc. The situation will be exactly the same. The district is either ready for this or not. Please take the step now to start in person and get the process started with those who are willing. If not, you do not have a real plan, then please call the entire year right now so those of us that want to get a real education for our kids can look for alternatives. Thank you again for all the extra time you put into the process. Next is from a rising senior at Southline East High School. Thank you for all of your hard work on this incredibly difficult situation. As a rising high school senior at East, I would like to put my support behind remote start 100%. As you already know, there have been many cases recently due to prom parties and grad parties, giving evidence that students are in no shape to go back to school. As a high schooler, I know my fellow students do not put as much effort into being careful, and there is no doubt that enforcing masks at school will not work. I've watched my fellow classmates be utterly careless over the summer, and I not only fear for my life, but my parents' lives if I were to return in person and potentially catch the virus. We have to remember that the environment when we go back to school will not be the same as before. Instead of group projects, we will have to be separated. Instead of actively listening to teachers, students will be worried about another who coughed. Instead of writing notes, students will be fidgeting with their masks. There is no doubt remote start will be the better option, especially with the immense learning the teachers have gone through from the past spring. The fact of the matter is that teachers need this much needed 6-week period to get a head start. While I would choose to go online, the fact that I would not be able to have South Lyon teachers makes this a difficult decision, especially because I will be enrolled in 3 AP classes. Quality of education will be lower choosing a year-long option rather than have a South Lyon teacher who already knows the caveats of what we missed out on from the spring. While it is true that the death rate is extremely low, I would in a heartbeat start remote if it meant saving a single life. Are we really willing to risk people's lives over something we can prevent? After hearing teachers and healthcare workers tonight, the decision is crystal clear that we need to listen to the science and have a remote start. Next comment is from Andy Millspaw. Return to in-person school, a letter in support of offering both in-person and online learning for South Lyon Community Schools. Thank you to board members and the administration for taking the time to hear public comments regarding the start of school. Thank you to everyone who is involved in the process and the decision. I'm a parent of 2 high school students at South Lyon East. My comments pertain primarily to the high school. I watched the board meeting last week where it was shared that the recommendation for the start of school was going to be different than what had previously been provided to the community. This was very surprising and disappointing. The original plan prepared by the school made sense as it allowed our kids and families to choose to go back to school in person while offering an option for those who could be considered at risk or whose circumstance will not allow them to keep socially distanced from family members or others who might be at risk during the school year. Quality education for our children is essential, and in-person learning is the best format for this. Most would agree the online schooling that was provided in the spring was not adequate. Under the circumstances and timing involved, it was not surprising. It wasn't something the school was prepared for. I understand the feeling is that it will be better in the fall, but even if improved, it will still not be the equivalent of being in person. Our staff has not received significant training for online schooling, nor do we have the technology necessary to make it successful. During the presentation, additional information was provided regarding the complications related to returning areas of the requirements for returning to school in person. There was no mention or quantification of the impacts and complications to students, staff, and the community of not going back to school in person. The CDC is recommending that children go back to school in the fall, and they have cited numerous reasons for doing so and the negative impacts of not doing so. They have prepared a report titled The Importance of Reopening America's Schools This Fall. I have attached this document to my email for your reference, and I would encourage everyone to read it. It's based on data, science, and the best recommendations of our health officials. There were also public comments provided last week during the board meeting by people in the community who are either doctors or healthcare workers who were in support of an option to return to school in person. In addition to the health concerns cited in the presentation last week, there were complications cited that had to do with costs and resources. The South Lyon community is a significant resource and is generous and committed to the success of our children in schools. I believe that the school will be surprised by the willingness and ability of the community to help solve some of these problems. The school could solicit donations from the community for hand sanitizer, paper towel, sanitizing wipes, or monetary donations for the school to use to acquire these types of supplies. Additionally, the school could solicit volunteer time from the community to assist with or augment staffing to address the increased tasks associated with this effort to enable our students to benefit from the in-person return to school. The community may not be able to help solve all of these issues, but likely the help provided would free up some other resources to focus on the students and the education. The disappointing part of the recommendation provided in the presentation last week is that this question was not even asked. What do we have to lose by asking the question? Many comments have been made that returning to school under these requirements would not be normal and that this may cause issues with students. No one is expecting a return to normal. We've all been operating under these new requirements and guidelines for some time. This will not be anything new to our families and children. They will adapt and adjust. Many parents have already been following these new guidelines and the impacts they have had in their workplaces and jobs. Many of our older students are working summer jobs or involved in school sports and doing so while adhering to these same guidelines. One could argue our children have been impacted more than anyone else. They need to return to school. They want to return to school, and they will benefit greatly from doing so. They know it will be different. The CDC agrees that they should return to school and believes in communities like ours can be done so safely. By providing options to return to school in person or online, you are addressing the community's concerns, providing an avenue for them to choose. Both options are necessary and will prepare us with what we need to learn about how to live with the virus. Everyone is concerned about the virus and its effects, yet we cannot hide from it. Our children need to see leadership that can effectively handle and work through difficult situations such as this. Those that can should return to school, and we should support them. We need to protect those who are at risk and provide them with a high quality option for an online education. We should support them. This will ensure that we can provide an online education should the conditions take a change for the worse. I'm asking the board to ensure that South Lyon Community Schools offers both in-person and online options for a return to school this fall. Thank you for your consideration. Next, we have Jeff, who's called in. Jeff, are you there?
Yes.
Welcome. Go ahead.
I'm here. Yes, thanks for taking the call. Appreciate what you guys do and your time and everything else. As a concerned parent, I just kind of want to go over the stats because I don't think everyone really looks at the stats for themselves. So, you know, for the people claiming they're worried about safety, do you know the stats of dying from the virus? Really, do you know them? I mean, have you done the math? I've done the math. You know, if you look at U.S. population statistics, CDC data for COVID deaths, you know, people under 65 years old, which is 100% of students and vast majority of people working in the district, the death rate from COVID is 1 out of 10,000, 0.0001, which incidentally is exactly the same risk as dying in a car crash, 0.0001. So, not that there's no risk, everyone knows there's a risk, but anyone who's professing they're doing this all in the name of public safety, are you still driving? Are you still driving your car? Because unless you're willing to stop driving your car completely, then the safety argument is completely invalid. Also, CDC, American Academy of Pediatrics, Dr. Fauci, you know, they all say to go back. Everyone knows it's detrimental. We heard the letter, the suicide letter earlier. All of Europe has gone back, no spikes in cases. You know, if we don't go back, we are literally now disregarding all of that data. We're disregarding all of it. What are we doing? Remote learning is the wrong choice, and it's only being suggested by a minority of parents and presumably the teachers union. I don't believe the stat changed from 80% of parents wanting to go back to now 70 to 80% wanting hybrid or remote. I don't believe that because you ask any parent and they all want to go back. So, you know, ask any of the parents if the remote learning in the spring was effective. It's a resounding no, even though we really appreciate what the teachers have done and everything else. And we know they weren't prepared and maybe it could be better, but it's just not effective, especially for the younger kids. Also, I mean, South Lyon should know if we do remote learning, you're going to have a mass exodus of people leaving the district. I mean, parents are going to take their kids elsewhere. So that's a huge risk for the city and for the community, and it's just not good. So, you know, just back to the data. It's 1 out of 10,000 if you're under 65. Yes, that's a risk, but, you know, no one's stopping driving. Any of those people worried about safety, if you're still driving, you can't talk, that's not an argument for you. So, so back to the benchmark. I mean, if we do remote, what is the benchmark for safety? You know, where are we going to start? Like, when do we go back? Is it at 0 cases? You know, 0 new cases. Is it 0 deaths? Is it a vaccine? It cannot be an open-ended benchmark. There has to be an in-writing benchmark of when it is going to be safe. Otherwise, people are just being led along, strung along. So, look at the graph. Look at the Michigan graph. The death rate graph is basically at 0. It's a mountain when it first came, and it's at 0 now. So we're just blatantly disregarding that data. So I think the difference between those who are scared for safety and those who want to go back is that people who want to go back realize that the virus is not going anywhere. Let me ask you this. Are you planning on being able to avoid every cold virus, every flu virus, every stomach bug for the rest of your life? It's just not possible, and it's not realistic. If you're waiting for a vaccine, you're foolish. We don't know when that's coming. Life has risks. It sounds like the board's mind is already made up. You're caving to the teachers union, and it's disgusting. We flattened the curve. The hospitals are not overburdened. That was the original goal. The Michigan death rate is effectively 0. The global death rate for kids is effectively 0. So what is the benchmark? There has to be a benchmark if we don't go back. And, our country is being destroyed in the name of public safety, and it's ridiculous. There's risks in life every day. So I do thank you guys for your time. I thank you for your efforts. I don't envy your position, but going back is the right choice. So thanks.
Okay, thank you for calling in. Next is Eileen, and she says, I support in-person learning. And then I think the next was the same gentleman. It was a duplicate there. Same call-in. Carrie, I just got your message. Did you want to pick it? I can keep going if you'd like me to. Did you want to pick it up there?
Oh, you can go. You can keep going then.
I'm okay. Whatever you want,
Yeah, carry on.
All right. Next from a parent, Heartland just voted for face-to-face tonight. Parents that are not comfortable can choose the virtual option. You gave us a choice with 2 options. Let the parents choose which options fit them best. Next is a current parent of 4 children in the South Lyon School District. If part of the safety issue is the busing situation, a survey could be sent out asking how many parents would be willing to drive their own children to school. As a parent, I'd be willing to do this if it meant being able to have in-person instruction, which I think is important and could be done safely. Next is Jonathan Krieger. I'm a parent of a South Lyon student and the husband of a South Lyon teacher. Board members, you have a difficult decision before you. There's clearly support from parents for a return in-person schooling. And while I also long for my child to rejoin his classmates this fall, I haven't heard details that convince me this return will be safe. $50,000 a month for PPE and supplies is an incredible amount to spend, and it feels like it's just the beginning in terms of the investment required to protect our students, staff, and teachers. I read about a school in Jackson, Michigan that was about to start this last week with a 14-to-1 student-to-teacher ratio. Is that something South Lyon could achieve? What will classes look like? Can we keep them 6 feet apart? Will you commit to enforcing masks as any other part of the dress code? I support a remote start with clear guidelines that will allow teachers and students to feel safe returning to school. Failing that, virtual until these goals are able to be met. Next is Amanda. Please consider allowing the special education children to return for in-person. My child with autism cannot possibly sit at the computer and learn. She has already regressed significantly since March. Thank you. Next is Paula Timonis. I want to first say thank you for listening, but first a few comments to address. Teachers aren't free daycare. It's a place my son learns best. Second, the comments of parents wanting their kids to go to school should sign up for being a sub or bus driver. Well, let me tell you, that's not an option for all. I have been a nurse for 15 years and work full time, so that absolutely would not be an option. And safety protocols can be used every day to safely go to school. I think going back to school until October and the virtual till January is a much better option. Pull the kids out during peak flu season. 4 to 6 weeks virtual, then back during flu season is a terrible option. Stating when a vaccine is available will be a better situation is not a true statement, as it is a choice not a requirement. Please consider putting our children back to school with strict protocols. Our children need face-to-face instructions, not only for the mental health, but for the best education possible. Next is John. I'm a parent of a middle school and elementary school children in South Lyon. I just wanted to say that I support face-to-face, and all the science seems to support this as well. Listening to the comments throughout this meeting, it appears that 90% of the people that don't want to go back seem to be the teachers, and that is very disappointing. I know my kids won't be able to do as well at home as they would be able to do in school face-to-face. My wife and I both work and have no one to support learning from home. The superintendent feels his comfort in working from home is more important than my kids' best interest. Thank you for your time. Next is Haley. I'm a senior at East, and trust me, I want to go back, but I also don't want to die today because only the opinions of parents are being heard. Nearly every teacher in South Lyon has been in support of online to start the year. Students and teachers are the ones at the most risk. For those advocating for a hybrid course, what happens when someone gets sick at the school and they're all forced to go online? For those giving the parents a choice, the same question stands. You can see in other states where they have gone back to school in person that they are forced to close down nearly immediately because of an outbreak. I am more worried about the safety and well-being of myself and others than I am about anything else. And hating on teachers for wanting to stay online is selfish and disregarding the fact that they are people too. You claim to be worried about screen time, but not the fact that kids and other staff could easily get the disease and potentially die. We need to stay virtual in order to stay safe. Next is an anonymous comment. I appreciate everything that the South Lyon District has done for my children. Since April, our family has drastically changed our lives, social distancing to help our community. This has not been an enjoyable or easy task. It has involved many sacrifices that were best for the common good, not self-interest. Now the same parents who ignored guidelines want to throw all the effort of those following science out the window to send their kids to school, impacting the community by increasing exposure to the virus. This is a global pandemic, not a political plot. The attitude of sending kids back face-to-face are the same reason why your U.S. passport is no longer accepted for travel by many countries around the world. For those referencing the CDC recommendation to return in person, please understand that all of their recommendations are now edited by the White House per the Washington Post. It's obvious that the current White House administration has repeatedly ignored experts and science. For the parent who said Brighton is returning, that is currently false. Their board meeting was canceled today, and they have yet to vote on a plan. An educated community is one that understands reality and supports a virtual return for our safety, for our community. Next is an East student. As much as I want to return to school at this point, I don't feel comfortable or safe to return in a crowded, condensed building where social distancing will be very hard. Don't compare how virtual learning will be to what we had to do this spring. I believe it will be more structured and put together where we can safely learn. Next is Maud B. I am disgusted by the entitlement of that I have heard tonight from parents. We are in a global pandemic. We should not be in school right now. This is temporary. Next is a duplicate from above for the East student. And then this is someone who called in earlier, Tierney Garland. Are you here this time? Tierney Garland? Okay, I'm sorry, Tierney Garland. We tried you a couple times here. Pipe up in the next minute or so if you're there, and we'll get you on. Next is Anonymous. Good evening. I'm writing to let you know that the school board is doing my children a great disservice by not allowing in-person instruction. I have 3 children in elementary school at Brummer. They've been without proper education for almost 6 months. Also, as their parent, my rights to choose what type of education my child will receive is being taken away. I can homeschool or I can homeschool. How is that a choice? Put yourself in my shoes. I would need to teach 3 separate grades while caring for an infant while trying to work. I understand that there are many factors going into this decision. However, what I gather is that many of them are budgetary. How can that be when we just approved a $98 million bond? Also, I find it very convenient that none of this was made public until after the election. Are you going to return our tax dollars so we can quit our jobs to do yours? Also, I find it ridiculous that the teachers union gets to decide if they want to work or not. My husband has not missed a day of work since this started. Hospital workers, grocery store employees, fire, police, and many others have not missed a day. What gives them the right to say it's too dangerous for us, but you all keep working? School is essential. Please consider voting no to virtual learning.
Hello.
Is this Tierney Garland?
Hi, yes.
Hi there, we got
Good
you.
evening.
Go
Yes,
ahead.
finally. So I just figured it was easier to read the email that I sent. So I want to tell you, year after year, I send 3 of my children, my whole entire world, to South Lyon Public Schools. I've trusted you for years with my whole world, and I trust you this year as well. Let me tell you about my children. Ella, she's 9. She's very shy, and social settings aren't her thing. Last year, she was in 4th grade and made 2 friends. I understand how that might not be a big deal to you, but it is for us. Her improvements last year was huge. Unfortunately, I've seen her go backwards and start to become increasingly shy again. Ella needs to be in school. Liam, he is 7, going into 2nd grade. Liam's very smart. He was at a 2nd grade level in the beginning of his 1st grade year. He is bored. There's nothing stimulating him. We know the danger of children who are bored and smart. They can become delinquent. Liam needs to be in school. Last but certainly not least, it's Finn. He is 5. Huge school year for him. He's going to be in kindergarten. Finn is what some like to call a mama's boy. He is attached to me. And the further this has been going on, the more he's refusing to go to school because he wants to stay home with mama. Finn needs to be in school. This is just my walk of life. We aren't including the children that need to be in school because they are fed 2 meals a day. We aren't talking about the children that need to be in school because it's a safe environment for them. We aren't talking about the parents who, if their children aren't in school, they might lose their jobs, and then they'll become the children who need to be in school because they are fed 2 meals a day. I understand that the answer isn't easily made, but the what ifs on the virtual learning are much bigger problems than the in-person side. Children need to be in school.
Thank you for calling in for your comments. We appreciate that. Sorry, I just scrolled down for a second to see where we were at. Get myself back to where we are. We have Todd Russell with the, it's a call-in. Mr. Russell, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Welcome, sir. Go
Yes,
ahead.
I am. First of all, I would like to thank the board for giving me a few minutes of your time. And I realized after reading the roadmap for myself that I had basically had the theme of Mission Impossible going through my mind while doing this, while reading it. With that said, my daughter, who's going to be starting in the 1st grade, is autistic. And throughout her time in kindergarten, I've seen her make huge leaps and bounds, only to get that crumpled up and thrown away, with the beginning of this coronavirus mess. I would say, at least with the plan right now, while it's a good compromise, it does not address the special needs students, which I would love to say at least have them in a full person and a full face-to-face interaction, at least them, and at least have an option for otherwise. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for calling in. Next is disappointed parent. I am disappointed in the lack of planning South Lyon has put into the remote learning plan. I'm also disappointed in the lack of professional development for South Lyon teachers on how to teach remotely. I want parents to know there are other districts that have worked all summer to develop robust learning plans, and South Lyon is sorely left behind. It is ludicrous to move to remote learning without a clear plan and learning norms in place for teachers. South Lyon needs to provide parents a choice and offer face-to-face learning. If parents are not comfortable, they can opt for the remote learning option, although I wouldn't recommend it based on the poor planning by district leadership. Next is anonymous. Why is it that a casino can open but not a school? How messed up are our priorities? Next is Haley. I believe I have read this. I have. I'm going to jump to the next. Chad Whipke. We just moved to the district and are immensely disappointed that the few loudest voices are the ones forcing everyone's hands. In many parts of the world, and even down the street in Jackson and other neighboring districts, teachers have been supportive of a return to work plan and seeking solutions. Schools are continuing to reopen in the U.S. and other parts of the world with the support of teachers and parents to much success. Closing schools for 6 more weeks does nothing to change the reality of the virus and only further hurts the socialization and learning of our children. If we can go to Kroger and shop and people there can work safely, and not only there, but many other local businesses as well, then we can certainly do the same in schools. I don't envy the decision of the board, but hope logic and common sense prevail instead of politics and agendas. Next is an anonymous student. Going back to school is not a good option. We would rather our educators and students stay safe in this troubling time than go back to in-person learning. COVID-19 is a real threat to many of us in the community, especially us with elderly relatives at home. Speaking from anecdotal experience, having students comply with rules is easier said than done, and there's no safe way to go back to school and not risk our teachers and our own health. The best way to secure the safety of our wonderful educators and us students would be to keep classes completely online. Next is Todd Lerfondler. I strongly believe that families should be given a choice to start the year in person. My child, who is a freshman, thought that the spring learning was a joke. Please take this into consideration. And to all others calling in and commenting, please respect the board. They are doing their best. And to all of the Karens complaining about them, you need to relax. Next is anonymous in-class learning this coming school year. Emery Lucas. After the remote start, giving the district a chance to get its act together, families need choices for in-person or remote school. It should not be one size fits all approach. The health of a child or adolescent involves physical, mental, and emotional health. Isolation at home is hurting our children in all aspects of their lives. Please don't give up on our children. Next comment is anonymous. I'm very disappointed in this board. No one wants to hear from teachers tonight that do not want to go to work out of fear that it is at this point irrational. Also, please stop reading from parents that want virtual option that has existed online for a long time and was always a homeschool option. Please stop reading them. You can have an internal meeting with your workers about their work environment. This is about the community. I would like an answer in this meeting as to why you are not reopening. It needs to be published and explained to all these children. You are not physicians or epidemiologists, and you are not to worry about our health. Your job is to teach first and foremost. I know for a fact the community didn't put you on the board to betray the children relying on you. This feels like a complete abuse of power. Obviously, the virus will continue to exist, but the daycare facilities have been functioning and all doing great. Kids doing great. Teachers are doing great. True heroes. This summer, I saw teachers vacationing out and about and day camp successfully functioning fine. I'm sorry, but you have no excuse. That is what this is to the board. If you are scared to teach, opt to teach virtually. But if virtually staff is too many, maybe find a different community to teach in. Not to mention the complete waste of education money for our poor value education. Southline was a leader for education in our state. If you make this decision, test scores drop, funding will drop, the children will not be prepared for life. What measures can our community take to get educators on the board that want to teach and better the children of the community first and foremost? They deserve these jobs and positions. It should not even be something this board decides. The community should decide. They surveyed to have an in-person option, and majority want in-person school option. The community most impacted by pandemic is children. Other schools can do it, so you can too. Just try. Children serve. Curious, to what end are we listening to the comments from the public? Will any of this change the board's minds about what the superintendent's office put forth? Next is a concerned parent. My daughter is going into 2nd grade and we have 2 working parent home. I'm fully supportive of starting school with remote start. Yes, it will be hard, but we will make it work as I feel this is the best way to keep everyone, children and teachers safe. Schools need more time to get the proper PPE in place and to organize their rooms and spaces for appropriate social distancing. Last year, there was a severe guest teacher shortage. That needs to be addressed before schools can reopen. My daughter would often have several teachers come in through the day to supplement a guest teacher. The teaching which happened in the spring wasn't virtual learning, it was crisis teaching. Thank you for bringing this up. I have confidence that the board will make their decision based on the information they have to keep our kids safe and healthy. Colleen Nelson, I'm relieved that our new superintendent's recommendation is to begin this year with online schooling. Thank you, sir, for making a tough decision to prioritize our kids' health and well-being. High school East student. As a student, I think we should have the option to choose between online and in-person learning. If students or parents don't feel safe going, do virtual. I personally think we should be able to go to school. Students learn in all different ways. Some learn best with hands-on experiments. And if we can't go to school, they may have a harder time learning. Also, if you're taking a class where you need constant teacher interaction, AP classes are also an issue. Those classes go in depth about the subjects, and I feel you wouldn't get the same depth online. Lastly, if we're still having sport practices, why can't we go back to school? Sitting at a desk has way less chance of spreading the virus than people doing sports. Former Southline High School student. I just graduated from Southline High School. My time there was fantastic. The staff were fantastic people, and I was happy to have them as role models. However, they did not go above and beyond as promised during online learning. They did the absolute bare minimum. Their effort was pitiful. They were clearly unprepared, and it was obvious that they are still unprepared now. None of my work counted for anything. My art teachers all assigned the same fluff work every week. Each teacher sat in line for about an hour helping their own kids or goofing around during office hours, and then they logged off for the day. I'm not saying that this will happen this semester, but remember, online learning was a failure. It was a failure to me as a student. Have a great night, and please wake up your board members. They're obviously not paying attention. Please vote to send these kids back to school. You're setting them up for failure. A Southline Elementary teacher. Has Southline considered developing pods for families that are facing childcare challenges? If we go virtual, it will have to support staff available who can facilitate small pods of students if they're interested and feel safe doing so. The pods can be grouped by family members, not by grades, to decrease exposure. Those students will still be learning virtually like their peers, but in a supervised environment at school. This may help solve a recurrent problem coming up in the comments tonight. Also, please realize that many teachers have children at home too and are having to figure out the same childcare struggles as other families. Our request to teach virtually creates hurdles for us to overcome as well. It's not our first choice, it is the safest one. So the childcare challenge is worth overcoming. Yeah. I might, oh, Carrie disappeared. All right, I'll keep going. Anonymous parent, I do not envy the decision you have to make, and thank you for attention to this matter. However, I spent the weekend hearing about how football practice is in full effect from participants in our district and our districts in the area. I also heard from single moms who are contemplating getting their 8-year-old cell phones and Lunchables and hoping for the best so they can work while their child does remote learning. Not everybody has family or money to help with their kids. The socioeconomic disparities will drive a great divide in this nation. I definitely don't think the plight of working single moms is the school district's problem, but there are no current major trends that support remote learning. The death rate is flat, and while the case numbers are up, the testing is inconsistent in its sensitivity and specificity, therefore making them essentially unreliable. Positive result one day and negative result the next in asymptomatic people is unnerving. I've also seen negative tests in ill people. What gives? This was a global death rate of 0.4% to 3.4%, depending on where you look. Ebola has a 50% death rate. We shut down nothing. H1N1 has a 0.02% death rate, and the most affected group was children aged 5 to 19. We never shut down. I think a virtual option should always be available to kids within their own district for all kinds of reasons, not just pandemic. However, I feel there is no basis for remote learning to start the school year and worry about what other parents with a 6-week remote plan means never going back. The governor shut down the state with a plan to reduce the demand on hospitals and not overwhelm them with COVID patients. However, they've been essentially empty for months now. However, remain shut down well beyond the initial target, and the target keeps changing. I worry that will happen in our schools. Please consider opening the schools in person for the sake of our kids while offering a virtual option for those that want it. Again, thank you for all you do.
Okay, I'm back.
You back? Can I pass the torch for a few?
Yes,
All
yes,
right,
I went to hit the mic and I hit the hang up button. Anyway, all right, next up is Jed. And Jed states, I work at one of the larger hospitals in Michigan. I've been working this entire time, and many of my coworkers have managed to avoid getting sick, even though we did have many COVID cases at first. However, with proper protocols, we were never overwhelmed and have been very limited to almost zero for the last couple of months. People have asked me if I would send my kids back to school. My response is a resounding yes. I would also like to note that a group of over 67,000 pediatricians stated that kids need to be back in school. Please put the kids back in school. Also not sure why people keep pushing distance learning when that is already an option. This should be real simple. If you want to send your kids to school, you do. If you want your kids to learn from home, then you have them do that. A South Lyon High School student states, there are so many issues that aren't being considered. First of all, some students have awful home lives, places where they are unhappy and treated poorly.
Bullshit.
These students have been struggling, and you are subjecting them to more mental decline. Also, 6 weeks is going to happen in 6 weeks. It's been almost 6 months, and you haven't done anything. You have had months all summer, and you're waiting till now. This is a joke. In the spring, every student, and I know I have talked to, including myself, thought online learning was a joke, and we were so unmotivated. And you say it's going to be different. What is going to be different? The time you have till school starts is almost no different than what they had from March until April, and basically no preparation has been done. Why can't you do hybrid options? Why can't there be a choice option? Also, as a student, I don't believe how many teachers say they worked in the spring. I was given less than an hour of work per week of each class, and half my teachers just uploaded Google Forms. I learned and retained nothing from that time, and you want to do it again. Makes no sense. Anonymous states, why take a survey if you're not ever willing to accept the majority poll and public recommendation for in-person school option is the answer you needed? Obviously, virtual learning can still exist. It was always there and very possible. Please listen as you ask your students to do every day. I second the right to a choice is what taxpayers deserve. Classrooms are essential, period. Children need school. Start school ASAP in person option before flu season starts and confuses the board again. Staff with all the kids exiting college, you are willing to come teach. Take time to respond to concerned parents calling in and why you can't have option. I have not heard one good answer. Kevin Schultz says, do they address whether the teachers will get paid if they don't want to go back? Are cashiers at Kroger more essential than teachers? When teachers want raises, they talk about educating children as if there's no more important job in the world. If my kids are getting half an education, can I get my property taxes reduced? Sarah states, if the board votes to start the school year remote, will fall sports be able to continue following MHSAA guidelines as they come out? I have been extremely impressed with the safety protocol that coaches encouraging and getting students buy-in to wearing masks, distancing whenever possible, temperature taking, and health screens. Each sport team is a controlled group of students with the same adult practicing or meeting outside. Even though no one knows what the next 2 weeks or months will hold for fall sports, it is providing a little sense of normalcy during a very chaotic and unpredictable time for our students. It is safer for them to be actively plugged in than roaming the town while parents are at work. Anonymous says in person. Maud B, we already read Maud B's comment. A student states, first of all, why do we have to put in personal information if we want to be anonymous? But that's beside the point. Why aren't students getting more of a say? Teachers sure are getting their say. We are the group this drastically affects. Michael Rizzi states, if you choose to vote to start school for 6 weeks virtually without a concrete plan on how to return with actual milestones that need to be met, you are voting to have a full year of virtual only schooling with no promise of ever returning in person, and will give no reason for any person to live in the community if schooling was their reason for being here. Anonymous says, the teachers might not need to work tomorrow, but the rest of us do. Get on with it. Julie Blossfield says, I have 4 kids in the South Lyon schools. I am pulling all of them out. They all want to return to in-person learning. If you don't want to teach, get a new job. All of the other essential workers like police, military, and medical staff are dealing with much worse situations. Take away the teachers' pay and start laying them off. They'll be begging for a job. If you give someone something for free, why would they want to go back to work? Pull yourself together and make a decision. Anonymous says, It's funny how teachers can go up north, hang out with their friends, go to parties, or just hang out, but they can't go to school. Make it make sense. A disgruntled parent says, I'm disgusted by the school board and its inaction. Not only did the district disservice our students this spring by failing to give grades and putting our children at an unlevel playing field with the majority of districts that did give grades, but now it wants to subject them to a largely unpopular online and difficult learning platform. As a post-secondary educator, I am ashamed to be part of the Michigan Educational Association and can't wait to resign from the union. This board's failure to address our children's mental health and well-being and the likely decline in their education has me appalled with the district that I have applauded over the years. These factors allegedly keeping our kids out of the classroom will not go away in 6 or 8 weeks, and our children will continue to decline in their education and mental well-being. I do not fear COVID, I fear the future of our children. A teacher says, a lot of comments are focused on the quality of virtual learning from last spring. We developed curriculum with absolutely no notice last spring. It was not ideal. It was an emergency plan put into place to stay connected to students. Teachers have been working all summer to convert lessons to digital format, attending virtual PD and collaborating with colleagues to create a curriculum that can shift from face-to-face to remote at a moment's notice. This is above and beyond what the district will provide in the coming weeks. Teachers want to teach. We are spending hours preparing to be effective teachers for next year, both in person and remotely. And we have done this without pay because we want to teach your children. Please vote in support of the virtual start of the school year. Anonymous says, it is clear from the amount of people who can't figure out how to push *6 to speak and the double red comments how ineffective virtual anything is. The argument that virtual teaching is harder to execute isn't at all comforting to hear. My first grader at Dolson had the best teacher, but floundered during the lockdown. My husband and I are both essential workers and don't have many options, but it seems we'll be having to explore those options more thoroughly when it seemed we were going to be given the option for in-person learning. Oh, and we vote in this house. Anonymous says, thank you for your service to our community. I just want to present you with some facts and actual data, which is available publicly, but not in the media, of course. At this time, we have numerous large pediatric practices across the state of Michigan. One of them, local to our service area, has 4,000 pediatric patients. Out of those patients, only 25 have tested positive for COVID since March. Think about that for a minute. U of M Health System is a 1,000-bed facility with over 1,000 clinical staff. Less than 500 of those staff have tested positive since March. We currently have 14 COVID positive inpatients, 14 out of 1,000 beds. Let's put all this into perspective. Do not let the media influence you and your decision. Do not let the unions and all their money influence you. Use facts and data to influence you. Our kids and their emotional, social, and physical well-being are what's at stake. I am a healthcare worker and go to work every day. I am not afraid and don't think I'm in a controlled environment or can control those around me. At the end of the day, you need to put into place what is reasonable and what is best for the greater good, not just one group or one organization. Thank you. A parent says, tonight, the long hours sitting in front of the screen and the dog barking in the background are just what our children will be facing if you start remote learning. I hope tonight you realize this was just a taste of what our kids will be doing every day while you just have to sit through one meeting. Anonymous says, response to presentation. For the virtual learning, my wife and I are at work to feed our children. Who is with my 8-year-old while attending virtual? How is this safe and legal? A concerned parent states, I know how much my kindergartner and second grader needs in-person school, but I know that it is not possible to be done safely as of now. I urge you to vote to start remote while we have more time to prepare to do it safely in a few months. On another note, I know a lot of parents that now, given the choice, would prefer a blended option over virtual completely, even though they said no to blended option when surveying in the spring. Could this become an option when we phase back in? Thank you for your time. Anonymous says, it's funny how teachers can go up north, hang out with their friends, go to parties, or just go out. They can't go to school. Make it make sense. I think we already read that one. Stacy Kraus says, how do you expect our children to sit at a computer for close to 7 hours when you have a board member that can't even stay awake during the meeting? Whitney Alt says, nowhere in your presentation do you address how you plan to handle offering remote learning or phase in for special education students. What are we doing to help these students meet their IEP goals and requirements? What are you doing for them? Chris states, parents need to be allowed to make the choice for their own children and families. We need to wake up and realize together that living life means risk of sickness at any turn. Do we stop living because of it? I want the choice to continue to live. Are we going to shut down next flu season as well? Stop driving because we could be injured or killed in a car accident. We will never have schools open again if we are constantly living in fear. The impact on children and families of kids staying home is far worse than sending them back to school. Those afraid or at high risk should have the option to stay home. But when we stop letting people choose for themselves, we are losing so much more than we realize. We cannot let our government take over our freedom of choice. Thank you all so much for your time and effort, as I know it is so difficult. Navarra Dunback says, how will this proposed plan work with students attending OSTC? If schools can't be face-to-face, why would sports continue? Gina Glazik says, is special education going to be addressed? A disheartened teacher states, it saddens me to hear so many community members villainizing our teachers. Yes, many families largely want their students back in the classroom for a variety of reasons. Yes, many teachers are scared, anxious, and unclear about the upcoming school year, as is only nature in these unprecedented times. Many have their own children they are struggling to make a decision for regarding their own education. While many teachers speaking up do not seem to favor an in-person start to the school year, it is certainly not every teacher, and most definitely not for the sake of an easier option. Regardless of the decision, please keep in mind your teachers did not make the final call, but they will be the ones with your students, either virtual or in person, in the coming weeks, months, and years as your children re-enter a school environment. When voicing opinions, staff or parents, please remember no one has the correct answer for everyone, but each of us wants what's best for our students. John Pigot. I would like to be on record that I am comfortable with in-person learning for the upcoming school year. As a first responder, I am well aware of the risks associated with COVID-19 and the most effective way to mitigate these risks. Mitigation is certainly achievable. The online virtual learning we experienced last year, from my perspective, was a disaster. Our children are already half a year behind and likely will be further behind this year if we continue to pursue online learning. While I appreciate the fact that teachers in the district care and love their students, I can assure you that they did not love or care for their students more than the students' parents love their children. As 80% of the respondents to the parent survey asked for full in-person learning, we clearly have confidence in our teachers' ability to meet the challenges that may be faced in the coming year. Fear that nothing will change in the next 6 weeks and we'll be faced with an entire year of online learning. If distance learning is a choice, what are the benchmarks we are hoping to see to bring our kids back to school? Do you anticipate online learning as a constant option moving forward if no vaccine is developed? What assurances do we as parents have that our kids will get in-person education this year? Sarah says, how will the block time work for students who dual enroll or attend an academy that is, let's say, the first 3 hours of school and block time is first hour, then fourth hour? Amanda says, you are really suggesting sending elementary kids back one half day a week. How are working families supposed to make this happen? Other districts are starting with 4 in-person days, and the best South Lyon can do is one half day a week. That doesn't make sense. Why couldn't the kids come back 2 full days or even 1 full day to start? This doesn't seem like a good plan for many children or families. You also have not shared exactly what needs to happen to move on to in-person. You had a list with no specifics, which leads me to believe you have no intention of moving us forward anytime soon. This plan is extremely disappointing. I was really hoping a good, even decent hybrid model would have been presented with a real plan for moving back to in-person instruction. It does not feel like our kids are being put first. An even more concerned parent states, I am glad that you are now proposing a hybrid model from the presentation, but this is still not well thought out. At least there was some listening last week. Many schools are adopting hybrid models that are straightforward 2 full days a week, including Novi and Northville. Why did you not consider their plans and instead invent your own 25% plan? Would the board please reject this proposal? I understand a plan may be due to the state soon. It is okay to tell the state we don't have a plan because we don't have a good plan. At a minimum, board, please have some discussion as a group and question the administrators on why they did not feel they could propose a 2-day hybrid model at 50% capacity like other neighboring districts. Additionally, has anybody on the committee recommending this plan talk to anybody from the many school districts in neighboring states such as Indiana and other locations that are back at full-time school now? An elementary mom asks, I would like clarification regarding the plan for return to school. At the elementary level, are you suggesting that students will have 1 half-day in-person class per week until we move to phase 5? That is a joke. A couple of hours once a week will not allow young students the time they need to learn to read. They cannot learn anything else until they can read. This is not able to be accomplished through a computer. You have had since mid-March to order supplies and hire employees to be prepared to start school in September. I'm embarrassed to be a citizen and taxpayer of this community where the school administration spent the summer encouraging us to pass an almost $1 billion bond issue instead of taking proactive actions to be prepared for the school year. Thomas W. Oh, Thomas W., are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Fantastic, and good morning, everybody. Although my personal normal world preference would be to have in-school instruction, we are living in unique times and are dealing with a virus which has an exceptionally high transmission rate, higher than the common flu, and may have longer-lasting health effects even after the initial recovery. For those folks that have mentioned driving and similar car comparisons, it's not an equal one-to-one comparison. A car accident has no ability to affect those after the fact. I've never driven by a car accident and had a car accident just by driving past it, but somebody could transmit the disease by being in contact with it. In any regard, to this point, I'd like to suggest another method which may not have been discussed, but could potentially satisfy both sides. Side note, I'll readily admit that everybody calling in and making comments tonight thinks they all have the answers, right? But many parents have spoken about not wanting to go, at least who I've spoken with, not wanting to go on the full virtual path because you may not be assigned a South Lyon-based teacher. What if we had a 50-50 approach where 50% of the teachers who volunteer, who say, yes, I raise my hand and I want to go back, are matched with students and parents that also say, yes, I want to go back and return to in-school education. And on the flip side of that, what if those 50% of students that begin the year going fully virtual, who would be guaranteed a South Lyon teacher, could go back to school should the transmission rates return back to normal? So you're keeping people in school that want to maintain that risk from an educator standpoint and from a student standpoint. And then you also have people that are trying to do their best to reduce the risk and concerns of contracting the virus for their children and potentially bringing that home to other folks in the home. There is the potential of that. But once those transmission rates go down, those folks could then go back to school and join the population that is already there. My final point and challenge to this would be about mental health issues. So we've heard people bring up very horrific concerns. There's been letters that have been read and so on and so forth. They are real, they're valid, they're absolutely true, but we can't. Can we also address the fact that sitting in class among people wearing masks, teachers behind face shields, consistent reminders of sanitizing your hands and being concerned of contracting the virus could actually lead to other or a different level of mental health? It's not like going back to school is the mental health silver bullet. It could create an entirely different class. So I would also propose that in addition to the other suggestion of virtual learning assigned to a South Lyon teacher, and then in class assigned to a South Lyon teacher, potentially putting a larger mental health issue in the curriculum, something to assist people on a broader level. And I thank you all for your attention and time this evening and this morning. It is a long thing. You guys have done a ton of good work, and I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. A South Lyon Community Schools mental health professional states, I am currently a South Lyon Community Schools employee and coming from many rough districts prior. I have to say South Lyon Community Schools is one of the best. I feel as though I need to speak on behalf of those staff members, myself included, who want to return to face-to-face instruction because I feel we have to be represented and others haven't stood up and said anything. Yes, this situation is scary. Yes, there are many safety concerns. However, we don't put such precautions in place for illnesses such as the flu, which is also very serious. On the flip side, I also completely respect and understand those who do not want to return for their own safety or possibly underlying health concerns. All I'm asking, as many parents have also requested, is to have a choice to return. As an SLCS mental health professional, I am more concerned about my students who view school as their safe place or as the place where they're going to get their meals, not be physically or emotionally abused, or the place that houses someone who they can actually confide in. Their mental health and safety is the utmost importance, and I think it is in the best interest that I advocate for them because they cannot advocate for themselves. Please allow us a choice of face-to-face instruction. Thank you for all you do. Ashley Benz. As a special education teacher, I ask that you please consider special education students in our most complex populations when making this decision. I want my students safe and I want them in school with me in some capacity. If it is possible for a hybrid option for schooling to occur, that would be ideal to promote safety and also promote learning. A fully virtual model does not work for all students, especially students with complex special needs. I do believe a hybrid model would be more workable for students and their families, though I also understand that a hybrid option is not fully ideal either. To the parents, please remember how much your child's teachers love them. Many staff are worried about their safety, and I hope you can have some compassion and grace for them and their differing opinions. We love your children and want a safe work environment as well. Please also remember that regardless of the decision made tonight, teachers are not the ones ultimately making this call, and many of us are divided and unsure on this matter. To the board, I appreciate you in this time of crisis and do not envy the position you are all in. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, willingness to listen to these comments, and your passion for Southline Community Schools. To my fellow teachers, I support you and hope we can have a safe school year with our students. Your patience, care, and love for your students will not go unnoticed by me, regardless of if we are in person, are virtual, in person, or a hybrid. Some of these comments have been really hard to listen to, but remember that we make a difference in our students' lives every day. To my students, I love you, I miss you, and I will do whatever is decided and be there for you and your families. This is hard, but like we say in class, we can do hard things. I am here for you and your families, and we will get through this together. A student states, you talk about the possible student deaths, but consider the mental health. Suicide rates have increased since quarantine, and keeping students at home wouldn't help. What isn't this more traumatizing if a student died of a dead of this nature? A death of this nature, maybe?
I'm sorry. I thought you were done with that one. I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah.
I'll just I'll jump in if you want me to jump in.
Okay, you can go at 292.
Okay. Are we good to go? 292?
Yep.
All right. This one is from Anonymous. Since I've been teaching in Southline, we've experienced horrible losses. Each life lost has personally affected my educational environment and the environment of my students. If I could have done something to save their lives, I would have. Let's make the choice to save lives. I believe Thomas W. was our caller from a minute ago. Anonymous, I'd like to express my disappointment in the community members that have chosen to use this meeting as a platform to tear administration apart in nasty, disrespectful ways. I apologize on behalf of my fellow community members and would like for each of us, for each and every board member and administrator to know there are many of us rooting for you and extending you each grace that you're so deserving of in this difficult situation. Best wishes to each of you. Another anonymous comment. You've touched on junior kindergarten through 12th grade. What is being done for our preschoolers? I have a child registered for tuition paid preschool for 3-year-olds that also is supposed to be in a speech and language class. If you decide to choose that we are going virtual only to start, what will be done to help those children? I also have a 5th grader, 8th grader, and 10th grader. Are there going to be enough Chromebooks in time for families like ours that have multiple children that have to spend hours on the screen? Next is Jess. Thank you for giving us the time to voice our opinions. I'm writing in the hope that you would still consider giving people a choice of virtual or starting the kids in school either full-time or some type of hybrid plan. After watching this new plan, I would ask you to start this phased-in plan as soon as possible. Why are you wanting to wait 6 weeks? It's not the student's fault that the administration is not more prepared, and you're making them suffer. I feel our new superintendent is taking the easy way out and not working for our families. Everyone knows that school will not look the same. There will be more time cleaning and students will be dealing with masks. But overall, many people would still vote for in-school learning because there are so many more benefits that come along with it. Nothing is normal anymore. We must move on with our lives. I also would like to ask the district to require teachers to be in the school classroom if we do remote or virtual learning and not working from home. I know many other districts are doing this, and I'm in full support after what I experienced in the spring. I think this would be a benefit for the kids' education because they would be fully focused on the education of our children and not have all the distractions that come from with working from home. As you're aware that there would be no students in the classroom if it was virtual or remote, and there would be no worry about social distancing. Please stop the pre-recorded or follow this link for self-learning. We are looking for the teachers to teach our kids, not the parents. I'd like to know more about how this online learning will be done. You've said it will be better than the spring, but how? It sounds like many teachers who have called in have worked very hard all day long, and this is amazing for the students that got them, but my experience was not good. I was very disappointed that my child got an average of 11 minutes of new learning on a week in upper elementary in the spring by virtual learning. I believe the minimum South Lyon teachers were required to teach was 10 minutes a week. They also got 1 hour of fun, show, and tell virtual meetings. I would hope that the teachers in the fall are online 100% and active during the school day and not just offer office hours most of the day or give us links of places to self-learn. Will middle school teachers be required just to teach just one class at a time, or are the teachers allowed to lump classes and teach one time to multiple classes? A few of my middle school teachers last year taught all the same classes at one time, and this just did not work for the students. This was not helpful to individual students. There would be so many people online during the office hours because only had one. The new class sizes were probably 100 or more students in a class. I would hope they would teach just one class at a time so students can ask questions and have more time to talk to the teacher. This is next from a Pearson parent. Wanted to inform the board members that there are a group of parents from Facebook who plan to flood the public comment portal to make this meeting go late into the night. This is disheartening and a waste of time for parents who are attending this meeting to get information. As a parent of 2 elementary students, I'm disappointed about what this forum has turned into: negative, hateful comments about teachers and staff. As a parent, I'm attending the meeting to hear the district's plan for my children's education. Thank you to Mr. Archibald, administration, and staff for the hard work you've put into these difficult decisions. Thank you for putting the safety of our students and staff at the forefront of your decisions. Sally Moore, teachers are supposed to teach kids in person. That is literally the definition of a quality education. You will all lose jobs and funds if you don't open the school. That is why many of us moved to this town. Why don't you want our youth to be prepared for college and prosper after school? The state will fall in rankings for quality education if in-person is not one of the options. Parents deserve the salaries that will fall in rankings for quality of education if in-person is not one of the options. Parents deserve the salaries if they will be forced to learn and teach the materials for the teachers who sit powerless behind the monitor. Next is a kindergarten mom. Your proposed sample elementary schedule includes 220 minutes of live virtual instruction. This does not include any small group specials or flex time that will be needed to be accomplished on the computer. At minimum, you're suggesting kindergartners will be on screens for more than 100 minutes than is recommended by the American Academy of Pediatrics. How is this possibly a solution for our young students? Kindergarten is not required in the state of Michigan. How many students are you willing to lose from the school system because you aren't thinking about the needs of your youngest learners? Julie Casano, dear board, first of all, thanks for all of your work, and you're trying to take into consideration the different points of view. I have one request. Would it be possible to push the deadline for us parents to decide on the virtual in-person pathway? As seen in the presentation today, the details of what the remote in-person pathway will look like is not clear. Unless this becomes clear in the following days, it is very difficult to decide. I'm guessing that the remote pathway will unfortunately be an important part of the in-person path. It's difficult to decide on this if we don't know what that entails. Thank you in advance. Scott Bronikowski, has any consideration been given to whether or not we have sufficient internet bandwidth, both in individual homes and throughout the community, to support the massive increase in the number of simultaneous VTC streams that will be the result of the entire district starting the year online? It's entirely possible that class streams will fail due to lack of bandwidth. It is inevitable that individual students will have connectivity issues that will keep them from being online for the entirety of all classes. What is the policy for attendance credit when students get knocked offline? Eric Tertelling is a parent that wants to return to school. Corey Bergeron is a caller. Corey, are you there? Corey Bergeron with a comment about the internet on the phone. Okay, we'll try to circle back. Next is listed as scientist. It's also a call-in. There's a written comment. 6 weeks window is pointless, so you want to reconsider in-person option when flu season directly hits. I'm predicting many students and teachers will have parallel symptoms to what may look like COVID, but likely not be. I'm predicting people will likely get a common cold or flu. Just go teach school in person. There is no good excuse from this board I've yet heard. I don't know if they're on the phone. Patricia, we can circle back. Patricia Turtelli, thank you to board members for handling this meeting with the utmost dignity and grace. I feel that you are facing a firing squad and embarrassed to witness the personal attacks you've had to suffer. Do not envy your position, but have the utmost confidence in South Lyon staff, board members, and administrators and their decisions. I appreciate the efforts made to accommodate so many differing requests. Michael James Heinley. Additionally, the Washington Post today reported that pre-adolescent kids basically do not spread this. Next is working essential parent, extending all formal pleasantries, but getting to the point. Our kids need to be in school and taught in person. As an essential worker, my kids have not stopped going to school as daycare facilities have remained open. We've also continued to play sports and have had no issues. We need this in-school option. They need this option. I'd venture to say that most of us pushing to have our kids taught in person have been prepping our kids with information about how important masks, hand washing, and social distancing are during the pandemic. We've explained to them that school will not be the same. This is not going to be a new thing to these kids. We've been discussing these things with our young children for months. We've had to have very frank conversations with them, explaining why our world has been turned upside down. We've signed waivers promising not to send our children to school if we even suspect they are not feeling well. There's never a good time to jump into an ocean of uncertainty or try something new and unfamiliar, but we need to get our feet wet. I've even petitioned the parents for help. I would rather donate money to the school than pay over $2,000 a month to daycare, and there are lots of us who feel this way. I would be more than willing to provide extra help by volunteering, make the kids clean desks. We do this at home. Teachers' responsibility and care and concern for the community. Keep the high schoolers home. Spread out the other grades. Do something to think outside the box. We need you to make the tough decisions that are backed by science, statistics, and the CDC. Please allow our young kids to return to school. Thank you for your time.
Tony?
Yes.
Yeah, you.
I noticed that Vice President Kennedy and Assistant Superintendent Kudwa both dropped off at the same time. I'm wondering if there's a system issue with their internet.
Yes, Eric Kennedy's back online on the phone.
We're entering the 1:30 hour here. Would it be appropriate if we recessed and reconvened tomorrow evening?
You know, at this point, for me, Mr. Clark,
And I'd like also to offer up that maybe we should freeze new comments at this point and finish up tomorrow.
I think
I'm not available tomorrow night, unfortunately.
Okay. Here's my issue. I would agree with you, Mr. Clark, on freezing new comments, especially given what we've heard from some of these comments about what's going on Facebook. We can stop playing the games. All right. This is serious. It's a serious business. All right. There are names popping up now that are attempting to get us to read lewd comments, right? Names. I don't know what that's about. It's an embarrassment to the community. You're going to put a name in here, try to get somebody to read this, embarrass themselves, read something profane on the internet. We've been here a long time. We need to freeze these comments, and I think we need to finish our business tonight because the objective here was to make us go late into the night and not get our business done, and it's unacceptable. It's time to have a conversation, a real conversation about what we're going to do for the community, and I'm ready to do it. So that's where I'm at. I'm going to stop reading for now as well.
Okay, where are we at for everyone else? Should I just, I think we're at 3:07 and there are 329. So we have another 22 to read.
Do any of them say anything we haven't heard about yet or have already heard? Is there anything new in any of them?
I haven't read them, but
At this point, I'd just like to go to board discussion and let's move forward.
okay, so can we have a motion to move on to board discussion? Mr. Clark, is that your motion?
That is my motion.
Okay.
I'll
Dan,
second.
Dan, you did that? Okay. Moved by Mr. Clark, supported by Mr. Schwegler to go back into our session and forego the remaining public comments. All right, Mr. Abate, please call the roll.
I vote yes. Ms. Hanshaw,
Yes.
Mr. Kennedy,
Yes.
Mr. Dashner,
Yes.
Mr. Schwegler,
Yes.
Mr. Tell,
Yes.
and Mr. Clark.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. With that, board comment on everything regarding the back to school plan.
Okay. Well, do you want to do discussion without a motion, or how do you want to handle this?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So we've heard the plan. We've heard public comment. The recommendation by the superintendent was to approve the plan as presented. Do we have a motion?
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Based on what Randy had just said, are we allowed to maybe have comment first? Because maybe some of us have some questions about the plan, but like, I don't want to just, maybe there's some modifications we might want to make, some tweaks.
Dan,
Well, we can open the motion and then we can
have
always.
an opportunity to ask questions about the plan itself before we actually, I'm good with that if you want to do that.
So we can make the motion just to open up the open up the board discussion, and then if we need to change the motion, we can do that.
I think that might be more efficient.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Okay, so
I'll modify my motion that we enter into a period of discussion amongst the board members.
okay.
I'll second.
Support.
Okay, moved by Mr. Clark, supported by Mr. Schwegler to have the discussion. Mr. Abate, please call the roll.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Mr. Tell,
Yes.
Mr. Schwegler,
Yes.
Mr. Dashner,
You're on mute, Mr. Dashner.
Sorry. Yes.
I vote yes. Mr. Kennedy.
Yes.
And Ms. Hanshaw.
Yes, motion passes 7-0. Okay, questions or comments?
The internet dropped out.
I'd like to ask a question to Superintendent Archibald. Am I understanding this right? So we would basically go 4 to 6 weeks in a remote, and at a time when conditions were right, we would be 1 day a week, essentially for students at basically the whole level, and that would go until we decided to go to 50% capacity, and that would hold, call it in perpetuity until we hit phase 5. Is that kind of the overall, that's what I was understanding. I just want to make sure I'm getting it right.
You're understanding it correctly. The idea would be we could start at 25, I'll say the secondary level. It would take 2 weeks. If things are continuing to go well and we're still in phase 4, we could go to 50%. Would anticipate staying in 50% until we were in phase 5. But again, forecasting out too far is probably ill-advised. But our goal would be to get to 50% as quick as we can.
And I guess a follow-up question I would have to that, with all the concern we heard from the teaching staff today, is phase 5 going to be is it reasonable that we'd be back in school in phase 5 with everything we heard tonight?
I believe the majority of the issues we would continue the protocols that we would have in place, ideally in phase 4, would continue in phase 5. There are very few strongly recommended requirements at that point, and they're mostly strongly recommended. So we would be maintaining the same protocols. But obviously to be in stage 5, we're in a much different place in terms of concern for spread and so forth. So, I mean, I can't speak for the teachers. It's something we'd have to work for, but I would anticipate they would be, phase 5 would be a very welcome phase.
If I could follow up, Steve, please, the 25%. So you're basically alluding to the fact that that could stretch on for multiple weeks or even months before we even went to the 50%?
No, I'm saying that we would start at 20, allows us to social distance. At the secondary level, you're talking about potentially a 2-week rotation to get where the students would be physical in each of their classes because of the way that schedule is written. If we're good after 2 weeks, it could go to 50%, after 2 weeks at 25%. And again, it's that would be our goal, to get to 50% as quickly as we could. I think it's dangerous to try and forecast that out. I also don't want to make it seem like I'm trying to mislead the community and say that we're going to do something when, I can't tell you what the conditions are going to be. But no, I would not anticipate being at 25% for months as you had been, if we gave you that impression.
So the potential exists that we would be at, it could possibly be 6 to 8 weeks before we would get to 50% then, if we don't even start the process for 6 weeks.
That would be 8 weeks, I believe. That's possible, correct. I'm sorry, I'm not doing the math well at 1:30.
I guess for me on that question regarding the decision to start at 25%, I get that in the sense that you can guarantee social distancing throughout every classroom and every building. Do you have an idea as to what percentage of classrooms would still be able to maintain proper social distancing at just 50%? And I'm not talking about, gym classes or a band class. I'm talking about regular instructional classrooms. What percentage of the buildings could just start right at 50% versus 25 so that we're not losing some of that time?
I don't have an exact number. My sense is not very many. And I can certainly follow up on my team with that. Is what I hear you saying is, can we start at 50%? And what's the impact on social distancing?
And is it acceptable enough, if you're mostly able to do it? Yes.
Yeah. If Ms. Kudwa or Ms. Witt are on the call, I know Ms. Witt's been involved with operations. If she can speak to that at all, if not.
Good morning. So it is our calculations that once we hit 50%, we will not be able to social distance pretty much in every single building. That's why we wanted to start at 25%. And if things go well, work up to 50%. We won't be able to social in the hallways at 50%. We won't be able to social distance in the classrooms at 50%. So that is the reason why we decided to try to start at 25%.
How crowded are we talking? Like in a classroom that might have 36 kids normally, in an overcrowded classroom, spreading out 18 kids or 16 kids, are we talking they're 5.5 feet from each other, or they're like 3 feet?
I wouldn't say 5.5 feet from each other, but I would say between 3 and 4 feet from each other.
I can tell you that working at the college, one of my tasks is to do floor plans for classrooms to show what the 6-foot social distancing would look like in terms of classroom capacity. And it works out between 30 and 40%, depending on the size of the classroom. And when I say by the size of the classroom is keep in mind that the college that I work at, the majority of our buildings were built in the early 60s. So classroom sizes are not the most spacious compared to how classrooms are built today. So when you take into account the furniture layout, where the teacher is placed, and maintaining 6 foot. And what I think a lot of people don't understand is it's not just side by side. You also have to look at front to back. So when I lay out a classroom, I put a 3 foot circle around a chair, so to speak, and then I place that circle at each chair, and wherever there's an overlap, I remove that chair. So you're so almost kind of like a zigzag pattern. So you don't have one sitting right behind you, you have someone sitting diagonally in front of you. So that's why it doesn't take it to a full or only to a 50% capacity to maintain that 6 foot. That's why it goes to the 30 to 40% capacity. Typically, it's around 40%. And these are classrooms where we typically have students, 24 to 26 students per classroom is what our classroom support at the college. So that sort of gives you a percentage of what, 50% you might not be perfectly 6 feet apart, but you might have maybe a little bit of an overlap, but it's not like you're going to be only 3 feet apart from the person next to you.
I would agree with what you're saying. However, please take into consideration a lot of our classes are over capacity already. So there's not just 26 kids. So when we drop to 50%, we're dropping a lot of times from 35 kids to 50%. So
I had a quick question about the phase-in for the preschool. That wasn't discussed. Is that not part of the K-12 plan or the JK to 12 plan, or is that a complete plan?
So Dr. Lloyd will work with ECC families. There's 3 programs housed with the ECC. We've gotten guidance that GSRP should be following whatever our district practice is. That's come from the state. He will survey tuition families to see what they would like to do. I think that's his plan for that. And then we need to work through what that looks like for our ECSE, our early childhood special education classrooms.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, one of my questions on the back to school plan on page, well, and I think it's on both the elementary and the secondary plan, but there is specific language about block scheduling. If we were to approve that plan, does that mean we have to follow with some sort of block scheduling, or is there still flexibility to work with the teachers to determine what really is the best setup for each day? Because to be, looking at the slides, and it's very clear, those were samples. They're not approved. And I know Lisa Kudba mentioned that as well. These are sample plans. So is there flexibility to change that setup if we approve the plan as it's written?
There is. The presentation was just that for, well, that's a little redundant too, but for presentation's sake, to give examples and samples of what the thinking could be. That level of detail is not in the plan that would be approved and sent to the state. So there would be room to work there and continue working with our administrators and our teachers, so that whether it was a different model, can we improve the mousetrap? We're not locked into anything that's in the presentation. The only thing that is really in the preparedness plan is the, phasing in over 4 to 6, 25%, 50%. That's the most detail that's in that plan. That's not saying that isn't subject to change, but anything in the preparedness plan that changes has to come back to the board for approval. So
is it feasible then to expand that 4 to 6 weeks to maybe 2 to 6 weeks to give us some flexibility to try to be a little bit more aggressive with getting students back into class? I understand teachers are going to need some additional time to adapt to the remote plan, but if they're able to get that done sooner, can we modify this so that if we get it done by 2 weeks into the school, then we can start phasing in those younger elementaries like you've described?
Yeah, I don't think that's presents an issue. It gives us latitude to start earlier. It doesn't hold us to that. It still gives us the outer range. So it would give us, if I'm understanding your point, the opportunity to start earlier, which I don't know that anybody would object to. I'll wait for either Mrs. Kudwa or Mrs. Ingram to correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that change is problematic.
It is beneficial to our students if we can start the first few weeks consistently. So remember that when we are in a fully virtual setting, that is actually more time with your teacher than it would be in a hybrid model. So allowing them to build those relationships first, there's a benefit to starting and staying that way until some of those relationships are established. Because when we move to the hybrid model, once you've got students sitting in front of you during the day, your students who are at home are now learning independently.
Assuming
and so there's less teacher interaction.
The curriculum. I mean, there may be some more creative opportunities to share curriculum so it's not disjoint, so that you don't have to do one or the other at a time. Maybe there are some creative options to do both at the same time. So I guess my point is, I almost feel like it's more beneficial to have the teachers helping to teach the kids earlier how to use the remote environment than to let that be done by the parents assisting the students over that period of time. That's kind of my point. I see that as a bigger benefit. I get your point about that group, but they're not going to have that for a period of time anyway. So to me, understanding how to use the technology is going to be critical, especially for the younger kids, and especially for those families who don't have the ability to sit with them to help them. That's kind of my point.
Understood.
What about our special needs population? If we decide to bring some of our higher needs students back in a totally different program, could they possibly come back earlier, which would be another reason to potentially change the range?
Mrs. Toth, are you there?
Yes, I am. I'm here. So we have to identify that our students are gen ed students first. So identifying what that plan is going to be, then we can make the adjustments to be able to start bringing kids back, but we have that flexibility.
Okay. And just a clarification, the prepare this plan does call out block type scheduling in the actual plan.
Right.
So I'm just not sure that we want, if we're confident that's what we want, that's fine, but it does specifically say block scheduling.
But it gives us more latitude if we were to just describe a hybrid plan, so that maybe the hybrid plan involves block scheduling, maybe it doesn't. Maybe there's a different model that they choose to do.
So remember, Mr. Schweigler, that when Mr. Schweigler has left the meeting, remember that when we start bringing students back, that hybrid model does allow us to have fewer transitions between classes, so that we're spending less of the day and less on supplies to clean and more time on instruction. So that hybrid model in a block schedule gives us some additional opportunities to limit the amount of exposure students and staff have to other people in the course of their day.
Okay, and I was fine with the block schedule. I just wanted to make sure everyone knew that it is in the plan. And so, say in 2 weeks we decide we don't want block schedule, do we have to redo this plan?
I'm not sure if it's anybody else. I'm getting some feedback and having difficulty hearing.
It went off from somebody.
It's gone now.
Okay. If we, for any of the reasons, if we decide we want to change this schedule, this plan, can it be changed after we submit it at any point? Or is this, once it's submitted, this is what we're tied down to for the whole school year?
No, it can be subject to change.
Okay.
Would it be more fair to say, Steve, that we don't actually have an adopted schedule yet, but this is just an idea of what it might look like? I think that's a better way to describe it.
Potentially. What I worried about was not putting enough or some detail in there so folks continue to think that it's so open-ended, we didn't have a thought. So,
Totally get that. Yes.
yep, if and for whatever reason I'm having difficulty locating it,
Page 5, Steve.
Yep.
I see. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm not even saying we don't want that. I'm just saying that it is in the plan. So just
I think based on the work that we have done so far, the block schedule for phases 1 through 4 allows us the best transition, whether we're in person or remote, because of the way they match up. So I would actually advocate that we leave that in there.
I would second that. Remember that when we are back in person, we need to be able to have additional lunch periods to socially distance more at lunch. That's only possible in the block schedule model because it allows us to add 5 lunch periods instead of 3 at the secondary buildings.
Are we utilizing other spaces in the building like the gym for lunch in this plan?
Gym would be used for instruction during those periods as well too. So there's some spaces we can use, yes, but it would not necessarily be the gym.
And hallway lunches?
You can only do so much of that before you're impacting the flow of traffic.
So just to make sure I understand, looking at the sample schedule for block scheduling, which is kind of a new concept for me, is basically if you have 3 hours in one day, but the time of that hour is longer, and then the second day is the next 3 hours. So so does that mean that you are still covering the same amount of content if you had that first hour 5 times a week for 1 hour, or slightly less than an hour with your passing time?
Over the course of a week, you'll have the same instructional minutes.
Okay.
But it allows for less transition between classes, fewer people you're coming in contact with over the course of each individual day, and longer amounts of time for us to schedule lunches.
So what I'm seeing this as is a remote learning schedule, but are you talking that this would be an in-person schedule? So 5 days a week you would have the students in the school doing this block schedule?
No, oh, go ahead.
This is our phase 1 through 4 schedule. So when we have all students back, this is our proposed phase 1 through 4. When we have all students back, that would be back to phase 5 at that point. At that point, we can return back to a 6-hour day, 3 lunches, because at that point, the community spread has reduced enough that we can have those pieces take place.
Right, but that's what I'm asking. So for phase 4, which is what we're in, would we have all 1,000 to 1,200 kids in each high school 5 days a week doing the block schedule?
In phase 4, in our plan, we're not at 100% of students.
But yes.
So how do you do this at 50% when I'm looking at?
The remote learning would also be block
So I
schedule.
guess that's, sorry.
Correct?
Hey, Mr. If I could, you went out a little bit there. Maybe be good to start your question over, if you would, please.
Me?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay. So I guess I'm trying to understand what a block schedule looks like once we have kids back in school. How is it the 50%?
So if we are at 50%, if we're able to bring 50% of students back, which again, it's not going to be the 6 feet of social distancing at that point. It might look, Jenny, like a student attends Monday and Tuesday, and then is virtual for the remaining days. And then another set of students attends Thursday, Friday. So you would still, if you're attending 2 days a week, you'd get to all 6 of your classes once in person for a block. And then you would have it once for a block remotely. And then that Wednesday is a remote day for everyone.
And the anticipation is it stays that way until we bump to phase 5.
That most I would feel comfortable committing to right now, based on not trying to forecast too far out with unknowns.
do we still stay with this block schedule at phase 5, but with everybody back in the building? Or once we go to phase 5, are we back to your traditional 6 hours a day, 5 days a week?
That's correct. That would be we would transition back to normal 6-hour day.
Okay.
So if I might jump in, is that okay, folks? So I understand we are looking to maintain some flexibility here. So essentially, our decision upcoming here shortly is revolves around whether we start remote, right? And then the rest of the details are things that we can continue to perfect because we're trying to buy some time to do that. Is that accurate? Not saying that we wouldn't do what we've written down, but that we can continue to have conversation on that. The larger point here is whether is the committing to starting remote. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say that's correct. By what's in writing, we're also saying in starting remote, we would bring students back first at 25% and then transitioning to 50%. That's the other thing that
right.
That's in there. It's not to say that couldn't change, but that's what we'd be committed in the plan.
Right. Thank you. So, I mean, that's kind of the point that I wanted to make for the benefit of the public, because folks are ask a legitimate question, a series of them about what are, what changes, that makes us say that we're going to come back. How do they know we're going to come back? What I would say publicly is that we're committing to do that, which a lot of districts are not. Mr. Archibald, if you're able to share in your conversations with your colleagues, how many of the Oakland districts you think are going to start remote? If you're able to share what you know on that, or if you ever take a guess.
Based on last Thursday's meeting, I would say 70 to 80%.
Okay.
Which is a complete flip from the Thursday prior to that or thereabouts.
Right. So just informally, I was cruising the numbers the last couple of days. It looked like 5 of the top 10 largest districts in the state were going to start remote. 10 of the top 20 largest are going to start remote. 9 districts in Wayne, 5 districts in Washtenaw. And what I'm seeing in a lot of those is not necessarily a hard commitment to come back at the end of that stretch. They're not only starting remote and going deeper into the year, some of them going into November, but they're saying they're going to reevaluate at that point. That's the difference. I think it's worth pointing out the difference in our plan is that we're saying up front, we are committed, assuming that conditions aren't going to worsen on us. If things are the way they are now, we are committed to bringing our kids back. And that's what everybody.
The districts, many of the districts around in our conversations are using terms like end of the first marking period, which is probably typically early November, or they're saying the end of October. I asked specifically because that meeting was immediately following our Wednesday meeting last week, and asked what are some of the things that folks are going to be looking at. And candidly, I mean, those are all very legitimate questions that everybody's still asking, but others are feeling the need to leave that relatively open-ended. And in our conversations, that's why I tied it to the phases that we're in, because those parameters have already been established. And in many of the comments we have heard, starting last probably Thursday, Friday, and through the weekend, and the idea that we would rather have some in person than none, and so we had a blending of the ideas of transitioning back into a hybrid. It's a Detroit News article yesterday, I guess it was, that said there is no one single plan. And districts are trying all different things. Everyone's trying to find a sweet spot. I think I'm rambling, so I'll stop.
No, thank you.
And I'll kind of link on to what Tony said too. I mean, I don't like a remote start. I don't. My kids don't want it. It seems like trying to learn to teach remote adds another problem into a heap of problems we already have. But that being said, our caseload per 10,000 population right now is double what Novi's is. And that's the current cases, not total cases. And when I look at the other districts around us, once you get out of Oakland County, they don't show the current caseload, but they do show totals. And a lot of the other districts have lower total caseloads than we do in our area. So with that in mind, we're having this local spike here. Yeah, our number went from 25 to 100 over the course of a few days. That's a big deal. And ever since that happened, we've been steadily adding 2 or 3 a day. And to me, I can understand the concern for safety until that steady increase per day goes away. So I get that, but I really struggle with the lack of any definitive measure of when we will start to phase in, because that's the tough part. Without that, and again, it goes back to safety, as we heard from parents, we heard from teachers, and I understand the concern over safety that one side has, and I understand that parents are ready to throw their kids back in right now, and we're between a rock and a hard place with that, and it's going to put us back in the same place of what is safe. And ultimately, I don't think that's for us to decide. The governor put a committee together that created the roadmap that had health professionals on it, that had mental health professionals on it, teachers, administrators. I think a lot of people that are a lot smarter than I am that put a plan together said, if you do this, you can open your school safely. And I've got to trust that the people that put that together knew that they were doing and gave us good advice. So with that, I think we can safely open up school. It's just a question of when do we, I don't know if it's we, it's probably you, Steve. I mean, when does administration feel it's safe? And right now, that's the big question mark out there, because there's no tangible to what that is. The only tangible we have is moving to phase 5. And that's the one thing out of this that bugs me, is not having something on the more tangible side.
Yeah, I understand that.
Are we, I guess I'm under the impression that we are committed to start with our phase-in plan after week 4 with the JK, starting that plan at the 25%, 25%, unless things worsen. Because at that point, we will have had 4 weeks of virtual learning for everybody. So we will have taught everybody everything they need to know theoretically, we'll have taught them the basics of online learning. We will have had an opportunity to stock up on supplies. We'll have had the opportunity to, which I know you've already posted for all of the subs for all of our, hopefully we'll get some of those subs in that time period. I'm under the impression that after 4 weeks, unless things get worse, we're planning on kicking off that process.
That's correct.
Okay. So that's the commitment that you're making.
No, is that something that can be added to the plan? Slight modification then, if that's what our intention is. I mean, I would think we should be able to write that into the plan then, and that makes it easier for me to buy in.
Yeah, some sort of formal commitment that if it doesn't get worse, and we can define that metric if we need to, but yeah, if it doesn't get worse, this is a guarantee we'll be back by this date. Now, and I guess there's another question. So is the 4 weeks more to allow teachers more time to get acclimated to teaching remote, or is it more about buying time to let the virus do what it's going to do and to see a little bit more about what's going to happen? What's the rationale behind that? More for preparation or wait and see approach?
I think it's more about preparation than it is the wait and see approach, to be honest.
And I know that there is a mountain of work to still be done. But so if we've got 4 weeks to the official start of school from when this meeting started, plus another 2 weeks, is 6 weeks enough time for that first group to get prepared? And then a week after everyone else. Is that something that you think is feasible? I know it's within that 2 to 6 week I'm talking about, but I'd like to give the community, some assurance. And because not everyone believes that we're going to be working as hard as I know they will. But is that something that we can strive for?
I'm gonna be honest. I'm not sure I followed. Well, I know I didn't follow you lost me at the end when you went from 2 to 6.
So we talked earlier about expanding that range in the plan so that if we can get it done sooner, we can get back in class faster. And what I'm wondering is, what kind of likelihood do you think it is that we can get that first group in?
Very honestly, I think it is, being completely honest, it is less likely, and why we chose the weeks that we did, and then we backed up a week for our JK to one kid. So I being very honest, if we move that date, it doesn't change the amount of work that's got to get done and the amount of time we have to get it done. So I wouldn't be very likely that we would hit that, to be very honest.
One of the things that I would add as an editorial, the one thing I like about a 4-week period is that gets us to the end of September. By then, hopefully we know what the heck the state is doing with budget numbers and have a clue of what we're dealing with financially going into this too. So that could allow us to make adjustments when we come back to an in-person school. I mean, it'd be nice if we got this tremendous windfall and then maybe we could hire a bunch of teachers and have a bunch of lower class sizes. I mean, but it'd be nice to know if our budget that we passed is reality, or if it's not going to be that bad and we don't have to make as many cuts as we did, or, unfortunately, the possibility still out there, could be even worse. So, I mean, I like the 4 weeks to just have more certainty before we get back in school to know what we're dealing with.
And I can assure you, we're working to get it done as we can. And I do think, and I can appreciate the frustration by folks and what, while this has been months, it has felt like a lifetime for a lot of folks and what everybody's been going through. So I certainly can appreciate the frustration. I don't want to by putting out, any numbers that, we try to present a rosier picture than we're actually able to deliver. And so I would be more comfortable. And again, I serve at the pleasure of the board. I would be most comfortable with the ranges that we have here currently.
Can I jump in?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go on, Eric.
All right. Correct me if I'm wrong. Teachers, once we start, be it virtual or in person, will be streaming or will be able to stream live their lessons throughout that day. And that I may have missed this question if it already came up when my internet dropped, so I apologize for that. If I'm re-asking the same question, because that was asked, and I noticed that it was in the plan, or heard that it would be in the plan, that teachers would be able to stream their lessons live. That's
still an area that we would hope to be able to do. We've got webcams on order, but as a detail that we need to work out with our groups. But that, there's certainly an advantage to being able to stream, and so technologically we're trying to prepare for that.
Okay. And number 2, real quick, the sooner we can begin to face students back into the classroom, I think the better. That's my impression from a lot of folks that have reached out to me. I would also like to say that when we do that, we give, I hate to say special consideration, but first and foremost, our IEP students, our 504 students with the special needs that truly, incredibly need to have the benefit of being in the classroom. That is their safe place. That's where they can strive and do their best. Not to say that all of our students don't need to be in the classroom. While I agree with that, there are some that have some specific needs that our classrooms where they're in do provide for them. So I have to advocate for those folks that reached out to me to say, hey, my kid is extremely autistic, has these special needs, has these issues, and the classroom is truly a necessary place for my student. So I advocate for them. The sooner we can get that to happen, I don't know how exactly to say to do that, but that would be a goal that I would look for or look towards.
And that's Mrs. Oh, who was jumping in? Was that Mrs. Toth?
I was.
Please, go ahead.
I would just note, Mr. Kennedy, that is in what we presented tonight, that some students may be assigned additional days to attend in person.
Got it. Tony, that's all I have.
Is Mr. Clark back on this meeting? He lost his internet and he was supposed to be calling in.
Okay, I'm back on.
Oh, perfect.
Boy, that was difficult. A lot going on here.
Technology.
Okay, where are we at?
So we talked briefly about probably sticking to the 4-week schedule before we start bringing students back. We talked about our special needs students of all kinds, not necessarily just IEP, but any kids that have special needs would potentially be brought back for more days than other students during the phase-in process, if necessary, based on their personal needs. And I don't think, was there anything else that he missed? I don't think so. Okay, so do you have any questions, Randy?
No, do we have, is there a motion on the table yet or no?
Not
So we
yet.
still
Not
have,
yet, okay.
yeah, no.
Okay. I just want to reiterate that probably some of the same thing that I conveyed over the last few days by email, that I have a huge concern if we don't start with at least the hybrid model at school start. I think we're going to be disenfranchising a tremendous number of our residents. I have a big concern about doing that.
Okay, and I'm not sure.
That's my only comment.
Okay, I'm not sure that you were present for this discussion because we did talk about that, and that you may or may not have been. But part of the reason why they were pushing the remote was to make sure that all the students and staff were able to learn the online programming. It also gave us time to stock up on supplies and prepare the buildings, and hopefully it'll give us some time to quote unquote stock up on our substitute teachers and custodians and all of our workers, since we've already got applications out to people. So we're hoping to, possibly get some of those positions filled in those 4 weeks as well. So that was part of the reason for the 4-week, which I don't know that changes your opinion, but I just wanted to make sure.
No, I think, truly, I think probably South Lyon has failed our residents in the fact that we didn't do a better job of preparing for this. We've known since March. We could have ordered Chromebooks sooner. We could have gotten the PPE equipment. We could have had cleaning supplies. I mean, we're at the tail end of the summer. I'm frustrated by the fact that we didn't have all this taken care of. And so now we're throwing the burden on our residents because of our lack of preparation. So that's what frustrates me.
Yeah, well, like I said, we also had to hire a superintendent, and Mr. Archibald has only been here since July 1st. So,
and I'm not trying to place the blame on a particular person who just arrived. I'm just saying that our system failed.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah,
but I would
for lots
also,
of reasons.
if I could, I would also say that back in March, did we know in March or April or May that we would be exactly where we were today? No, I don't think so. We have been shooting at a moving target a big portion of the summer. And I don't think that we should, or any one person should bear the brunt of not being as prepared as we are. I do think we're behind the ball. We're not as far ahead as we should be. I think we need a modicum of trust from our teachers, from our staff, from our community, and a modicum of respect, so that to say that we are working on it 110% of the time that we have, and we will get there. We just need a bit more time to make sure that we get this right, and that we don't end up going back a phase. We don't want to do that.
Well, I guess
Yeah.
here's a question then, since we're working. I'm sorry, Carrie, go ahead.
I was just saying, in a lot of districts who haven't had quite as much turmoil as we are going virtual as well. And they're not even planning on coming back as early as we are. So, you know, we are not unique in this situation. And I'm sure just everyone is working just as hard in those districts as well. So we're all, like Eric said, we're moving toward a moving target. So at this point, this is where we are, and let's move forward. And after Dan, Jenny wants to speak.
I guess if it's about preparation, and I assume the preparations regarding delivering a remote curriculum, is that correct? To do that at a high level? What's the difference between delivering a remote curriculum when they're sitting in their living room versus having 25% of them in the building remote? They have their computers with them in the building to learn alongside the teachers, that remote setting. Is that something that, am I on the right page with that? Is that kind of like what you're looking to prepare?
That if what are you getting at streaming? Is that what
You're talking about that first 4 weeks to get everyone used to this remote learning. I think that's what I understood.
Well, I think in getting prepared, I think we can anticipate or expect that at some point we're going to be back in. It's very likely, whether it's a classroom, a school, or the district, will be in a remote setting based on whatever health circumstances are going on.
Mm-hmm.
So take that opportunity uninterrupted to get good at that and only work on that. So it really is practicing. It's the time to practice the remote learning, but it's also time then in preparation for getting ready for person instruction as it's in.
So I guess that's kind of my point. Why not have that? You're talking about phasing in 25%. It gives us an opportunity to really practice our protocols, get the students used to what they have to do while they're in person in school, but have them do the remote curriculum 25% at a time in person, as opposed to doing that remote curriculum at home. Does that make sense?
Yes, but the teacher is going to be teaching live every single day. So she won't be, he or she will not be able to be dealing with the students that are at home. So the teacher would only be able to work with the students that were in her classroom versus all of her students, 100% of the students.
Unless you pretend they're at home while they're
what?
Unless you pretend they are at home while they're sitting there and they got their headphones in, pretending like they're at home, but they're there for that extra attention if needed. That's kind of.
Ms. Kudwa, is there anything that you wanted to add to that?
I'd just like to state that when we have all of the class in a fully remote model, it's the most hands-on in that version you're going to get with a teacher. You're not trying to attend to a behavior that's in front of you and still keep the students that are on the screen engaged, Dan. You're able to engage that whole class in that conversation. It is going to feel a lot more choppy when we're in the hybrid model. It is not, hybrid is a temporary solution to get us back to all of the kids being there, right? It is not the preferred of those two. Instructionally, although it seems like it isn't a match, it is a better fit to what we do with our learners in a regular setting than a hybrid model.
I think, oh, I'm sorry, Jenny, go ahead.
Yeah, she was sorry. She was waiting.
Yeah, I didn't want to get too far off from what Randy had mentioned earlier about, just the physical preparedness of equipment. I think most of you know, I work at a community college. The majority of our employees are not on campus because we are struggling to acquire PPE for the employees on campus. it's a dog eat dog world. I work with purchasing, I work with facilities, and again, I work in the renovation, construction design. So, you know, our department's working with a lot of different facets of the college. You know, we have had on order for a month now the plexi protections and the dividers, and those departments will not come back on campus until we get them installed, and we have another 2 weeks before we anticipate them being on campus, and they have been on order for 4 weeks at this point. Because every other college, every other school, every other educational facility is putting all these orders in, these normal plexi type pieces went from maybe a 3 to 4 week lead time to a 6 to 8 week lead time because everybody's ordering them. We are also struggling with hand sanitizer, soaps, you know, paper towel, getting those things on campus because again, everybody is ordering them to try to stock up for, you know, the coming school year. So I don't think, you know, granted, could we have started ordering these things in March, but did we actually think in March that we'd still be in this position right now? No, no one has a crystal ball to know what's happening in the future. You know, so to say that, you know, why don't we have this? Okay, sure, we could have ordered them in mid-June, early June, whatever, but I can almost guarantee you that even if you put those orders in June, you'd have a longer lead time to acquire those things because every college, every university, every K-12 school is also ordering those things. So but then on the flip side, and to go back to the timing of students coming in, I guess I'm resigned to the fact that we're going to do the remote. I think that's probably the best pathway to go. But again, I do want to try to get students as quickly as possible back into the buildings, but also taking into account by doing that 3 to 4 weeks or 4 weeks before we get students back in, it allows for the fact that people who are on vacation right now, the people that are going to be going on vacation for Labor Day, that are going to be close proximity to other people, going to restaurants, having parties. I mean, how many times have we seen up in Traverse City or in Lake St. Clair, hundreds of boats next to each other and people in the water drinking and having a great time? It kind of gives that 2 to 3 week lead time, so to speak, of if people are going to be sick from those gatherings to get it kind of out of their system, and then we can get the kids back in school. But I don't want to necessarily go beyond that 4 to 6 week lead time. I really don't want us to start at 6 weeks. I'd rather we were starting at the 4 week, trying to get students back into the schools. Okay, Tony, your turn.
No, that was great. I appreciate you sharing that because it's easy to assume that folks are not prepared in the way they should be when you've got so much chaos going on. You know, our administrative team is coming and asking us for time, and they're not the only administrative team in the state that are coming and asking for time. There's a reason for that. You know, many districts, most districts, my district I work, we went into midsummer and we were full steam ahead. We're bringing the kids back, right? So what we're going to do, everybody's ready to do that. And the winds have shifted, right? The closer we got, the more people realized that we weren't quite where we needed to be. And it's huge everywhere. I mean, the college football is canceled, right? Or about to be. They would never let that revenue go if they didn't think they had to. Never. It funds their entire university athletic programs, right? So there are serious, you know, the safety element of this, you know, it just can't be underplayed. But I would agree, Dan, Craig, Jenny, with saying that we want to get the kids back as soon as we can. I want to make that commitment and push for that as hard as I can. I'm worried about, and I wanted to ask this question, I'm worried about the tail end of that phase in. How late are we talking about our secondary kids getting back to school if they're like the last group coming back?
They would start in week 6.
Okay, so we'd be doing all that phasing at the same time, both elementary and secondary.
We're bringing back the JK1 a week before everybody else, and then everybody else in that following week.
All right, good. I appreciate the work that you guys have put in. I don't, I think that our board owes our administration some support, and I do not think that we have failed the community. I'm going to leave it there.
Yep, go ahead, Mr. Dashner.
I want to ask the super optimistic question. So if for some reason we end up in phase 5, say, 3-4 weeks into the school year, are we going right to in person and skipping the percentages?
I would feel we'll certainly be reviewing that, and right after I did the backflip, we would be moving into full time. Phase 5, in my estimation, is a game changer for a lot of this.
And that makes everyone comfortable enough that it kind of kills the need to phase it in then.
Yeah, phase 5, yes, I believe we would be in a position. The comfort level, I think, increases. We're going to keep a lot of our same safety protocols in place, but that suggests that we're in a totally different place from a community health standpoint. So I would say that would increase our comfort level. Because again, I think I said it, but in case I didn't say it clearly, we would look to maintain as many of those safety protocols and things in place in 5 as we can. The primary shift is all day instruction, 5 days a week.
We'll have to start writing our emails to the governor tomorrow.
Okay, any additional questions or comments?
I'll just make 2 quick ones because I think one of them is not really related to this, but there was a comment about maybe giving a little bit more time for virtual pathway earlier tonight. One, how many people have signed up for virtual pathway so far?
I checked it before the board meeting started and we had 600 students, Mr. Schwegler.
So not very many to create the social distancing we want.
And the other piece to that is we can't staff that program and guarantee what sections we can offer until we know who's signed up. So it delays our process if we keep dragging that deadline back farther. We need those answers so that we can appropriately staff and let those teachers start working on those sections. And then we can communicate to families at the secondary level, these are your options. We've said this is what we think we can do with the interest level that we had from the survey. Now that families are committing, we may be able to offer more things with local staff, depending on those numbers. We need those numbers so we can share that.
Which kind of ties into my next point. Can there be a survey done with staff to see who is absolutely comfortable with full in person? Because some staff had advocated that they're ready and willing to teach a full classroom. Is there a way we can see, especially at that elementary school level, where I think we have the biggest need of parents not being able to help those young kids learn? Can we see if there's an opportunity to match up families with teachers at different buildings who do want that in person with as much social distancing as possible, but if they're comfortable in a full classroom? Is that something we can look at as we move forward?
Are you suggesting if there's a teacher who's willing to come and work in person and we would stock a classroom?
With a normal classroom size. And I don't know if that's a thing you had to talk about with the union, but me personally, if I were a teacher, and it would be different because I'm in high school, I would have been in high school, but I would have been willing to teach my class and set it up in a way where I don't have to go next to my kids and I can stay in the front, but still teach them personally. So I don't know if there's enough comfort level to create a big enough impact to get more kids in person.
I would offer that we have probably enough moving parts right now to introduce another one is probably, we've got postings going out shortly to find out who are interested in teaching virtually. I would prefer to stay on the path we're recommending and not put folks in that position. That would be a very uncomfortable position to put them in.
Okay. Oh, I have a couple of just I want to confirm. that if you sign up for the virtual pathway, you will be guaranteed that it's offered a full year, but you are still able to opt out of that and back into the in-person or whatever we're in, hybrid in-person, at the trimester for elementary or the semester for secondary school.
Yes,
And
that's
the
correct.
reverse is the reverse also true? If someone doesn't choose it right now, if they choose in-person or hybrid in-person now, and they want to move into the virtual, they can also switch the other direction at those 2 points.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
And there was a list of classes that are going to be available virtually taught by South Lyon staff. That was not a complete list. That was just the list that we're fairly confident we can cover at this point.
We took every single student at the secondary level who said they were interested in a virtual model, not the ones who were asking for more information, but the ones who were more confident that they were going to use that option. Looked at every single course those students had selected for 2021, added them all up to see where we could pull a teacher out from an in-person section in order to cover that. Those are the courses we felt pretty confident based on those numbers. We would have enough students in to justify adding a teacher to that. Remember, we're not increasing teaching staff. We've been asked to cut teaching staff. So you have to make sure that as you are assigning somebody to that virtual section, you're not driving up the in-person numbers to the point where now social distancing, even at 25% or 50%, can't happen.
Okay. And so if someone had a class that you didn't have enough teachers for, enough students to have a teacher, then you would have the opportunity to either pick a different class or, okay. And lastly, my last question, the block scheduling, how does that work with the OSTC students? Or do we know, do we not have a plan for that yet?
So we had spent a pretty extensive amount of time discussing that with Oakland schools and what might work. And then we were a little bit blindsided by the fact that they said they were coming back 5 full days. Initially, they had talked about each district sending 2 days a week. And we had worked it out where AM and PM students would go on the day, where like AM would go on the day, 1st through 3rd hour meeting, PM would go on the day, 4th through 6th hour meeting. And we thought we had a workaround for that. They have announced this week, Steve, end of last week, that they have decided that they're going 5 full days and no part of it will be asynchronous. So we still have to work that out with them. But as Mr. Archibald said, a number of districts in the county now have stated that they are opening fully virtual. So that may shift the plan for OSTC.
Okay. All right. Any additional questions or comments?
One other, if I may, Lisa, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but comment about some of the other accelerated courses and whatnot. There were a few comments on that.
Sure, I can speak to that. So we do have, so families know Edgenuity offers several different programs, one of which is a credit recovery. That is not what we are substituting in here. We're substituting in the full course. Before we're saying we will offer it, we actually have high school staff now working through the Edgenuity courses and the standards and the assignments, making sure they feel comfortable. So if I teach a US history course and we're saying we might offer it there, they're looking at that course and verifying that they would feel comfortable with that being the substitution in. If they weren't for some reason, and in some cases, for example, in one of the health courses, CPR is not taught, we teach it locally, we would have to add that in. So we can add additional pieces to that to make sure that it is up to our expectations. We can't take anything out of those courses or they won't be eligible for NCAA credit. So it has to at least contain that, but we can add in where we feel like there is a gap. If for some reason we still didn't feel like we could bring that course up to our standards, we would look for then another 21F offering for that course. And we are looking at the AP courses, families of AP students, we've heard you, we're trying to figure out a different option for you, potentially something around dual enroll, 21F, other AP course vendors. So we have staff right now at the high school level. They've been working on it last week. They're working on it this week, going through the different courses to see what they, as the teachers of our local course, feel comfortable recommending.
Okay. Thank you. Any additional questions or comments from the board? Okay. Then do we have a motion? The recommended motion was to approve the plan as presented.
I will move to recommend the plan as presented.
Do we have support?
I probably should have let off because I would have liked to have amended it so that if we get stuff done sooner, we can get started at 2 weeks in instead of 4 weeks in if we're there, but still within that framework. I would have been fine with that. If anyone else agrees.
If you'd like, I have no problem amending the motion to allow for the beginning of the phase in as early as 2 weeks if possible.
And I'll support that.
Okay, moved by Mr. Kennedy and supported by Mr. Schwegler to approve the plan as presented with the addendum to phase in as early as 2 weeks if possible. Is that accurate? Okay. Any additional questions or comments with that motion?
I guess the one thing that, I'm sorry, did someone else start?
No, I was just going to offer to call the roll if no one had questions or comments, so go for it.
The one thing that I'll say is that I agree we need to learn to live with this virus, but I also agree we don't need to be reckless with it. I think this plan is more on the cautious side, if I'm being honest, but I can live with that as long as there's a commitment to get the kids back into school, which I think we've all discussed tonight there is. And we're not just going to kick this can down the road and turn this into a full virtual year. So me trusting that the administration and the educators will work together in short time to show the community that we're going to have that happen. And it's for that reason that I'm really going to trust that with an approval of this plan, we'll get to that point and make up for what happened in the spring. Because I do think that, like Randy said earlier, we did let the district down with what happened. I get the circumstances, I understand it, but by not being more prepared as a district at this point, even with everything we faced, we owe it to the community to really make this right and deliver a solid, detailed plan before they come into school.
Well, and Dan, just to piggyback on that, I'll tell you that I'm fully committed that I want to bring kids back as soon as we possibly can do that safely. So my future votes will be focused on ensuring that that happens. I certainly don't want to see this get extended or anyone feel like that we're left in limbo. So I'm with you on that.
I will jump in and just say that I'm sure I'll probably be the sole vote, but I am going to vote no simply because I think that there needs to be a voice representing all of these parents that emailed us over the last few days and spent time this evening in our meeting expressing their frustration with the fact that we do not have an in-person teaching method at the beginning of the school year. So I'll have to vote no.
And I understand that, Randy, and I truly sympathize. I'm in that position. I've got 4 kids, 3 of which are basically of age to be enrolled in the district. But if we don't get a plan approved, we can't move forward with the details that help to fill those concerns with getting as much in-person instructional time as we possibly can, as quickly as possible. So I feel like it's going to have to be a compromise I'll need to make, because delaying a vote or approval just means it's going to take longer to get to that point and push us further into the year. That's kind of my opinion.
Well, I understand, but I just saw a commitment from the administration to move the schedule forward 2 weeks. What's 2 more weeks? I guess somebody needs to be a voice for these people, and I'll be that voice, because I think that we're probably going to be making a huge mistake, because I think we're going to really aggravate a lot of parents. So I'll leave it at that.
All right, I thank you, Randy, for that opinion. I appreciate that. I don't think administration agreed to start 2 weeks earlier. I think they agreed that if at all possible, they would try. I think they felt pretty firmly that the 4-week was what they needed. But I'm appreciative that they are willing to at least be open to trying to move in at 2 weeks. We absolutely have heard all of the public comments. We've absolutely heard all of the emails. Every one of us has read them. We understand those concerns. Unfortunately, this is the time we live in, and like Tony said, many school districts are doing the same option. The fact that football, Big Ten football is canceling all of their sports is very telling that this is not, this is a very big deal. And
Yeah, but we also have to be aware that most of the districts in Michigan are starting with some type of in-person learning. Most.
Okay.
They may not be directly east of us, but it's most.
Right. Well, they're different, totally different districts, and you know, we listed the reasons why we don't think we can start on time. So with in person, so that's where we're at. Any other comments? Okay, Mr. Abate, please call the roll.
Okay, Mr. Dashner.
Yes.
I vote yes. Mr. Kennedy.
Yes.
Mr. Schwegler.
Yes.
Mr. Clark.
I'm sorry, was that Mr. Clark?
Yes.
Yes, I vote no.
Mr. Tell
Yes.
and Ms. Sancho.
Yes. Motion passes 6-1. Yeah, so the plan has been approved. All right, moving on our agenda. There should be it's time for public comment again. Do we want to go back and read those public comments, or did we all determine that?
Well, I would. Well, actually, I'm not going to apologize for my mini meltdown because what I saw at the end of that public comment sheet was wholly inappropriate. The names that people were sending in and the duplicates that they were sending in on purpose. It became a game at the end. And I think that all of us put these hours in because we take this very seriously, and I didn't appreciate that. So for me, I don't have an interest in going back and reading those.
I would concur. I think we can just pick up a fresh new batch of public comments at the next meeting.
All right, that works for me. So with that, I will take a motion to adjourn at 2:37 a.m.
I move to adjourn our August 10th meeting.
Be happy
Wait,
to second that.
August 11th meeting.
Moved by Mr. Tell, supported by Mr. Kennedy, to adjourn our August 10th/11th meeting. And Mr. Abate, please call the roll.
Yes, Ms. Hanshaw.
Yes.
Mr. Kennedy.
Yes.
I vote yes. Mr. Dashner.
Yes.
Mr. Schwegler.
Yes.
Mr. Tell.
Yes.
And Mr. Clark.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. We are adjourned. Good night. Good morning.
Good night, all.
See you
Thank
all.
you.
Good night.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for